All right. I think we are here. All right. Good stuff. Bree baby, what's up? Dino, what's up? Gretchen, how you doing? Rod, Moonstruck, what up? Notification was put. All right. I reclaim my rightful place. What is first? App took forever to load. Yeah, that's how it be, huh? We're gonna get started in debates pretty quickly here because we're running a little late. I've been busy all day, so kind of chilling. We'll start with the lesbian topic just to see if I don't. I'm testing something because it popped off yesterday, so I'm gonna see if it pops off today. Mr. Oakby, thank you for getting us started. 6 months. Thank you so much, Mr. Oakby. Yo, Carbon, what up? All right. All right, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Pentagram at a Christian. What? All right. Dakota, Dave, Phoebe, Cindy, Boyd, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Scared Reaper, Scarred Reaper, sorry. Garrison. Would you consider asking them if they're deeming it wrong just for themselves, or if they had the power, would they make it illegal for everyone? Ah, I see. I think I've asked that a few times. Yeah. Some of them like have this like disconnect and be like, oh, you should be allowed to legally do whatever you want. I just think it's wrong. You know, some of them do a lot of do that. So we'll see. I had a streamer call me Scarface. All right. Okay. Oh yeah, Trump failed. I was gonna join that live, but I had to go live, so. All right, guys, what's up? Let's see if it pushes out or if we have to restart. What's up, everybody? What up? What up? What up? These damn chihuahuas next door, bro. They only start barking right when I pull out this microphone where you can hear them. Hello. Can I get your age, please?
21.
What's your argument?
So, first of all, objectively, it's wrong.
Yeah, why?
Because it's kind of gay, not gonna lie.
Okay, so you don't have an argument? Okay.
What do you mean? It's like, is that not morally wrong?
Oh, you gotta give an argument for why being gay is wrong.
The Bible said it's wrong. Oh, that's enough.
Why would anybody care what a book says? Like, what's the argument that the Bible presents?
The Bible is true.
Yeah, what's the argument for that?
Like, on God, it's true.
Yeah, what's the argument for that?
Nigga, I said so. What do you mean?
Well, I say no.
Twin, it's true.
Are you light skinned?
Nah.
You ain't my twin. All right, if you have an argument for why being gay is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. Appreciate you. Might have to restart. Hello?
Yo, what's up?
How old are you?
Boy,
What's your argument?
I think it's wrong because it doesn't advance society. I think that, you need to reproduce and lesbians can't do that. So
Yeah, they can.
that's my main point. No, they can't. When
Yeah,
it's
they
a
can. They're
lesbian
not
on lesbian
infertile.
relationship. Yeah, but my thing is like they would have to like get like some kind of I don't know how it's called. It's like some like freakish like
IVF?
science
It's not
procedure.
freakish. It's just like a way of getting
It's
pregnant
not
without having
it's
sex.
not freakish. I was
Huh?
not whoa. It is freakish. It's not
Oh.
natural.
Well, why? Okay, is the way that you and I are communicating right now natural or unnatural?
I'd say it's natural.
You think phones and internet is natural?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait,
Why wouldn't they be
what do you
natural?
think? What do you think natural means?
Maybe okay, maybe maybe you're right. Maybe natural is not the right word to use, but like you
Yeah,
can
listen, like
you can more
lesbians when they get IVF, right? The reason why is because they don't want to have sex with a man, right? Because they're not attracted. You don't want to have sex with somebody that you're not attracted to, right? Like, for example, you don't
sure.
want to have sex with a man because you're a straight man, right? So if the only way for you, James, to get pregnant or to have kids, you're a man. The only way for you to have kids were to be with a man, then you just wouldn't do that. You would go through like some IVF clinic or something like that. You would donate sperm.
I mean, sure, but like I just think that if we're gonna like if we're gonna be okay with IVF and that, like I don't even think most like do most lesbians even want kids? Like that's the thing too. A lot of them
Yeah,
don't even
they
want kids,
yeah, they want
honestly.
kids. Like a lot of them do. Like some of them go through IVF, some of them adopt. Um, that's beneficial to society, right? I think like people generally flourishing
Maybe.
and being happy and being in love and relationship and solving problems together. I think that's a beneficial for society. I don't think you necessarily have to have kids.
You don't think you have that? Well, I disagree because I mean, this for the society to continue, it has to repopulate itself,
Yeah, but that doesn't
and it's like
follow that every single person who can reproduce ought reproduce. That doesn't follow. You got to give an argument for that. If they know that other
I would
people are
agree.
reproducing, then those people are helping, replace the population, right? But it doesn't follow that every person has to replace the population.
But we're not being replaced, though. The population is not replenishing
That's not
itself.
because of gay people,
At
though.
least, well, I'd argue that the philosophy behind it is why. The philosophy of being okay with these things is why. I guess
What?
that's what I was trying to get at. Like the philosophy with, oh, well, they can have kids. They can just get an idea of like being okay with that
Yeah, why
is
is
the
that
reason
wrong?
why.
Why
I
is
feel
it
like that
wrong to reproduce through IVF? I don't understand. You said like
It's not.
You said like lesbians are wrong because they're not reproducing, and then when they reproduce, then you say it's wrong. Like, what are they supposed to do? I don't understand.
No, that was just one of my reasons why I
What's
deem it
wrong
as
with? Okay, are
wrong.
we crossing IVF off the list, or is it something that's
No,
wrong?
we're keeping that on the
Okay,
list
why
because
is
I
it
don't.
wrong?
I'm not saying like the IVF alone is wrong, but like the let's say they weren't a lesbian, they could just reproduce with a man, no? Like that's my
Yeah,
whole
but
thing. I feel
like
like the IVF is like
they don't consent to doing that though, so that would be grape.
absolutely. I'm not saying that. What I'm
So
saying
are
is they otherwise would not be able to reproduce. Like they would have to get the scientific procedure. And
look
like
look if you're
I think
saying that
that's
what they're doing wrong is like what the woman on the right
that's
is
not
doing.
I'm not saying that's the only thing they're doing wrong. Like, I'm not saying that's the only thing. That's just one of my things. We can go into other things.
Okay,
You
what's
know,
your strongest reason for why it's wrong then?
I mean, that would be my strongest reason, but there's religious
Okay,
reasons.
so
I think
let's
that
go with your strongest reason because that's the defeater, then you're just be unjustified. Because like if you're saying that what let's say the woman on the right is doing wrong, is she's choosing to be in a relationship with somebody that she knowingly cannot reproduce with, right? And the only person and you don't want her to reproduce unless it's natural. And she does not consent to naturally reproducing with a man, then you're just saying that she's obligated to be raped by a man.
I don't think that. I think that's mischaracterizing what I said. But sure, if you want to stick on this, we can. But like, I'd like to tell you my other reasons why,
Okay,
because
if
I have
that
a few.
all right, what's your other reason?
I think that it's is it not just sexual deviancy? Is that not what being a lesbian
I
is?
don't know
Like,
what that means.
it's deviant behavior. It's not the norm.
You're just saying it's not normal.
Uh, yeah, it's not normal. We should be okay with that.
Dyeing your hair isn't normal. Is that wrong? Being a
It's not
doctor is not
wrong,
normal. Is it wrong to be a doctor? Because the average person isn't a doctor. When you say normal, I'm assuming you just mean
but that's
it's not
different
the
though.
average thing, right?
Like you're taking it so literally. Like
Well, okay. What do you mean
we're
by
talking.
normal then?
Like in the context of like human beings, in sexual relationships, it's normal for a man to be with a woman.
Okay, why
I
does it
would say
follow
so.
that if it's normal?
I think everyone would agree with that.
Okay, so if it's normal for a man to be in a relationship with a woman, why does it follow from that fact that it's wrong for a man to not be with a woman, instead for a man to be with a man or a woman to be with a woman? What's the inference being made there?
Are you guys? I'm sorry, you cut out a little. Are you asking me why
Yeah,
it's
so
wrong?
like I can apply this to anything, right? I could say it's normal for a tall man to date a shorter woman, a man to date a woman shorter than him. But it doesn't follow from that that it's wrong for a woman to date a man at the same height as her, right? Just because it's normal doesn't follow that it's wrong to do things that deviate from that norm.
Sure, but like I feel like
Is it wrong
in most
for
of
a man to date a woman the same height as him?
no,
Is it normal for a man to date a woman the same height as
but
him?
these are like
Well, answer that question.
these are. I feel like no.
Okay. So you're gonna have to give the inference here.
Like these are just preferences that that align with society being healthy. Like it's fine for you to say as a dude, like you as a tall, like you just said, a tall dude wants to be with
Yeah.
a tall woman. Like that's fine because it's still a man and a woman. But like
Yeah, but
if
it's a
we're
tall
if we're
man
in a
and a tall woman, right? Like I can put all these classifiers and categories on it, right? But like I'm just trying to figure out why specifically, if it's the case that a man, it's normal for a man to be with a woman, and we grant that, why does it follow from that fact that it's wrong for a man to be with a man, or it's wrong for a woman to be with a woman?
I would say because I mean in all societies everywhere it's never been the case, and it's if you're religious at all, it goes against your morals.
Yeah,
That
but
would be the
like you're
that'd be
saying
the
it goes
reason.
against your morals. That's just to reclaim that. That's just to restate that it's wrong. But that doesn't give me any
Yeah,
like
and
inference to
and it
be
all
made.
follows back to what I was saying with like, if we're gonna be okay with that, then we can't be like surprised when the population is decreasing. Like these people can't reproduce, they have to get an IVF, and like a man be with a man, they can't do anything. They can't reproduce
Yeah,
at all,
but like
period.
they're
They would
not
have to
if
adopt.
you're not, let's say society 100% is just not okay with men being with men and women being with like 99% of the population is against it. That's not going to compel a man to or a woman to be with somebody of the opposite sex. It's not going to compel them to reproduce with those people, right? Because they're still like, even you agree that in order to reproduce with those people, all things considered, that's just rape because they don't. That's a sexual act that they don't consent to.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they should. I'm not saying they ought to. If they if like a woman is like, if she's not attracted to men, she shouldn't like have to be with anyone. I'm saying
Okay, so what is
it
she
isn't
doing that's
better
wrong?
to then it isn't better to then go, if you're a man, be with another man. I don't think like
Okay,
us
so you're
being okay
saying,
with that
okay, I see. So you're saying
is
that if a
definitely just bad.
lesbian has to choose between a man being single or being with a woman, she's not attracted to any man. So you're saying she should choose the single route instead of choosing the being with the woman route.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, why should she
Because
choose being single over being with the woman? Because it seems like you want her to have a worse off life.
I would say that'd be a better off life. But
You think
I
it's
think that
better for
because
you think it's better for a woman to be single than for her to be with the woman, right? And by the way,
same
if
thing with the
she's
guy, honestly. Same thing with the if you
I,
switch it up.
yeah, it
If a
doesn't
man
matter.
with a
Like I'm
woman,
just
he's not
talking
gonna
about
be
like I'm
single.
trying to figure out like why that would be better for her. Like given the I mean people get into relationships for happiness, right? And let's say she
Well,
really
maybe
wants to be in
not
a
her
relationship,
specifically.
but James is telling her that she should be single. She's not going to be I mean
Yeah,
some
look,
women want to be
look,
single,
I
sure, but
was
like you're prescribing this for all lesbians. And by the way, she won't have a kid still.
no, like I thought we were talking like in a societal perspective. Like obviously for her, doing whatever she wants would be best because it's her. But like if we're talking about society, I think that it would be better for society in general if she would just stay single or the guy
How
would
would
just
it
stay
be better?
single.
Okay, if you're telling her that she's not obligated to be with the man and it's better
Mhm.
for her, how does it help society for her to be single?
Because us not being okay with this behavior, it kind of what's the word? Discourages it. I don't want to say that, but like I mean, I guess that's the most fitting word. It discourages this whole philosophy of like doing whatever you want because it makes you happy, even though it isn't good for
Yeah,
society, it doesn't benefit
yeah, but
anyone or
you're begging
anything
the
other than
question.
you.
How does it not be like what she chooses? She's like at the gym, and there's a woman there that she's really attracted to. They have good vibes. They're obviously attracted to each other, but like James or James's moral system says you should not approach this woman and ask her out on a date. You should just remain single for the rest of your life. I don't understand how that helps society. Like her choosing that action help society. I thought the point of society was just for like
You
general
kind of like tie it
flourishment and
together
uh,
because if society is to continue, it has to repopulate itself, and they, other than getting an IVF, they can't like contribute towards the population. And
yeah, they can.
if we're okay,
There's also
other than
there's
getting like,
listen, like not only do you have to reproduce, you also have to take care of the kids too, right? Like there are kids who are in adoption centers, right? And they need to be adopted. They need somebody to look
yeah,
after
but
them.
that ties into
And
what I was about to say.
that
Like
also helps
that
society.
it does, but like, well, I disagree because like it ties into what I'm saying. The whole philosophy behind it is like us being okay with people just doing whatever they want because they're happy. I don't think these people should adopt kids either, honestly, because
So, okay, so you think what she's doing is wrong because she's not having kids, but every app,
that's part of it.
you're
That's not
like,
the
well, I'm
only
saying
reason.
that's
That's
one
part of
reason why you think what she's doing is wrong, is because she's choosing to not have kids. But when she tries to have kids, that's wrong. When she tries to start a family by adopting a kid, that's
No.
wrong.
It's
It's
not.
just
It's not
contradictory.
wrong when she tries that to like. I would say if she gets an IVF, it's not wrong. I said that earlier. It's not wrong, but it's
Okay,
it's
so
just
let's say we have this lesbian couple, and they both got an IVF. Now they have two
okay.
kids, right? So are they doing something wrong now?
Yeah, because I think that if you're gonna raise a healthy family, it should be the nuclear family. It should be a man and a woman.
Wait, why should
So
it be a male
I
and a
don't think.
female?
I'm sorry.
Why should it be that? How does that help a family out? How does the fact that your parents are of the
Because you raise
opposite
healthy
sex?
children.
Yeah, how? Like, okay, so just to be clear, when you say healthy, you just mean biologically healthy. So you're saying if these two women raised a
Well,
child, they wouldn't be
mentally
able to feed their
healthy.
child? Okay, so what
No, they
about
would.
Yeah, so like,
They would be able to make sure the child survives into adulthood, sure, but like that's not all that matters. Like you want a
okay, so
society to
what
be healthy, you want the
metrics?
people to be healthy.
Okay, let's be specific here. What metrics? Let's say mental health. Does the fact that these two
Yeah,
women are not
they're
a man
already
and a woman?
mentally ill.
What?
They are already mentally ill,
What are
I'd
you
say.
talking about? The child?
No, no, no. The people raising the child.
They're not mentally ill. They're being a lesbian is not a mental illness. What are you talking about?
Right, right, sure. It's not a mental illness, but like
No,
the
it's not because
mentality, the philosophy behind it is it's not doing whatever you want just because you want to. It
okay,
makes you
I'm
happy.
I'm
That
sorry.
whole
Like you okay, so James, you
it's
see a
bad for
woman,
society.
at the gym and you approach her, right? And
No,
then
never. Bad idea. Terrible idea.
it doesn't matter where it is. You approach a woman because you find her, you guys are vibing, right? And then this lesbian, she does the exact same thing for pretty much the exact same reason, and she's wrong for doing what you're doing by virtue of the fact that she's female, right? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Okay, so I don't understand. Like this argument is completely
because
incoherent. This
if
is
you
why I
if
say
you if you
nobody has a good
completely if you
argument for why
switch it
being lesbian is wrong. So if you're
if you switch
saying
it to being a man, it's also still wrong though, because of the mentality behind
to
it.
try to date
I,
someone, it's wrong to date someone now?
no, no, no. It's not that, but because look, if we're gonna like be okay with a woman being with a woman and a man being with a man, they're going to
Yeah.
teach their adopted kids or their IBF kids that that's also okay.
Yeah.
And that's not good for society
Well,
because
okay, so
look,
you haven't established how it's not good for society. So you're just begging the question. Like
I'm
if
trying
I
to
if
because
I
like
come
look,
up to you, I'm
if
like,
you
"Hey, you shouldn't be straight," because then you would teach your children that it's okay to be straight, right? But that just begs the question that it's not okay to be straight. So you're gonna have to give an argument now. We're back to the original argument. Why is it not
well
okay?
that's I think that's a little different because like that's just like within us, that's just like
It's not
no one
within
had to teach me
lesbians.
to be straight.
Like I don't understand what
Sure it
motivates
is.
like a
Sure it
lesbian
is.
is attracted to a woman the same way you're attracted to a woman. Why would there's nothing like I don't understand like what would motivate her rationally to not pursue a relationship with that woman.
Well, that's just it. I mean, I think that if it's purely about her, if we're keeping it on her, then it's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with it because it's just her, it's her life. But like if we're talking to
No, I'm
society,
saying like
which is
being in
where
the
I was coming
relationship.
from,
Okay, wait, okay. So let's say you're vibing with the woman, y'all start dating, and then so you believe in no sex before marriage and all that, right?
ideally, yeah.
Okay, so let's say you get married and you find out that she is infertile. She cannot have kids no matter what. Do you divorce her?
It's a little cruel. Uh, no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
Why
That's
not?
cruel. I wouldn't
It's
do
bad for
that.
society. Men shouldn't be going around. You shouldn't be going
No,
around
no, no.
dating people that you can't reproduce with, right?
It's not, but it's not the sole fact that they can't have kids. It's not all it is, though.
Okay, what? Okay, so why would you? What would motivate you to stay with that person?
'Cause I've been with her for a
Okay,
while,
so
there's loyalty
I'm
there.
just to be clear, like every reason that you give for why you would stay with that infertile woman is the same reason that a lesbian could give for staying with her woman.
I understand that. And I'm not even saying that part doesn't make sense. What I'm saying is that society wouldn't continue if we all embrace that mentality, it wouldn't
Uh-huh.
continue.
Would
Is what I'm
society
saying.
continue if men just started dating a whole bunch of infertile women?
Not no, of course
Okay,
not.
so
But
if that's the
I feel like it's
reason,
different because like like you said, I can go adopt a kid, right? I
yeah.
could just go do that,
Okay, so that's
and
what the
then
lesbian
it
can
would still
do.
be a nuclear family,
Yeah, but
but
like,
it wouldn't be a nuclear
okay, so
family
first
because
of
it's
all,
not a
there's
man and a woman.
empirical reasons. There's overwhelming empirical reasons to say that same-sex couples, when they raise a child, that child is going to fare just as good, sometimes even better, depending on the study. Then,
Really?
yeah, I can pull up multiple different studies. You think this is the first time I've
Please, I
debated
would.
this?
I need to see
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
Yeah,
Listen,
some
like I can pull up
meta-analysis.
school
because
outcomes.
I've seen quite the opposite
Yeah,
actually.
you probably seen stuff from like the 80s, but like what I'm talking about, like school outcomes, mental health outcomes, in almost every case when they're talking about bonding, kids actually have better bonds, parental bonds with their parents if those parents are same sex than if not, right? We could just keep going through the outcomes
Yeah.
over and over and over, right? So you're unjustified in the empirics, by saying that the child is going to be better off with same sex, with opposite sex parents.
Also, really quick, the idea of
Well, I
an
want to see the data. I want to see the
hello.
study.
Hi, James. Hi, James.
Sorry.
The concept of a nuclear family does not specify the sex or gender of parents. It
Oh
just
my
says
gosh. Well, what is it traditionally?
that's what it is.
That's an argument from tradition. These data include 2,971 children with same-sex parents, which includes 2,786 lesbian couples. Our findings are robust and to use of cousin fixed effects and coarsen exact matching to improve covariant balance and reduce model dependence. That's statistical language. The results indicate that the children raised by same-sex parents from birth perform better than children raised by different sex parents in both primary and secondary education. It's a pretty decent sample size, it's not just one study that's cherry picked. This is just over and over and over. You're going to keep seeing these results on school outcomes, mental health outcomes, bonding. There's another one I'm missing here. I'm forgetting. But yeah, there's just no good reason to believe. And that's just expected, right? Because what is it about the fact that one parent is biologically male and one parent is biologically female that would be expected under that hypothesis that that child is going to do better? And nobody can really give me a good answer to that.
Well, can I ask you this? Like, if I were to say, and I haven't done this yet, but like, if I were to say, like, I'm a Christian and I think it's wrong,
Yeah.
why is that an
Yeah.
unacceptable
Well,
argument?
okay, sure. Well, Christianity's false. It's just like made up religion. But we don't have to go down that
Well,
route.
there it is.
I can just go with the internal critique here and assume that your God exists, right? And just ask you, why does it follow that because your God said that being lesbian is wrong, that these lesbians shouldn't do it? Why does that follow?
Well, if you're a Christian and you believe in
They're not
what the
Christian. Let's say they're
Bible
not
says,
Christian. Why would they
oh, they're
be
not
motivated?
Christian.
Or let's say they are Christian, doesn't matter. But
Why is
like,
it?
And I don't know what Christianity would have to do with society.
yeah.
Like, what's your argument here?
No, I was just switching up for a second because I wanted to see where he was, but he doesn't believe in.
Yeah,
Are
like
you an
why does it
atheist? You don't believe in any God?
I'm an atheist, but even if I believe that Jesus was resurrected by the creator of the universe, to die for like sins or something like that, right? Why when God comes down and says, "Hey, Sally, don't date Susie," why shouldn't she date Susie? Like, what's the argument? I don't understand why him
Well, as
saying
a
it.
Christian, you think everyone ought to be Christian, and they wouldn't be acting in Christian ways, let's say, because they're doing that.
Yeah,
Even
you're
if they
saying
aren't,
they're
they
not
ought
acting. Okay, they're
to
not
be.
acting in Christian way, but like I'm trying to figure out like what would motivate them against doing that. Like, are you saying that God is just like the
Well,
standard of
what
good? Is
would
that what you're
motivate them
saying?
against? What would
Yeah,
motivate them
why
against
should I be
doing?
Christian?
Yeah.
Well,
So
if you're a Christian, that's just what you believe.
so you agree
You.
that
Right,
if
but
you're
why
not a
should I?
Christian,
You're
there's no
saying that
motivated
everyone
reasoning.
else should be. Right,
Yeah,
now
if
why
you're
should
not
I be?
if you're not a Christian and you partake in these activities and you believe that you can do whatever you want as long as it makes you happy, then of course you personally aren't
Wait,
going to
wait,
see a reason
that's
to.
not the philosophy.
But that
That's
is
not
the
the
philosophy,
philosophy.
though.
I don't know
That
why
is.
It's not.
it's not. I don't
James.
You
know
said
why you
earlier.
keep saying that.
It's
What,
not.
one
It's not
second,
that.
one second. I
Okay.
don't
All
know
right.
why you keep saying that because people have different sexual orientations, that they adopt this philosophy that they can do whatever they want.
Well, let me.
Like that that's just a
Why are they with? Why is a
mischaracterization.
lesbian with another woman? Why?
Because they love them. Because they're a lesbian.
No.
That's
Okay.
what you
I
mean
mean,
they're attracted to
maybe. Yeah,
them.
that's part of it. Sure, but what else?
What do you
So
mean
They
that's
want to
part of
do
it?
that. That's what they want to
yeah,
do,
but
right?
that's why you want to that's why you want to be with a woman because you want to have kids and you want to be in love with somebody in a relationship, right?
Yes,
So
but
why are
that's
you
also
doing what you want?
it's also just within me naturally.
Yeah, it's
You
within
don't
the
believe
lesbian
that. You think
naturally.
Sexuality is not like biological.
so what do you believe then? Because the host earlier was saying that it's not within us, but you're saying it is. I'm a little confused here. Like, do you guys
I'm
believe
not.
that
I
it's
said sexuality is not biological.
so do you I'm assuming you two are both on the same page. So neither of you believe that there is
People's
something
page.
within us, like as a
Oh
man, to
shit.
want to be with another woman. You don't think that's real?
No, I don't believe that's true. No.
They're not
I
studies
think
on this, so they're not like
yeah,
empirical data.
I
Like,
think physical
Well,
attraction
gay
to
people exist,
morphology.
my guy.
Yeah, I think that's
yeah, they
biological.
exist right now. Why do you think they exist right now? Because we're just being
They
okay with
have
people just
existed
being
from the
happy, doing whatever
beginning
they
of
want.
They have existed from the beginning of time.
And they were
exist
shamed
across
from
multiple
the beginning of
species.
time.
Yeah, irrationally
Right, but
They were
you
cast
don't have
away.
any, like, you just don't have any analysis.
Irrationally, no,
I don't know
rationally shamed.
why you don't know what rationality is. You can't make a coherent thought to save
I've
your
been
life.
very coherent, all right?
No,
very
you haven't. It's very incoherent. What is morality?
How are they? Hold on. How are
One
they
second.
irrationally cast away? How are they irrationally shamed? What? I think it
Because,
makes perfect sense why
because
they're
of ideas, because of ideas like patriarchy and theology.
But
It's
people
that
love to
simple.
say that it's the patriarchy. Patriarchy is a result of years and years of societies being societies. It's not an idea. No one just came up with an idea like, you know what, men should have power. It's not. It doesn't work like that. We came up with the patriarchy from years of just people being people.
See, that's incoherent. You said nothing.
How was that? What?
Wait,
You
what's
said
the
nothing.
argument
False.
that we should have a patriarch? What's the argument there?
Like from the beginning of time, like there wasn't
not
like
from
back
the
during the
beginning
caveman
of
days,
time.
if you believe in that, or like whatever you believe in.
We
It's
didn't
not
have
Christian or whatever.
societies
Like
in the caveman days. What are you talking about?
right. People were
Patriarchy
just
is a
people.
type
They
of
just acted.
society.
They just right. They just acted.
I would
People just
say
acted.
like
So
liberally. I would
right,
say
now.
like liberally, patriarchy was probably created between 8,000 and 5,000 BC. But no, not since the beginning of time. That's silly.
But your whole
gotta
thing is
restart the
it was
live.
an
I got a
idea.
violation.
Someone came up with this. That's not true. People were just being people, and now we gave it a label.
Again,
That's what it
just
is.
incoherent. No.
How was that? So who came up with the
You're
patriarchy?
just saying people are being people. Like, that's not, like, do you know apples are apples? Like, that's what I mean. You're
Like,
saying nothing.
We're agents and we have to think rationally, right? Like
So
saying
who
people are
came
being
up with the
people.
patriarchy?
If what you mean by people are being people is that people sometimes act irrationally and come up with systems that fail and systems that are incoherent, right? Well, of course, people are going to agree with that, but you're being vague when you say people are
patriarchy
being
is an
people.
idea,
Yeah, what's the argument that
you're being vague when you say
wait, I'm sorry,
you're being vague when you say that
do you prescribe to the position that we ought to have a patriarchy?
Patriarchy is a
I
societal
do.
structure.
Yeah.
Okay, what's the argument for it?
Well, hold on. We're not just gonna. We're just gonna breeze past you saying that the patriarchy was an idea. Who came up with the idea?
Yeah, you're
So
literally
it's a social structure. Like, what do you like?
I'm saying
What
it's
do you mean by
natural. I'm
idea?
saying that's the result of years and years of people being people. What you
That's
say is,
not
that makes no
That's
sense.
not a conclusion. That's not a conclusion. You either need to give me a logical argument on why that would be a sound conclusion or evidence.
Okay, sure. So if
You know what a
do we
syllogism
agree
is?
that like if you want to go
Just
back
give
to
an
that-
argument, that's a question.
Dude. Okay.
Do you know what a
So-
syllogism is?
Can we get like a mute on this lady? Jeez. All right. So
No, we're
Are
gonna
you
mute on
afraid
you,
to
though.
answer a question?
No, but we can get a mute on you though, James.
look, how are you gonna ask me a question and not let me answer the question? Relax. All right.
I've been waiting for you to answer it.
So look, if we go back to caveman days, do we agree that the most likely from archaeological evidence or whatever
That's
you
a question.
believe in, that the men were hunters and gatherers primarily, right? We agree on
No.
this?
No.
Oh, we don't even agree on
Oh my
that.
God, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, Grandmaster, thank you for the $25. This guy's like not going anywhere. All right, I'm gonna bring up one more person, then I think I gotta restart the live. Ben, can I get your age, please? Oh shit, he didn't come up. Try to
I was
accept.
just say I see no one.
There we go. Ben, can I get your age, please?
Hey, what's good, man? 33.
All right, what's your argument?
Yeah, so I'm gonna say that the extremes, so like when it comes to the whole LGBTQ, right? The extremes, the L and the G, those are wrong.
Yeah, why?
Because the male DNA is supposed to fertilize the woman's egg.
What's the argument for that?
What do you mean, what's the argument for that?
Yeah, you said it's
Why
supposed
does
to.
that
When you say
matter?
supposed to, you mean like in a normative sense, right? Like so people ought, like a male ought fertilize a woman's egg or something like that. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that the male DNA wants to fertilize the woman's egg.
DNA doesn't want anything. I don't know what you like. Can you be like? We have to be precise in our language. This is a debate, okay?
I
So
mean, I'm
like,
trying to, it's your live. I don't want to say. All right, so
I
male.
understand what you're saying. Like, you can say sperm
fertilize
on
egg.
here, right? Like, I think that
Okay,
those are
so I didn't
fine.
know that. I didn't know
Yeah,
that. Well, yeah. So male sperm is to fertilize an egg.
yeah.
That's the
What I'm
goal.
trying to question here, when you say supposed to, that's normative language, correct? Or are you just saying that the male sperm does fertilize the egg?
Yes.
Okay, I agree
Yes.
with that. But why does it follow that because the male sperm does fertilize the egg, that therefore it's wrong for like to be gay or lesbian? Why, like, where's the inference jump here?
Why does that mean that it's wrong?
Yes.
Oh, so I'm saying that the only way you can be 100% L or 100% G is you have some type of disdain towards the opposite gender. So if I'm 100% G, that means I hate women to some degree.
No,
Or,
like when
I
you say hate, that's
some-
just like we're just talking about like romantic or sexual attraction. We're not talking about like ideological or anything like that. Like gay men don't
You
like
hate
it doesn't
men.
follow that. Yeah, do you hate men, Ben?
that's not the same because my DNA is fertilizing the egg. That's the goal.
No, wait, I'm sorry. As a straight man, does it follow that because you're a straight man that you hate men?
No,
So what did you
because
mean by hate?
my goal is to fertilize the egg.
That's
So
your
it's not, it
goal.
doesn't go from.
Wait, that's your
I'm
goal.
saying that's one goal.
How do you determine that that's your goal?
My heart is literally connected to my organ.
When you say heart, you just mean your mind.
Like that, Ben, I just don't. There's so much nuance that you're missing. Like, obviously,
What am I
are you
missing?
going? I'm gonna tell you. Like, are you going to like fertilize the egg of like a 12-year-old?
Obviously not.
Why
But
not,
I'm
Ben?
saying that the
Isn't your
goal.
heart connected to your DNA?
Okay, well, once upon a time, people did do that.
Okay.
Oh.
my
To
God.
then-
Oh,
right,
you
Ben,
sound
listen.
like
I'm not
yourself
saying that it's
saying it now.
Ben,
I'm
listen.
not
Okay.
saying that it's right. I'm just saying that that's what
Okay.
a
Do
man's
you
goal is.
understand what?
You
Okay, when you say a
define-
man's goal, all right, are goals independent of a man's mind?
Are goals independent
Yeah.
of a man's mind? I mean, of course they can be.
Okay,
But I-
give me an example of a goal
How?
that is not dependent on my mind.
A goal that's not dependent on your mind.
Yes. That's something I haven't rationally deliberated, right? So for example, I want groceries. My goal is therefore to get groceries, and therefore I have other goals, which is to like go to Target or something like that, Walmart, and get groceries, right? Those are my goals. I have another goal, get in the car, drive there, right? Those are goals, but they come from my mind. So can you give me an example of goals that motivate me towards some aim that don't depend on my mind?
Oh no, I can't do that right now. No.
I don't think those exist. I think those are incoherent, but like, or at least goals are all dependent on minds. But nonetheless, like if you're saying that your goal as a man is to reproduce or whatever, right?
Just
Like
as a man,
that's
even
just
women,
you.
they
That's
want to-
Ben's goal. That's your mind saying that
That's the
reproduce.
human
But it
goal.
doesn't follow that every man or every woman wants to reproduce, correct?
I believe that most people want to reproduce unless there's some type of mental blockage on not to
Okay.
do it. Yes.
So
But
everybody doesn't want to reproduce. You're saying most people want to reproduce. Let's just grant that for the sake of argument. Okay, so if somebody wants to reproduce, let's just take a lesbian. She does want to reproduce. So she gets in a relationship with another woman and goes to an IVF clinic. Now she's reproduced. What's wrong with that?
She goes to an IVF clinic, there's nothing wrong. Oh, I mean, I'd say you had a live up here before. You were talking about, LGBT being invited in schools. I was saying that's a kind of a brainwashing that shouldn't happen. I would say that two women raising a child is also some type of brainwashing.
Oh.
So I'd say that's wrong.
That's
But-
define brainwashing.
Training them to be LGBTQ.
Well, you
That's
haven't
not.
What
like
do you mean
if
training
it's
them? Can
I
you
don't,
tell me how I become gay, Ben? Because I'm really sick of men, to be honest.
Oh,
Well, actually, then you're proving my point. You're saying that you're sick of us, so you have some type of disdain towards us. That's why you are
not
L.
because she's straight
I'm not, I'm actually
or bi.
saying I'm not a lesbian and I want to be. Tell me how I can become a
Oh.
lesbian, Ben.
right over your head, Ben.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Tell me how I can become a lesbian, because I want to be one.
Why are you asking me how you can become a
Because you
lesbian?
said that two lesbians raising a child brainwashes them to be LGBTQ. So how do you do that? How do you brainwash somebody into being
Oh, okay,
LGBTQ?
okay. Yeah. So let's say I'm a kid. Both of my parents are two men. I see them happy in love. I see they're having a good life, and then I can confuse one of my relationships with my friend and think, hey, maybe we're supposed to be together.
By that logic, straight people do the same thing.
Yeah, like you would just be saying that it's
No,
wrong
you
for.
don't, because sperm is supposed to fertilize the
Oh my
egg. So
God,
no, it's
you
not
were back to
logical.
this. Okay, so when
Ben. Are we
Why are you
acknowledging
guys getting
that?
angry? I
Wait,
thought we were having a
one
debate
second.
here. I
I
think I'm
feel
making a
like you're
very valid
just.
point.
No, it's not a valid point because it's short-sighted. When we talk about like raising children and reproduction, it's not just about fertilization. Because obviously you're not going to find a woman that you find attractive and then grape her if she doesn't want to have children with you, right?
Correct.
Right. And then there's going to also be like a support system to help you raise your children, right?
There's going to be a support system to help me raise. What do you mean by that? Like,
The village.
Like my mom helps me with my son.
okay, yeah, sure.
Or like
So
aunties.
it's not
uncles.
just about fertilization. It's also about relationships, commitment, and
try to
community.
fertilize is crazy.
So I don't know why you're reducing it down to a biological process when we're social creatures and you're just ignoring how we socialize with each other and just highlighting this as if somehow that's an indication of how we ought to socialize.
So I'm glad you said that. You said we're social creatures. So this is another point I'm getting to. What I'm trying to say is, right, maybe we as humans are so smart that we're going against natural biology and women are becoming L and men are becoming G. You know what I'm saying? So maybe
Why
Wait,
have
so
they always been?
wait, how does somebody that just follow? You're just trying to say that people deliberate, in their rational thinking to be attracted to somebody of the same sex. That's what you're saying, right? That's just like obviously nobody just like comes to conclusions and then all of a sudden their brain chemistry or whatever changes to where now they're just attracted to like women now when they were attracted to men. That's not what happens.
so. Did what I say before not make sense about
No, like you're not
It,
making
it
valid
just it
arguments and non
doesn't
sequiturs.
logically follow. Like, what does reproduction have to do with how we socialize?
what does reproduction have to do with how we socialize?
Yes. Like, so when we talk about morality, what do you think that is?
Doing what's right, what's best for other people.
What's best for other people? What do you mean by that? Are we talking about society? Are we talking about your friends? Are we talking about your family? What do we mean here?
Everything. So if I see someone getting into a fight and their life is in danger, I try to do what I can to help. Isn't that morality? Or am I?
Okay.
Well, so I am asking you what you think morality is, because I would just say if we're going to start making social prescriptions, we would have to agree on a goal. And if we're going to have a goal of society, I would just say the goal would be to instigate human flourishing. And I don't see why people who have same-sex or same-gender attraction couldn't exist. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, what I'm saying is the extremes here are wrong. So people who are B, they're perfectly fine. You do what you want to be happy. But I'm saying
How are they an extreme, though? How are they an extreme?
How are they not an extreme? You're saying you're not able.
You've made a claim. You've made a claim. You've said they are the extreme. Tell me how.
I've made a claim. They're at the extreme because you're avoiding what your body naturally wants, your egg to be fertilized.
That's not what it. Can you like? I don't even think I'm really struggling here. Like,
Wait, okay, let
what do
me
you mean by extreme?
How is that not extreme? Okay, let me ask you this.
I
Let's
would
say
say that's a variation, Ben. You know, like there's chocolate ice cream, there's strawberry ice cream, there's vanilla ice cream. It's just
these
a
are not ice
variation.
creams, okay?
I'm not saying it's an analogy, Ben.
I know what
I'm
you mean, but
comparing
it's not
concepts.
it's not a
If
valid
I
analogy.
go like sexuality can be just different categories, just like ice cream is. I wouldn't say chocolate is more extreme than strawberry.
listen,
Just
Ben.
different
Do you
flavors.
think that a lesbian is
Making
attracted
sense.
to a man? All things
Do I
considered.
think that a
Yeah.
lesbian? No, she's a lesbian.
Right. Okay. So, do you think that somebody is obligated to reproduce with somebody that they're not attracted to and would never consent to being with?
Of course not.
Right. So,
But my problem,
mhm.
the thing I'm trying to say here is that is a mental problem. The only reason I could be a man and not
Show me
attracted to
evidence of
any
that.
woman on this planet is, okay, so the evidence I have is there's a study done with monkeys, right? There was monkeys done, and it said that 75% of these monkeys were B, right? That they were B. So they did, both. But the monkeys that were B had X amount more children than the monkeys that were 100% straight. So I'm going to say that B is normal. Monkeys do it. Fine. But none of these monkeys were 100% L or 100% G.
Ben, how am I
that has
50% L?
it doesn't. What
How am I
inferences?
50% L?
How are you 50% L?
You keep saying 100% L, 100% G. How am I 50%?
Okay, I'm
Just
sorry.
do it on the
I'm
weekends?
sorry. You know what I mean.
Ben.
You know what I mean.
No,
So,
I don't. That's why I'm asking you.
Ben,
How do you not
so
know what I mean? How do you
okay.
not know what I mean?
Because it's incoherent, Ben. That's
It's
how
not
I don't know what you
incoherent.
mean.
Just because I said 100% L, fine. That's not right. 50% is B, 100% is L or G. Okay?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Okay, so Ben, okay, so that what you just cited to me, I don't know about that. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Okay, so you're saying, like, listen, if a lesbian, because you granted that lesbians aren't attracted to men, and they do not consent to being with men, right? Now, you're saying that what she's doing when she dates a woman is she's choosing to be with somebody that she cannot reproduce with, right? Am I mischaracterizing you?
No, you're 100% right.
Okay, so you're saying that she's doing this because she's obligated to be with somebody else, right? In this case, somebody who she would be able to reproduce with. But the problem is that set of people are people that she would not consent to being with, right? So now the value judgment is we have to determine, is this obligation to procreate, does it require consent from both parties under your ethical system?
Of course.
Okay. And lesbians don't consent to being with men.
Yes, they don't consent to being with men. Yeah.
Okay. So if the obligation requires consent, lesbians don't consent. Therefore, lesbians don't have that obligation. So it follows that the lesbian is not doing anything wrong.
But I'm saying, you're asking me why.
Which premise did you reject? That's just like it's deductively valid. That proves the argument false. Which premise did you reject?
That the last thing you said, I don't remember exactly what you said, but
That was the conclusion.
Okay, let me.
The premises lead to the conclusion.
So the question you're asking is, why is being lesbian wrong? I'm saying it's wrong because you have a mental disdain for the opposite gender.
No, okay, so you said, I asked if I characterized your position correctly. You said it's wrong. This woman on the right, what she's doing wrong is she's making a choice to be in a romantic relationship with a person that she knows that she cannot reproduce with. You said that is what makes her wrong, because she could be with somebody that she could reproduce with. Now,
She's choosing to do that because of the mental disdain.
what it
Yes.
does, like you call it, doesn't matter what you call it. It's just the case that she does not consent to being with men. So if you're saying that the obligation is based off of consent, which means it necessitates consent, and then you're granting that she does not give that consent, then it follows that she is not obligated. And I'll just put this on you so you can understand. Let's put you in the position of a lesbian. Let's say, Ben, the only way for you to reproduce was for another man to blow your back out. Would you do it?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with two men being together. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with two lesbians being together. But both of those should have their normal attraction to the opposite gender. I'm not saying this is wrong. I'm saying there's something, maybe therapy or something. There's something wrong that they don't want to be with someone that.
So that the lesbian couple is not a wrong couple, right? Just to be clear.
He's like saying like being gay is like a mental illness.
Yeah, like you're not gonna be able to justify that. But can I get you to answer my question?
I'm sorry, what was your question again?
Yeah, let's just say the only way you could reproduce is to have another man blow your back out. Now, you're not attracted to this man because I'm assuming you're straight. So if somebody would have just like, oh, that's just like some mental disdain, and you should get therapy. So that way you can want to have your back blown out by another man. Would you do that? Would you even want that therapy?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So, that's not the same because that's what the scenario you're making is that's how we're supposed to reproduce.
Yeah, so in that scenario, the only way that Ben can reproduce is to like, arch back all that shit, right? But I'm asking you, like, let's just say, like, just to be clear, that would be grape under your view, correct?
What, if a man blew my back out, that would be great?
Why you gotta say it like, yes.
That's what you said. Yeah, fine, yeah. Then
yeah, that would be grape. But it wouldn't be grape if you went to therapy to like change your mental status so that way you'd want to have your back blown out, right?
Come on, bro. You cannot change what is natural biology and try to make this.
You're just
Okay.
You're just presupposing that that's true. You have no evidence of that.
Presupposing that what's true? That a man needs to blow my back
that
out?
heterosexuality is the default.
It is the default.
No, you're just presupposing that's true. Give me evidence.
It's the default because that's how we reproduce. It's what we're here as humans to do.
It might be
That's another presupposition. Give me evidence for that.
Is this a Christian argument?
No, I'm not doing any of this Bible stuff. I'm just saying that men and women create babies.
Ben,
That's
do
the
you
way it's supposed to be.
know what a G-spot is?
Of course, I know what a G-spot is.
Do men have a G-spot?
Yes, we do. And I know where it is.
Where
It's
is
in
it?
By the way, shout out to
area.
Sean.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you
know.
so much,
In the
Sean, for the
booth
32
Yep.
months. Sorry, I
Do you
missed
have,
it.
like-
Thank you, Sean.
Like a biological or like atomical obligation to allow someone to like shove things up your butt?
It's nothing I've wanted, no.
Do you have the obligation though? Isn't that what biology is telling you? That you ought do this because it's sexually gratifying?
What does this have to do with reproduction?
I'm just giving you another biological marker because you're saying this biological
This biological
outcome.
marker doesn't mean anything, okay? I don't need my back end to create children.
Wait,
In a
but
hypothetical, you do.
I know. But you're telling us that we ought to do things because biology indicates that. So I'm just taking that logic and applying it in another category, which is that you ought to have things shoved up your butt because that is sexually stimulating.
Okay, fine. If that's
Because
the only
biology
way for me
says
to
so.
create a baby, then fine. It's normal. But I'm saying it's not necessary for me to create a baby. Well, I know it's not necessary.
Neither is consent, Ben.
We're not talking about non-consent. I'm not talking about graping
Wait,
any
but
women.
you're just talking about now. You realize that when you say necessary, that I can also give you other things that are not necessary. Consent isn't necessary, but you wouldn't prescribe that people reproduce without consent, right?
Of course not, but I'm saying
Then
the
what
reason
does
you don't
necessary
consent-
have to do with it, Ben?
I'm saying the reason that a L woman wouldn't consent
No,
to being with
no,
a man
stop.
is a
You're just
mental
pivoting.
problem.
You're just
I'm not
pivoting.
pivoting.
You
I'm
are.
staying
Tell me
directly
why.
on point, ma'am.
Tell me why something has to be necessary. Because you just conceded it doesn't. Consent doesn't need to be necessary.
Yes, consent doesn't need to be necessary.
Right. So
Oh, no,
then
no, no,
why
I'm sorry. Consent.
are you
Yes,
saying that I
I'm
don't
sorry.
have to have my prostate stimulated because it's not necessary? That doesn't have anything to do with anything. Necessity is irrelevant.
Ma'am, you're trying to negate what I'm saying by putting in these fairy tale arguments. I think what I'm saying
I
makes
don't
a
know.
lot.
You say words. I don't think you know what you're saying.
I think I know exactly
What do you
I'm
mean
saying. I
by
hope you
fairy
understand it.
tale? I haven't mentioned one Disney princess.
You just said that I need a man to blow my back out to create
No,
a
that was
baby.
Bradley. That wasn't me.
That's
Whatever.
the hypothetical, man.
I mean,
You
your wife
agree with it, don't
could
you?
peg you for all I care.
Okay, then fine. Then fine. She could peg me,
But
but
I'm
I'm
just
saying
highlighting how biology doesn't prescribe moral odds.
biology doesn't describe moral odds. Okay, fine.
Prescribe.
Fine. You are absolutely right. But I'm saying the reason you have this moral view is a mental health issue. It's a
No,
mental
but you
problem.
have no
you have with
evidence
it.
of that, Ben. Ben, you
That's-
were blessed with one brain cell. I think you have more of a mental health issue than I do.
I have no mental health issues.
You
That doesn't make
absolutely do.
complete
You
sense.
still haven't told me what a 50%
Homophobia, I
lesbian
think,
is.
is a mental issue, but
Homophobia is a mental issue,
yes.
Oh, absolutely.
and
Yeah,
I'm not
it's-
homophobic. I think the
just-
problem with being I said there's nothing wrong with being B. I said there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, like listen, like people come up with like listen, like when people say things like, "Oh, this is a mental illness," you know, like that's a historical thing that people have tried to ascribe to LGBTQ people, right? They've never been able to justify it, but they have been trying to do that. And you're just doing the same thing, and you're only doing that because I don't even know like the inference that you're trying to make here, because you're just saying that, well, they should have this well, they do have this attraction to somebody of the opposite sex, but they shouldn't have that attraction. They should be attracted to somebody of the opposite sex. I'm sorry, so the same sex. They should have an attraction to somebody of the opposite sex. But you don't have an argument for why they should have an attraction to the opposite sex, right? So it's just
I'm
irrational
saying
to call them a mental.
attraction to both. I'm saying they should have an attraction to both. There should also be some type of attraction to
Wait, so
towards
are you a bisexual man?
no.
Okay, you're saying you should be bisexual?
No, because my sperm is supposed to fertilize an egg.
That's
I'm not saying there's anything
That's
wrong with it.
who.
Okay.
I'm
What
not
if
saying
you
there's
don't have
anything
any?
wrong
What if you
with
don't
it.
have any swimmers, Ben? What if they don't work?
That is a most men have swimmers.
All right, guys. I'm sorry. I gotta restart the live. I'll be back in like 20 seconds.
Goodbye.
So everybody coming back, just come back in here. 20 seconds. I gotta restart. Sorry, TikTok moderation shit. See you guys in about 20 seconds. Jesus, man. All right. Damn, we already have 500 viewers right there. All right, we're back. Jesus Christ. All right, we're back. It's me. I'm all 500. Yeah, warning. All right, we're back, y'all. Welcome back. Let's go. All right, if you think being lesbian is wrong, hop in the guest request. If you don't, thank you. Just stick in the comments. Appreciate you. And I'll bring up the co-hosts in just a bit. What up, everybody? What up? Took him all the way to St. Louis with that hypothetical. Neen, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you. All right. Phoebe, thank you for the heart me. Hello, can I get your age, please? Oh, yeah, he's still loading in. Hold on a second. Okay, I don't know what's wrong with this guy's account, but anyway. Let's try this again. Let's try this person. Hello, can I get your age, please? Why is nobody loading in? What the fuck? I'm so confused. Hold on, give me a second. Like, literally nobody's loading in. I don't know what's happening. No, I didn't lose access. It's just, I think some of these people's connection is bad. Let me try to bring up Nanners to see if it works. Okay. I might have to restart. Chat, TikTok chat, do y'all see 2 people here, or at least 1 person here? I might have to restart again. Fuck. No? Okay. All right, I'm gonna restart. I'll be back in 10 seconds. We're gonna restart. I'm just gonna force close the app and see what happens. All right, I'll be right back. That's weird. I'm up, restart. Yeah, I'm on your screen. Your screen is black. That's weird. Okay. I'll try it again. A little glitch. I'll just force close the app. Okay. That's consent free, force it. And when they locked you out of the app, yeah, that shit. All right, we're back. Let's try this again. Alrighty, y'all. Alrighty. How do you get up there? If you're opposition. All right, hello. Can I get your age?
35. Can you
I can hear you. Why is being lesbian
hear
wrong?
me now? Well, it's not about being lesbian is wrong. It was just something I wanted to say with the former guest. I'm from Germany, so excuse my English if it's not that good.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
But
no, that's fine.
if I
Go
look
ahead.
at the society right now, I'm straight, right? I'm straight, right? Just like you would say. But I'm considering to date women because men are not dateable in the big time.
Yeah.
And the patriarchy just made like such a mess
Mhm.
with men and women that I cannot cohabitate with a man anymore. I cannot date men anymore because they are like very sassy, very childish, not taking any responsibility anymore. And it's not about the reproduction, because if you look at data in the internet, there are men who has 14 children, 20 children, 36 children. So it's not about the reproduction anymore. You know, there are men, they are reproducing like hell.
Yeah.
So we don't need every woman to reproduct. And at this point, I'm very like considering to date a woman, because women are the only species like understanding what a woman is going through. And if you look at the unpaid labor, every woman is like serving her husband or her man. What are we are programmed like this. About Disney, about those Hollywood movies.
Yeah.
I mean, have you seen ever like this love in books, like in love songs, like in Hollywood movies? I have never seen that in real life.
Yeah.
But they are programming us to believe in this love sham, you know, and just to get free schmecks from us.
Right. Well,
And
I think we
and
I think we
I'm
agree.
considering to date women, and not because I'm
Yeah, go ahead.
perfect. Because I'm not lesbian at this point. I'm not really homosexual, but I'm considering to be it. You know?
Gotcha. Well, I do hope you
Yeah.
and wish you fruitful endeavors in that way. I'm gonna look for a debate, but I do thank you for coming up, and I appreciate you. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You have a good one. All right. If you do think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. Let's see. Hold on. And get Ben back up here. There we go. All right.
Hello?
Yep.
What's up, man? I'm back.
What did we leave off with? Sorry, I had to restart.
Yeah. I mean, where did we leave off? Yeah, I'm saying it's the only reason you can be extreme is because it's a mental problem.
Yeah, what's the argument for that?
The argument is that is reproduction, and the proof of my argument is the study done with monkeys.
Well, that okay. So, like, do lesbians still want to reproduce, right? Sometimes.
Yeah,
like they
sure.
go through IVF, so it can't be a mental problem. Because if you're saying the mental problem is that they don't want to reproduce, that's just false, because there are lesbians who want to reproduce.
But I'm saying they should want to be with someone they can reproduce with.
Why?
At least some part of them should be attracted to the opposite gender. Some part of everyone should be attracted to the opposite gender.
Why? If that's not required to have kids, then what's the purpose of that?
It's not required to have kids today in the science we believe, but it was definitely required at one point.
So it used to be wrong, but now it's no longer wrong?
It used to be wrong, but now it's no longer
Yeah,
wrong.
you're saying like it used to be wrong before when you kind of had to like naturally do it in order to have kids. But now, because it's no longer required for you to naturally do it in order to have kids, therefore it's no longer wrong for a woman to be in a relationship with another woman, because it's not required for her to be in a relationship with somebody that she can reproduce with, given that she can still reproduce with somebody that without even doing it naturally.
Okay. But no. I'm saying the only reason you wouldn't have an attraction at all.
No, she has an attraction, just not to
No,
women.
she
Just not to
doesn't.
men.
Well, yeah. So it's the only reason she doesn't have that attraction to the opposite gender is that mental problem. Is that
Yeah,
mental
well,
blockage.
we're trying to give an argument for it being a mental problem. What, like, just give me the proposition that is the mental problem. She doesn't want to be with somebody that she can reproduce with. That's the mental problem.
So I'm saying that it's a mental problem because I'm kind of saying that we're so smart that we're creating these problems, us as humans.
Can you
That's why I
like
bring up
tell
the
me?
thing.
Okay, is it a mental problem for a man to want to be in love and fall in love with like a woman who is infertile? Is that a mental problem?
I mean, no, because it's she's
It's
a
a
woman who,
contradiction.
it's not a contradiction because that woman is an anomaly. Most women
What?
can reproduce.
No, the anomaly. No, the fact is that he knows that this woman cannot reproduce, and yet he is still want to pursue a relationship with her. How is that not a mental problem under your model?
Because most women can't. He can't tell that about the woman when he first meets her. He can't tell that until
Okay,
something
so
that's
let's say she does tell him.
I know with
Let's say
another
she tells
man.
him very early on. Let's say she tells him very early, first or second date, and he still chooses after she has told him, and now he's fully aware. Let's say it's like not even like she's had a hysterectomy, right? So she doesn't even have like a uterus anymore,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Okay, so he has a mental problem after she has told him that, and he still wants to pursue a relationship. He has a mental problem.
No, that's not a mental problem.
Then that's just a
And
contradiction of it.
I don't think it's a contradiction. You're bringing up an anomaly to try and disprove me.
Yeah. Like in order, if your model says that what it means to have a mental, in this case, if you are attracted to somebody that you know you cannot reproduce with, and that is a mental problem, well, that's not just true for lesbians. In this case, you would be special pleading. You would say it's only a mental problem for lesbians, but in these other cases, I can think of a few other cases, it's not a mental problem. And then you have no good reason to distinguish them from each other.
Because in any type of scenario, you can bring off these these anomalies that'll, negate my point. You can do this with
Yes.
everything.
Like that's kind of how an argument works. If you can find a counterexample, right, to an argument, right, and it's a deductive argument, then the premises just don't follow to the conclusion, right? You're saying something like, premise one, I have to construct this in my head like on the fly, but premise one,
I know what you're
if
trying to say.
yeah, premise one, if you have an attraction to someone that you know you cannot reproduce with, then you have a mental problem. Premise two, lesbians have an attraction to somebody that they know they cannot reproduce with. Therefore, lesbians have a mental problem. But premise one, if you just grant premise one and then just swap out premise two with any other situation, the argument still would listen. Like you would just say, men who knowingly and date infertile women
How
are
many
people.
women? I'm sorry. How many women do you think are born infertile?
It doesn't matter.
I know the answer.
If there's one, it counters your point.
Okay, how
It
many?
doesn't
men
matter
can I
if it
do?
was 100, if it was 100%, 90%, 4%, or 0.01%. It doesn't matter. It refutes your argument.
It does matter. It does matter because people operate on norms. They operate on
Yeah, your
what
argument about
norms.
whether it's a mental problem is not based off norms. It's just based off of whether you have an attraction to somebody who does not, who you know can't reproduce with. Nowhere in the mental problem analysis did you say anything about norms.
Nowhere in the mental analysis say anything about
Yeah,
norms.
when you say it's a mental
They
problem, did
kind
you
of go
say
together.
it has to be normal?
Did I s- did I say that it has to be normal?
Yeah, you didn't say that, did you? You just said if you're attracted to somebody and you know you cannot reproduce, it's a conjunct. You're attracted to somebody and you know you can't reproduce with that person, then you have a mental problem. It just follows that you have a mental problem. But you won't grant that. You will only say that for lesbians. You won't say it for any other person in which that's true. That's just special pleading. It's a contradiction. And generally speaking, it's just a non sequitur. The conditional statement itself is a non sequitur. So the argument's like it falls apart laughably.
I don't know what you mean by non sequitur.
Non sequitur just doesn't follow that if you like the conditional statement. Like if I were to say the grass is green because the moon is gray, that's a non sequitur. Those two have nothing to do with each other, right? So it's a non sequitur to say that if you are not attracted to somebody who you knowingly can't reproduce with, then you have a mental problem,
Okay, I
right?
see what
That's a
you're
non
saying.
sequitur. That doesn't
Okay.
follow.
Okay. But the problem I'm saying here is the mental blockage against the possibility of reproducing.
There's
Does
no
that make
no. It's still possible for them to reproduce. They're like she's still able. She has a uterus, right? Here. Let me ask you this. Okay, here's another counterexample. Let's say these two women were both infertile, and they both had hysterectomies. Is what they're doing wrong?
Come on, man. This is ridiculous.
That's not an argument. Because now you can't use the reproduction argument anymore, huh?
Okay, fine. Then they can't reproduce.
Yeah, so they can't reproduce with anyone, not just with each other. So what would make what they're doing wrong? If you think that would be wrong.
I'm just saying that there is a brain problem here. Okay?
That's
So,
not the question I asked. What makes it wrong if you have two infertile women in a relationship? Why is that wrong?
well, first off, I'm not saying it's wrong for two women to be together. I'm saying it's wrong for them to not have an attraction to the opposite gender because they hate the opposite gender for whatever reason.
Yeah,
That's
so
not
okay,
wrong.
so it would just follow from that it's wrong for a man to be with a woman that he like. Do you believe in the whole no sex before marriage thing, or is that not your thing?
I mean, I can do it.
No, I'm saying, like, is it wrong to have sex outside of marriage in your view?
I mean, no.
Okay, so like if somebody gets in a relationship, a man and a woman, like whatever, they get into a relationship and now they're boyfriend and girlfriend or husband and wife, right? And then we find out that the wife is not infertile, she'll never be able to have kids, right? It just seems like you're saying that the man choosing to be with the woman, or knowing that she's infertile, or the woman choosing to be with the man knowing that he's infertile, after they figure that out and then they choose to still be with that person, you're just saying that they have a mental problem.
No, I'm not, because because they can. Okay, they can.
They can what?
I mean, you're right. They can't. They can't have children, biologically
With
but
that person that
men
they're
and
attracted
women
to, right?
can
Okay.
create children.
Huh?
Men and women are supposed to create or can create children.
Not in
That's
this
what we
case.
can't.
This infertile men and women can't create children.
No,
That's
no,
why
no,
I
no,
brought
no.
them
Yes,
up.
you're right. You're right. But you're saying, come on, man.
Okay, so I'm giving you cases that are counterexamples to your argument. It's just very, very simple. Like you're saying that the lesbian, like there's something wrong with the lesbian's mind, given that she's attracted to somebody that she knows she can't be attracted to. But
Because she's
if I
only
listen,
attracted
I can let me do a behind the veil analogy, right? So you have a lesbian woman, and I'm telling you that she's dating somebody, right? And she knows, we don't know the sex of this person that she's dating. Well, let's not even say that she's lesbian. She's just a woman. She could be lesbian, she could be straight, she could be bi, right? Actually, let's make her bi. This makes it better. Okay. So we have a bisexual woman, and I'm telling you that this bisexual woman is dating some person, but I don't know what the sex of that person is. Okay, we following so far?
Yeah.
Okay. Now the bisexual woman, she knows that the person that she's dating, she cannot reproduce with, right? Does she have a mental problem based off of those facts that I've given you?
So it's a bisexual woman with a woman.
We don't know the other
I
person's
don't
sex.
listen to anything.
What?
Thank you for the tiny Downy. I appreciate you, Grandmaster. Holy shit. That was cool. I've never seen that one. Yeah, so we don't know the sex of the person this bisexual woman is dating. So, but we know that the bisexual woman knows that she cannot reproduce with this other person. Does she have a mental problem? Yes or no?
Oh, so she's with someone they can't even tell. No. I'm gonna say no, but
Okay.
I'm going to say that there should be an attraction to the opposite gender. I'm not saying B is wrong because you said bisexual. I'm not saying bisexual is wrong with that. I'm just saying that, yeah, no. It's the same
Okay.
sentence.
So in order
Saying
to
bisexual,
determine whether
I'm
this is a
saying
mental
only B is
problem,
wrong.
in order to determine whether this is a mental problem, I have to reveal that this other person is female.
What?
So
have to reveal
so
that.
we don't know what the sex of the person that she's dating is, right?
Okay.
Okay, so if I showed you that she was female that she was dating, is it all of a sudden wrong? Or now she has a mental problem? I'm sorry.
I'm saying it's wrong if she doesn't want to be with the opposite gender. I'm not saying it's wrong for her to be with whoever makes her happy.
Yeah,
And,
you've
do
given
something. If she
reasons,
doesn't
but
want to be with the opposite gender at all.
yeah,
There's a mental problem.
Ben, but you've given reasons for why it's wrong to not want to be with somebody of the opposite gender. And the reason why that's wrong, or the reason why you're saying that that's a mental problem, is because they don't want to be with somebody that they can reproduce with, right?
Okay, yeah, but it's also who. I'm saying men are supposed to be with women.
Yeah, well, that's just begging the question.
Oh my God, man.
All right, y'all can talk to him. I gotta use the bathroom.
It's just all of these minor scenarios you try to bring in. Everything
You're mad because it's refuting your argument anyway. You
Because
keep
it's a
saying,
minor
wait.
that
You
refutes
keep
my
saying that
argument.
bisexual people are fine because they don't go to the extremes, right?
And you call the extremes lesbian and gay, correct?
Yeah.
Wouldn't being heterosexual also be classified as an extreme, considering you're completely ruling out, or maybe you even have an aversion to the same sex? Wouldn't that logic also apply there?
He asked me this before. So no, because my sperm is supposed to fertilize an egg. All right? That's the purpose
What?
of us as humans, to reproduce. Okay? And I was
It's
also bringing up
it's
the
not.
study with the
But
monkey.
just because it's like the natural way doesn't mean it's like the moral way. You understand that, right?
I mean, sure, it's not the moral way. Fine. Okay, let me ask you something. Let's say
Sure.
you were at a dinner with your partner. You guys are out at Red Lobster. I don't know, and you and your partner, you're having a good time. You're eating, laughing, and across from you is a table, and there's another woman, and she's having dinner, and she's talking to an imaginary person. Would you say there's something mentally wrong with them?
Are you saying lesbians are imaginary? What? This
What?
doesn't
No,
make any
no.
sense. What are you getting at?
I'm
What?
not saying. Oh, I mean, I guess.
Can you
That was
can you tell me what you're
terrible
comparing?
analogy. That was a terrible
Yeah.
analogy.
I'm
my
trying
God.
to say that the person next to you is talking to no one.
Okay, lesbians in fact talk to other people. They talk to women. So I don't know why you're bringing this up. I mean, if you're saying that this person is schizophrenic, yeah, then obviously. But that's not what
But what
lesbians
I'm saying
are.
is they're not harming anyone.
Well, no. But
Okay,
if
so
somebody
you're trying to make up
if
this
somebody has
moral
fucking
argument.
schizophrenia, right? They're harming themselves. So he brought up like an example. If I'm out to dinner with my partner, right, and I'm having a good time, then I notice somebody off in the corner, a woman talking to herself. Wouldn't I say that they like have a mental like issue? I guess he's trying. There's nobody there across the table.
How do
There's
you
no
know
one
that
there.
they? Yeah, and they're like their partners
Urban,
is
what?
at a restaurant too, and they're
Urban,
just like
what?
having a
What does the earpiece have to do?
date.
Lesbian, schizophrenic.
Like that analogy sucks.
Sorry.
Oh my God.
What's the hypothetical?
All
We're
right,
just
let's
assuming this
see what
person
does.
is not talking to someone, or we just know that this person is not talking to anyone.
Apparently,
They
Ben
think.
knows that they're talking to no one.
I know they're not talking to anyone.
How do you know
Okay.
though?
How do you know?
What does that have to do with the analogy? I know they're not talking to anyone.
How
Yeah.
though?
So are you just saying that? Are we granting that this person's schizophrenic?
I mean, yeah, because she was bringing up a moral argument. So I'm saying they're not hurting anyone, right?
Well,
Two
they're
lesbians together,
they're
they're not
hurting
hurting anyone.
they're hurting
They're
themselves.
hurting themselves by being
Schizophrenic.
unmedicated.
Yeah, because they don't have like a some of them
If
at
they're not
least
hurting
don't
themselves.
have some of them don't have like a connection to reality, given the structure of their brain. So they could like that's harmful to them. And a rational, informed version of themselves would rather have a connection to reality, so that way they can
Funny how
know
you call
what
how you
would
said
make
they don't
them
have a
fruitful,
connection to
make
reality.
themselves fruitful. Right. So yeah. Anyway, Grandmaster, thank you for the kick. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Grandmaster.
I got some things to shout out here. Chuck, thank you so much, Chuck, for the $10 on Cash App. I appreciate you, Chuck. First Cash App of the night. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you so much for your support of the stream. Welcome everybody. Welcome back. We're just did a quick restart. Yeah, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We would absolutely, positively love to talk to you. Appreciate you. Let's get the next person up here. Let's see if we have any other debates. Let's see. Bold, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 47 years old, man.
Okay. What's your argument today?
I say it's wrong because it's anti-family, it's anti-humanity.
How
You
so?
know,
Let's start with one at a time. So when you say, what is a family? How's it anti-family?
family is two adults or two people that can procreate, bring forth the next generation.
Understood. So like if a man is with an infertile woman and they're married with a like let's say adopted child, that's not a family in your view, correct?
It's a family, but they haven't procreated though.
Yeah, you said
They're
a
not
family
a
is
viable
somebody.
family.
When you said, okay, so you're changing the definition. You said a
I'm
family
not.
is these two adults who can procreate. So I've denied
Yes.
you the fact that they can procreate by making them infertile. So are they still a family?
Say that again. You said that too fast and confusing.
Sure. You said that what it means to be a family is that these two
Right.
adults, whatever, they can procreate, correct?
Yeah, bring forth the next generation, your
Right.
progeny.
So if they can't procreate, a man and a woman, because they're infertile, are they still a family?
You can, but not a fruitful family, you can say.
Okay, what is a fruitful family? Because that's just a contradiction. What is a fruitful family?
Not a contradiction.
A fruitful adult in, because like if you just swap out the terms, it's a contradiction. You saying a family is these two adults who can procreate and start a family, and then you're saying
Yes.
it's not a fruitful family. It's a family, which means they
Yeah.
can't procreate. But you're just saying that they can and cannot procreate. I don't understand the argument.
Yeah. So anti-family meaning that they cannot procreate. That's why
Okay.
lesbian is bad.
Okay.
A
Can
family
a
is
man
good.
and a woman who are infertile procreate?
They can, if they are infertile, they cannot procreate.
Right. So they are anti-family.
Well, they're not a fruitful family.
Are they
It's not that they're
anti-family? The
anti-family.
question are they anti-family?
The infertile people,
Yes.
they're not anti-family.
Okay. Now we got ourselves
They
into
just
a
cannot
contradiction.
make one.
Yeah.
The ability
Okay.
to make,
Yeah.
able to make
Neither
one.
same as the lesbian. Why can't I just say the lesbian couple is not anti-family? They just can't make one.
They're anti-family because it's propagating a certain behavior.
Like
You
what?
know, if everybody was to become lesbians, then the whole species would
I
die
understand.
out.
So if everybody were to
You know,
only
the
if everybody would
inability, the inability not to be able to make a
uh-huh.
family, and you just having a cross wiring in your
Uh-huh.
mind, it's not the same thing.
Okay, so if everybody were to only date infertile people, the human race would die out as well, correct?
Right.
What do we conclude from that?
So I mean, you can say that there's infertility of the body and infertility of the mind.
No, we're saying
Oh my
infertility.
God.
Let's say a woman has had a hysterectomy. You know what a hysterectomy is, just to be clear, right?
Yeah, I'm a registered nurse. I do. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so a hysterectomy. So a woman has a hysterectomy, and let's say the man knows that this woman has had a hysterectomy, right? You're saying that that's not anti-family, correct? Just to be clear.
That if you was to make a choice to marry that person,
Yes.
then you're not considering your progeny. Yeah, you're not consider. So you are making an anti-family move.
Okay, so they're doing something wrong. Okay, so do you think that so you think a man who marries his wife, marries a woman, is his wife now, and finds out that she's infertile, they should get divorced. He should divorce her for that, right?
If it was me, I probably would. If the woman found out that the sperm motility was no good, she would probably do what's best for her. I mean, take your emotions out of it. You
So
can
you
be
would
all emotionally invested all you want, but you got to take your emotions out of it and make the right moves.
do you think procreation is like necessary or required of a person?
Maybe individually not, but for the collective humanity, for humanity
Okay.
to go forward, yes,
So
it
in
is
general, it is like a
necessary.
necessity. Like it is necessary. Okay.
Yeah,
So
that's
say
why we do what we
tomorrow,
do.
right? 1 second. So say tomorrow that like women decided to stop sleeping with men altogether
That's not going to happen.
consensually. But listen, I don't care if it's not going to happen. This is my hypothetical, right? So
No, no.
again, say women decided to stop sleeping with men altogether, consensually. Do you think then men would have the obligation to go around raping women to like continue humanity?
That's just so
No, no,
out
no.
of whack.
Answer my
What
hypothetical.
if all oxygen turned into nitrogen tomorrow, and
Well, that's
we
not the
just all
hypothetical that I gave
transform?
you. So
I
please
mean,
answer my hypothetical.
it's
Hey,
just
Bold.
unrealistic,
Hey,
man.
Bold. Hey, Bold.
Stay
Bode,
within the
Bode,
bounds of reality.
Bode. It's a hypothetical. Just answer it, please.
Being able to engage with hypotheticals shows intelligence. So
It shows
open our
logical
brain.
consistency as well.
Yeah, let's open our brain up and think for a little bit, okay? I think you can do that. I believe in you.
You're muted, by the way. Okay, there you go.
It's super unrealistic, man. It's just
That's why it's a
Obviously, I know
hypothetical.
I
Answer the
know it's
question.
unrealistic, but I'm still asking you to see the principle.
I mean, what if we all turn into flies tomorrow? I mean,
Answer
what
not
kind
my
of
question,
hypothetical.
deal with
please.
that, man? That's ridiculous.
Well, listen, the question, like, kind of what we do on this panel.
I don't want to answer that.
I know you
It's
don't want to,
ridiculous.
but that just because you don't want to, it doesn't mean that the question's not going
And
to keep
I'm
being
not going
asked.
to. You guys can
All
boot
right.
me up.
Well,
I'm
they're
not
just
going
going to keep asking
That's
you the
ridiculous.
question. I think the reason why you're not
No.
answering the question is because you're scared to answer the question, right? You don't like the consequences of it. Bailey, thank you for Tiny Danny. I appreciate you. Yeah, so I think you just don't like the consequences of the answer to the question. That's why the question is going to keep getting asked, so that way we can hear for the audience exactly what's going on here with your ethical system.
Yeah, because you threw in hypotheticals as well that were very unrealistic. You said that, like, well, if everyone was just a lesbian tomorrow, then humanity would cease to exist, right? That's an unrealistic hypothetical,
You
right?
wanted us to answer that
So,
one.
yeah, you wanted us to answer that one. So please answer my unrealistic hypothetical since we answered yours.
Their logic on, oh, if some people are gay, all people are going to be gay, drives me nuts. Like, grow up. There's a balance.
The conversation isn't going to continue until you answer my question. Thank you, Sunday.
Thank you for the gifts, guys. I really appreciate it.
W gifts. By the way, we are live on Twitch. If you guys want to go watch over there, we're trying to get our viewership, average viewership to 75 average viewership. That's first link in bio. You can put that up. We got Star Wars Lo-Fi playing in the background. Drop a follow. I'll shout your name out. I appreciate you. That's Twitch. Over
Thank you,
in my link in
Stephers.
bio. I appreciate you.
Bold.
Did he
unmute.
run away? No, he's purposely staying on mute so he doesn't have to answer the question.
Yeah. Registered nurse, mind you.
Bro. Are we, like, throwing a tantrum right now and playing the...
Well, when he figures
have you
out whether he's going to answer the question, we'll leave him on his little temper tantrum. Let's get some more opposition in here. Andy, can I get your age, please? Andy, you are live in front of a total of like 500 people. Can I get your age? All right. Well, I don't think
Insane
Andy is
meeting
with
is
us.
insane. Rest in peace.
R.I.P. Andy.
Anybody? Oh.
Registered up Red Lobster is crazy. Katie, can I get your age, please?
8.
What was it?
8.
8?
18.
Oh, what's your argument?
I just wanted to tell Ben some biological facts, but he left.
It's really hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
They said that they want to tell Ben some biological facts. But he
Oh, okay.
left.
All right, Katie. Well,
Yeah.
you have a good one. Thank you for coming up. I
Yeah.
appreciate you.
Yeah.
Maisie, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch, and thank you for the Prime sub. If you do have Amazon Prime, they do give you 1 free sub a month. So thank you so much for using that Prime sub on me. I appreciate you, Maisie. Thank you so much. Welcome to the family on Twitch. Again, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Hey, Demi's here.
Hey, Bold, did you like?
You
did
just
you have
left
a
me in the
stroke?
comments.
Bold, are you still with us?
Hello?
We're not kicking you. You're
Yeah,
gonna,
we're gonna-
either have to
We're
run.
gonna mute him out the chat too. I
Yeah.
want to hear your voice, not see your
Oh.
words.
Bro, thought he was gonna comment. That's so funny.
Nah,
Didn't
bruh.
they say they were like 47? Why are they acting 12?
Because they don't like my hypothetical.
He's so for real. My
Listen.
10-year-old acts better than this.
Let me see.
So
Let's
you
get
can
some
answer
opposition.
theirs about the whole world going gay, but they can't answer yours?
About the whole world going
Apparently.
anti. Mark, can I get your age, please?
I'm 32, but
All right.
here's the
What's your
thing, man.
argument?
No, I have no argument. My argument's against this bold line, dude. Like, what in the ever living hell are you talking about? As far as, this is my problem when people bring up the whole thing about reproduction. Why does that matter? In what world does that matter? You know, that's none of your business, nor anybody else's business.
Yeah.
That is your relationship. You know, if you want to
Mhm.
be gay or straight or lesbian, that is your business. And that's the whole problem. People cannot just keep to themselves. And I'm getting really tired of seeing these people continuing the same arguments that I've been hearing since I was a kid. And see, even since before I was even born. Like, can we just move on into the 21st century, for God's sakes?
There you go. Well, Mark, thank you so much
Yeah,
for
I've
coming
heard
up. I
better
appreciate you, my
arguments
man.
in the 90s, Mark.
All right, y'all have a good
Yeah,
day.
so
All right, man. Take it easy.
I really think you should change your name to the Cowardly Lion because you're not bold enough to answer my hypothetical. Right? You've been
don't do
on.
the Cowardly Lion dirty like that. He was a
He
brave
eventually
boy.
got his courage, right? Which I don't think is the same for this guest.
Oh,
And he left.
rest in peace.
I was actually serious about that. I actually heard better argumentation in the 90s.
Also,
don't know what-
big shout out to Parker's. Thank you so much, Parker's. Thank you for the $10 Cash App. I appreciate you. Parker says, thank you for using Philbro powers for good. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Real.
I mean, sometimes I want to slap Carbon for their fill, bro, but
Yeah,
I agree.
You know, it helps me sleep at night, so
There you
I'll.
go. Thank you, Phoenix. I appreciate you. All right, dude, you are live. Can I get your age, please? Hello, dude. All right, I don't think Du is with us
R.I.P.
anymore. So RIP, Du. We got this guy again. Did you want to go ahead and answer that question, Bold, or are you still running from it? Let me know.
Oh man, you guys, it was completely muted. I couldn't unmute myself.
Yeah, you could.
We
We sent
sent
you
you
multiple
unmute.
different unmute
Yeah.
requests. You're lying.
Okay,
Kira,
yeah,
thank you
yeah.
for the follow
So-
on
That's not
Twitch.
allowed, man.
So let's
Come
go
on.
ahead and
Wait,
ask the
wait.
question again.
Yeah, so you said that reproduction is necessary and it's an obligation, right? So if women tomorrow decided to stop having sex with men consensually, do you think men are obligated or have the right to go around raping women to continue humanity?
No.
Why not? Because your entire argument against like lesbians is the fact that they're anti-family and they're not reproducing and that they're
Well,
required to.
it's not a requirement. Okay,
Okay,
you're not
then.
required to do anything.
Then what are they doing
So
that's
how are
wrong?
then how are lesbians wrong?
Well, this is what I'm about to tell you. You're not required to do anything. Okay, but you know, for humanity, for humanity to proceed to go on, you know, procreation happens.
That's just
It
a
must happen.
descriptive claim. That doesn't tell us about what people should
being
do.
a lesbian, with you being a lesbian, with lesbianism, you know, that stops that. So it's anti-family, it's anti-humanity.
Okay,
Why
so
do all
here's
these
not
idiots
something that
put
should be
ism on the end of
propagated.
everything?
And you know,
heterosexualityism is just like this ideology that listen, Bold, you're making an inference, right? You're making an inference that
biological
I'm sorry,
fact
Bold,
of
you're
life.
making an inference that if somebody's anti-family, they're doing something wrong, correct?
Yeah, it's wrong. Lesbian,
Okay.
it's not. It's
Is
wrong. It's
a
not good.
man like in this hypothetical world where all women choose to abstain from having sex and therefore having children with men, is a man being anti-family by choosing not to grape her?
It's being respectful. But it's just that it's just so far
Okay.
out. You
Cool.
know.
All right. Well, now let's
So
bring it back.
everybody
Oh, okay,
can be
cool.
gay.
Let's bring it back to the
That's
real
not
world
gonna
now.
happen.
So we got a principle here that if wait, hold on. So we got a principle here, right? So the principle is you should be pro-family with consent,
Yes.
correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Question. Now it requires consent to be pro-family, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Again.
Does a lesbian consent to having sex with a man?
She's a lesbian, so she does not do that with men, right?
Right, that's correct. So it follows that if you're being pro-family, in order, like if you have this obligation to being pro-family, it requires consent. But the lesbian does not give that consent to being with the man. Therefore, she is not required to be pro-family, correct? If
You're
what you mean by
making
pro-family,
absolutely no
you don't.
sense.
Okay, let me
No,
break
no,
it down even
perfect
further.
Being
sense.
a
Okay,
lesbian
let
or
me break it
being,
down. Let me break it down even further. I'll make it more simple.
yeah, that you're
Right.
making no sense, man.
Yeah, it made sense
That
to
makes
everybody
no
but
sense.
you, but I'll break it down in
Yeah,
different
exactly.
terms. I got you. Okay, so
Go
a
ahead.
lesbian, what the lesbian is doing that is wrong here in this picture, she's choosing to be with someone that she knows she cannot reproduce with, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now that because she could choose to be with somebody that she could procreate with, the problem is the people that she could procreate with, she doesn't consent to being with. Do we agree?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Now,
anti-family. Yeah.
now the problem is that you're obligating this woman to be with someone that she does not consent to being with.
She's
You
not
understand that?
obligated.
Okay,
You don't
okay,
have,
all right.
just like
So
I
if
said,
okay,
you don't
cool,
have to
cool,
do
cool, cool,
anything.
cool.
She's not obligated.
Okay, so it's not the case that she's doing anything wrong because she's not obligated to choose somebody that she can procreate with. She's not obligated to that.
Yeah,
Therefore, it
selfish.
follows from that
Yeah, it
she's
is her
relieved
life.
of any obligation to be with somebody that she could procreate with. And if she's relieved of that obligation, then it follows from that she's not doing anything wrong when she's with a lesbian, because what it means to be obligated to something is just to say, if I'm obligated to X,
If you
if I'm
decide,
obligated to X, that means doing not X is wrong, correct?
listen, if you decide
That
to
was a
go
question.
shoot somebody in
That
the
was a
face,
question.
okay.
That was a question.
What's your question again?
Okay, if
You
you're
know,
obligated to something, that means
you're
not.
keeping it non-simple.
Okay,
Keep it simple.
if you're obligated to X, that means doing not X is wrong, correct?
Look, that's confusing.
Okay,
You're not.
when I say okay, you have a 5-year-old child.
You're an RN?
Is it true that you're obligated to feed your child? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, which means that not feeding your child is wrong. Starving them, that would be wrong, correct?
Yes, that
Yeah,
is wrong.
that's just what obligation means. Doing the opposite of that is just wrong. Okay, so when you say that what a lesbian is doing wrong, that means she's failing to fulfill some obligation that she would have in this case, right?
Which is wrong.
Okay, so if she's failing
Yeah.
to fulfill the obligation, right, to be with a man, is that the obligation?
Yeah, she's wrong.
Okay, does she consent to being with the man?
She's not consenting to be with a man.
Yeah, okay, she's
Hey, what are you
obligated to.
talking
Okay,
about?
okay, so it just follows that you, Bold, are obligating this lesbian to be with a person that she does not consent to being with.
That is the right thing to do.
Okay,
but she's
now
choosing to do the wrong
I
thing.
understand. Now I'm gonna put you in that situation and let's see how you adjudicate it. Okay, Bold, you're a straight man, right?
I am.
Let's say the only way for you to reproduce is to have another man blow your back out. Are you doing something wrong by choosing not to be with that man?
That does not. Look, man. You
Yeah.
see, no.
Yeah.
Because that's not how
Let's go.
procreation works.
Let's go. No, I said in this case, in the hypothetical, it is.
That's
In
a
the hypothetical, it is. Come on. I'm gonna keep
That's
asking. I'm gonna ask the
anti-family,
question.
like,
Yeah,
and
it's
I'm
anti.
against that.
Yeah, so
No,
you're
it's not
anti-family, not having your back
anti-family.
blown out by. Listen. In this case, right? And let's say I've implanted some device on the motility of your sperm, the mobility of your sperm, right? And it only unlocks if another man blows your back out while it's arched. Okay, so is it your view that it is wrong? Is it your view that it is wrong for you to choose not to be with that man?
My friend, that's not how life works, okay?
It's how the life
Right.
works in the
That's the
hypothetical.
It's men and women. You know, I can say, hey, look, hypothetical. If we all turn into giraffes, okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey,
we
listen, we
start
answered your
free,
hypothetical. Answer
you
ours.
know, and
We
then,
answered your.
you know,
Hold on,
we
Bold.
fly
Bold,
like birds.
Bold. Your first
Come on, man.
run to for a hypothetical was if the whole world turns lesbian. So you want to talk about an outlandish fucking hypothetical? You started these. So second off,
Hey,
you said
I used one.
hi.
You
I'm
guys are
still
using like
talking.
three.
Why are you talking? Shut up.
Man, be
So-
respectful, man. Come on, man. I didn't
And
tell
don't
anybody to
interrupt.
shut up.
Interrupting
Maybe
is
shut your
disrespectful.
mouth and I won't tell you to shut up. So anyway, here, let's not use a hypothetical. According to you, yeah, that's what
Oh,
I
he
thought.
ran. I love it.
He's a running. He's a track star.
Taking shit.
Too easy. That one always gets them. Nolan, can I get your age?
I love how you specify the
Yo.
arch.
Are you a furry?
You sure if you want me to be? What's your age?
Oh,
I'm 19, but the
All
one
right, what's
below
the
it,
argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
I don't know, nigger.
Okay, it's Mr. by the way. You got to put the Mr. in front.
Mr. Nigger?
Yeah, that's Mr. You got to have a little bit of respect from me. Okay, I appreciate you.
That's the first person I've seen who really could do that. That's insane.
I love it. I love it.
Furry?
How do
What's
you
wrong with being
keep
a
your
furry?
life up?
And by the way, I'm only half black, so it's just Nick. Okay,
Oh, Carbon.
hit me up.
I might need to find another live.
Let's go. Eli, thank you so much for the tiny
W,
diny. I
Eli.
appreciate you.
No, seriously, how is the first thing you say when you get on the panel? Are you a furry?
I think they seen your profile picture, Demi, because they
Right. So if
started
I
to say
had
person
this
below me.
profile picture, that
Why
would
would Carbon be the furry?
right.
I appreciate you guys for the gifts. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Let's get
Carbon's
it in.
furry. Carbon's a furry by association.
The better one is you've all seen my lives, right? I have my VTube model now.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I wish
The
I had
amount
that.
of people that come up on the panel and go, "Are you a furry?"
No shit. Carbon's persona is a python.
Oh.
Hey, I'm down with a scaly.
Oh my. Lord Inwardington the Third Esquire, the Blackstone Manor. Exactly. There you go.
Wait, is that why you're the length of my monitor, Carbon?
Oh my god.
The curve.
Wait, where's this Andy
Can I
guy?
get
He was
that
up here
play?
and he didn't want to say anything. Hold on, let me try to get it back up here. See if he wants to.
Somebody said arched furry.
I arch, but only for my husband. Oh my god, it's 2 a.m. No wonder my mouth is going off.
Andy, why are you running? Alright, well, if you have live access, okay, and you don't want to come up, then you get muted out the chat. Sorry, buddy. I don't allow
Bye-bye.
people to hide in the chat.
Yeah, don't be a coward. Don't be a coward.
400 people already. Fuck yeah, let's go. Are we staying on this topic or are we moving to another one?
Give it a few minutes and then we can move on.
Only ops, yeah, only ops.
Wait, what the
Fonzie,
fuck?
thank you so much for
Void,
the
are you
heart.
considering... Somebody said Void, are you considering the Pythagorean theorem when you're measuring carbon? What does that mean?
The fuck?
No, I really wanted to know if that guest thought that me and my husband should eat ourselves out of existence due to the fact that we can't possibly have a quote family because we were both born infertile.
Also, what about straight couples that just don't want kids in general, even if they are like not struggling with infertility?
Yeah, like nuns.
Is there just
Are
straight people
nuns
who
wrong?
don't?
They don't count as a family. Duh.
That's not.
Useless, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch, and also Real Pippi, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you. If you are opposition,
Real
if you think
who?
being lesbian is wrong, go ahead and hop on the guest request. If you do not think that being lesbian is wrong, do not join the guest request. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. We're gonna get to the next person. I think these are not opposition, so we'll bring this guy up. Preston, can I get your age, please?
Never mind. My bad, bro.
All right, Roger.
That's a fetus. That's a blastocyst.
Harmony, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate
I
you.
told you I was gonna leave.
Anyway, Harmony, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Oh,
He said, I told y'all I was gonna leave.
Because you had me in the comments so long, I was doing research while they were talking. So infertility apparently is an quote abnormality according to their wording, which is about 13.4% of what 13.4 actually. What's the percentage of
10,
females
9.
that are lesbian?
Oh, that'd be half of the gay population, maybe roughly. Yeah, it's probably be like 6 or 7, maybe.
1.4.
Really?
Yep. The majority, just like the inverse to gay men, the majority are bi. Bi holds up the largest margin of the LGBTQIA.
Yep.
Interesting. The person
I
on the
actually just
bottom
found it
of the panel
fascinating
is
because
very
it's a
pretty. Me? Oh, thank you.
Carbon, try to steal mine.
Carbon just
I just found it
slouching.
fascinating that
Toby.
there's less lesbians than there are intersex individuals.
That's crazy. And there's a lot of lesbians. I know a lot of lesbians.
Not
Me
Carbon
too.
for Furries account. That's crazy.
Carbon for furries? Hell yeah.
All right, let's get
What if I started in your chat? I'm so sorry.
We love furries over here.
I think the issue is that they can't imagine things being different than what they already are. So his hypothetical sounded crazy to us, but he thinks it could happen. Yeah.
No, I think these individuals took the old Snickers commercial too seriously when it said we should never have changed Snickers the same for the last 79 years or whatever the heck it said. Basically, it was an entire commercial that says change is bad.
Yo.
Bailey, calm down. Jesus Christ.
Huh?
Someone in chat named Bailey just dropped the most wild comment I think I've ever seen.
Nanners, why are you so goddamn attractive?
Hi, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry. What? You can't do that to me, Demi.
I can't talk right now.
Did we just stun each other?
Yes,
What's
very much so.
happening? Okay, now I'm blushing. Stop. Oh.
All right, if you want to debate, go and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Get on up to 25,000 likes. Appreciate you. And gift the panel. Panel's fucking awesome. Hit them up. I don't know why they have less than 100. I don't even know why they have less than 500. Like, what's going on there? That's a little oppressive, honestly. Anyway, we'll get the next person up here. Again, only if you disagree. Hit that up. Marlon, sorry. Can I get your age, please?
Hello?
All right. I don't. Okay. Anyway,
We don't talk to children.
Bro, it's crazy. Let's get the next person.
I'm scared.
Foxy, can I get you? Okay, you're gone. All right. Bye-bye. I just made the Carbon for Furs account. Oh, that was you?
It was you who did it. W. Thank you, Zeus.
Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't
Okay,
trying to.
Jeff.
Yeah, no doubt. It happens. Try to tap, like, there's like a dividing line here. Try to tap on the left side of the screen if you're liking, because sometimes you'll like tap on the right side and accidentally click the request to join.
Tap Carbon's hat.
Yeah, like right here. Maybe like, is it right here? The request to join one? Yeah, it'd be like
A
above
little
you.
bit, yeah.
Yeah, maybe like just in this half. Try to tap.
Zeus, thank you for the hand heart. And PSA, we have 404 individuals in here with only 21.6 or 21.6k likes. Can you all double tap that screen? I can do that with 4 people, so with 400, there should be way more likes. Let's shoot for 50k in the next 5 minutes. Go ahead and double tap your screen. Try not to accidentally request.
Shares are only at 20. We need to get the shares up as well.
What do you get in return? Carbon's beautiful face.
Yeah, the more likes, the more it goes out to the For You page. It pushes out a little bit. More For You page means more debates.
You get to stay unmuted, Fawn.
All right, if you do disagree, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. So it looks like Essential's scared to debate. So sorry, man.
Carbon, we're back blowing.
All right, Essential. I sent you a request. If you're too scared to debate me, just say that, bro. But anyway, I sent you a request. Anybody else? Let me know.
Oh no, women were loving each other. What a horror!
I thought you said what a whore, and I was like, huh?
Horror.
Horror. It's like when I say rural counties. Rural.
Hilarious. So I get picked on for saying coffee and boss.
Woofy.
Yeah, shut up. This is why I don't tell people.
Why are all these people scared to come up? I keep like inviting them. They're all scared to come up. It's crazy.
Nanners, what are you drinking?
Kool-Aid.
Armani's scared to come up.
Did everybody just take a sip of their drink?
Yes.
Yeah, at the same time. All right, Armani's scared to come up. Who else is scared to come up?
Period says that you would lose a 1v1.
All right, let's get Period up. See if he wants to hit it up. Let's go.
Oh, they've been
Get on up here.
mouthing off in the comments for 30 minutes.
I sent you an invite. Hit me up. Let's go.
Posted my Cash App.
All right, I got 3 people who were chirping in the chat. Every single one of them have just rejected my request to come up here. Interesting. I love that. I love how it works.
What other topics do you have for tonight, Carbon?
It's never usually for a night. It's just like whatever people are feeling.
No, I mean,
bathroom.
what do you have on the reel?
Huh?
Bathroom.
Oh,
On
like
your
I don't.
reel, like in your repertoire, is that better?
Oh, all the ones that we usually debate.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you added any new ones.
Breastfeeding, I think, CPUs in here.
Fetus, can I get your age, please?
I'm 19.
All right, what's your argument?
I don't have an argument. I don't think lesbian is being wrong. I just think other people think it's wrong, probably based off hate. I think they try and argue and say it's like morals or religion, but it all just comes down to hate for other people, to be honest.
I'm done. Well, we agree. Thank you so much for coming up, okay?
Your username is terrifying.
As a pansexual individual, does that mean I'm like 23% lesbian and 47%?
Stop ducking.
There we go.
Bro.
Bro, come on up here. I keep inviting all of y'all, but y'all keep getting scared. All right, what's your age?
I'm like 20, but I'm just saying.
Wait, I'm sorry, Sly. Why did you just reject my request? Like, I invited all of y'all. Why are y'all scared to come up? Why are you the only one out of all 4 of y'all that decided not to come up?
I don't know. I'm not them. I'm just
you're saying ducking, but I am inviting them, and they're scared to come up. So they're ducking me.
I'm talking about essentials.
Okay, I've invited him twice. I think twice, and each of those times he
told you the pen has to be gone.
Huh?
He told you
so he's ducking me. Okay, so he's ducking me. He's trying to grant like certain he's saying that I don't want to debate you unless your live is different. Yeah. So okay, that's just him ducking me. Okay, now do you have an argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
Crickets.
Or is that a yes or is that a no? Or okay, now, bruh, this happens every time. They'll be like, "Stop running," and then I bring them up and they all run. Like that's so fucking funny. I love that shit.
So much to say in the comments. You are yapping for 30 fucking minutes in the comments. You finally get up here and you duck, tail, and run.
Jesus Christ! All right, let's get the next person in here.
Tomatoes.
All right, hello. Can I get your age, please?
Bro, I'm 19, bro. You ain't gotta worry about all that.
Roger that. What's your argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
Nigga, that was an argument?
Yeah, you know what an argument is?
Well, yeah, of course, but
do you have one?
Nigga, I mean, my nigga, you love who you love. Like,
okay.
That ain't really an argument, B.
Wait, do you think so? You don't think it's wrong?
Fuck no.
Okay, I'm looking for people who think it's wrong.
Oh.
He said, "Oh, you know what? Honest mistake."
All right, we'll get the next one up here. Oh, that guy left. Okay, whatever. All right, if you are opposition and you're not a runner and a dodger, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Come on.
I do want to thank you all so much. See, when you put your minds to it, you can get us to 50K likes. Let's try
Holy
to shoot
shit, that was quick.
75K likes. Thank you so much for double tapping that screen. 409 of you in here. Keep tapping away so we can keep this on the For You page and keep getting conversations to entertain all of you.
There we go. It seems like it's easier to get viewership on yeah. Oh yeah. All right, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. I'd love to talk to you. Thanks so much. Appreciate ya. Let's go. Harmony, thank you so much for the heart, man. I appreciate you.
You said fast finger furries?
The W.
Not wrong.
Oh my god.
Y'all want to hear some Star Wars lo-fi? Twitch, we're playing it right now. TikTok can't hear it. All y'all hear is just voices. But I love that shit. Anyway. What type of furry has the fastest fingers? It's crazy. What the fuck?
Probably a rabbit. I don't know.
400, no ops. Nope, no ops. Those people who were ducking, now they're gone. Wait, let me see if they're still watching. I'm gonna invite them again. Oh, they left.
They did.
How you gonna say I'm ducking and then I invite all of y'all up here and every single one of y'all run from the debate? That's crazy. Love that shit. I love it.
Why do dudes care if women are lesbians? Because half of them think that they quote unquote haven't met the right man and they could be the right man for them.
Also because they don't like women doing things that don't benefit them.
They don't like women in men's fields.
I will say this, and I will say this every time. The whole Christian nationalism, patriarchy thing, I think that's just a sexual fetish. When you see all these men, these red pillars are like, oh yeah, men should be this, that, and the other. Yeah, I think that's just a sexual fetish. Like, bro, just keep that shit. If you want to be dominant, just keep that shit in the bedroom. Stop trying to make society based off of that. Yeah, breeding kinks. You know, everybody has their kinks, okay? Don't prescribe your shit on other people. I should have a Christian nationalism background.
Yes, you should.
What would be the question? Why is Christian nationalism true? No, you would say.
Why are you a Christian nationalist?
Why are you pushing for a theocracy?
Well, theocracy
Why
sounds.
are you pushing your Christianism?
Christianism.
Why are you going against the forefathers and pushing Christian nationalism?
I'd say, like, why are you a Christian nationalist? Probably sounds the best. Yeah. Here, let me try to create that one. Hold on.
What is it? Why are you
What
a
should the
Christian
picture
nationalist?
be? Yeah. What should the picture be?
You ever seen those cartoons of that really angry man with like a MAGA shirt on and he's holding a Bible, like screaming?
What about like the White House with like a cross or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if there's any Google images. White House with a cross. Christian.
Someone said open Microsoft Paint.
Surprisingly,
Not
very
me
few
opening
pictures.
my
Like
photo editing programs.
Oh, this is a nice one. It's just a picture of the White House. It's like a speech bubble, but it's like Christianity. It's like a cross. That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, it's very simple. Let's just clip art. Or the Lady of Liberty in front of a cross, but the cross is filled out with the American flag. Ooh,
Wait, hold on, wait. What about instead of holding her torch, she's holding her cross? If you can find that.
Oh wait, these have like the. Never mind, I can't use these.
Are they like watermarked?
Yeah. Let's see if this is a debate. Probably not. I'm like 90% sure it's not. Soda, how old are you?
22.
Are you opposition?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think you are, but what's your argument?
Well, I believe that a child should have a mom and a dad.
When you say they should have a mom and a dad, you're saying that they should be produced by a male and a female, or they should be raised by a male and a female?
Raised.
Okay, why? First of all, that doesn't have anything to do with whether being lesbian is wrong. Why should they be raised?
Well, like how does a child learn to
That's a question.
like change a tire?
Girl,
Girl, these are
what?
talking for real.
I told you they're not
Girl, their
serious.
dad teaches them to change the tire.
No.
My grandma taught me.
Girl, it's not hard
Well,
to
my-
use a fucking. He's so goofy.
Yeah, women can change tires. So next
No.
question.
Okay, okay, who are you gonna call when your car breaks down? Your dad.
Triple
My
A,
mother.
bitch.
Why the fuck would you
What?
call your dad? Why don't you
My
call
dad
AAA? Or like, why wouldn't you just?
Oh, really?
If your mom knows how to do it, why wouldn't you just call your mom?
I was gonna say my mother's a gearhead. I would call her before my dad any day of the week.
My dad left me, so I don't know what you want me to do.
My dad's
Why
ashes
is that
to the
fucking
wind.
funny?
Anyway, told you it wasn't real. Okay, White House.
I'm sorry, I saw the username and then all I could think of was K-pop Demon Hunters and the song Soda Pop.
No. You know though, that shit is like their generation's prank calling. You know that, right?
Yep.
We're joining lives and
Someone not
trolling.
doing that shit. They're all having sleepovers right now, and they're like, "Let's troll this live." Like we used to do prank calls with Star 6-7.
Very much that, I agree.
Oh, I like this picture. We could do this one. Yeah, that's nice.
Carbon, can you pick 2 colors, please?
Blue and
2
green.
or 3 colors.
2 or 3 colors that you really like.
Blue and green.
Blue and green, cool. There you go.
Thank you.
Why are you a Christian national? First Sonas is crazy. Ants with the green, I got you. Alright, if you are opposition, hurry up. Get your bitch ass in here. Alright, new project. Christian nationalism. Create. By the way, Photopea is a free version of Photoshop. You can just go to that website and do whatever you can in Photoshop. It's just like a exact copy, but it's just a free version. Okay.
Don't say that. You can do about 90%.
You can do enough.
Somebody.
Yeah, I agree. I will absolutely admit I stopped paying my subscription on Photoshop and started using Photopea.
Yeah.
The Holitaria asked, when are we doing a carbon persona contest?
Crazy. I don't know.
Tomorrow.
Why are you a? Huh? Convert to smart object, rasterize, delete. And then we'll take this, copy all, increase the size to like, oops, that didn't work. I gotta get a new mouse.
Oh, this process is fun.
Why the
We're
fuck is
watching
it?
it.
Just hit Control Z. I'm literally watching you do it.
No, like, my mouse is fucked up. Like, I think I got water in it, so it doesn't hold a click for some reason.
No, I mean, how long have you had the mouse?
A while. It's like,
I was going to say your click count may have expired.
My click count?
No, I'm serious. My mice have click counts.
Are you dead ass?
Yeah.
I'm allowed to click. It just won't hold a click. There we go.
Right. That means the spring in it is weakened.
Oh, I thought you meant
That
like
makes
it's like a
sense.
subscription model. I was like, what the fuck?
Girl.
No, they have click counts. So like gamer mice have like 10 to 20 million clicks, but the average mouse only has like 2 million clicks on it.
Yeah. Jen, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate you.
This is so much fun watching this process.
Like I play Dota, my left click always goes out. I've gone through 30 mice.
30 mice.
Yeah, Mr. Nanners goes through a lot. That and his headphones and his keyboards.
I just got a new keyboard. My followers gifted it to me.
Yeah, Mr. Nanners desperately needs a new keyboard. He's had it for 3 years, and it's time. He needs a new one.
Well, if he's looking, I would highly recommend Grab a Star. Heavy, durable, and creamy. and he'll probably know what that means.
Speaking of creamy carbon.
Stop.
Give me that creamy carbonara.
How's that look?
Yo!
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Wait, I want to see.
How's that look? Just the wording.
Yeah, that's good.
All right,
That's
cool.
good.
How could you succumb to the dark side, Demi? Demi's been doing this just as long as I have.
I'm sorry, creamy carbonara was such a good pun. It's that 8.
That's definitely up there in my top 5.
Hello, what's your age?
Nah, tiny. He's God.
Can hear you. You're off the app now.
I think he went to go say a slur and then quickly exit.
Oh, does he not know he's still on the live?
Probably not. Hey,
That's
hey,
crazy.
Goober. You sound like a cousin fucker, so that's what I'm gonna call you. You're still on the app.
He doesn't know he's still here. That's crazy. I love it.
Hello, little buddy.
Anyway, he's gone. Okay. All right, how's this look?
Can't see anything.
Why are you a Christian nationalist with this picture?
I was going to say, once you center it,
Yeah,
Yeah, it's good.
it's good. All right, cool. Creative graphic design skills. Appreciate you. I was in.
I mean, I want to pick on it because you're not centered between your top words and your bottom words. You're about 4 pixels off, but
Girl,
that's the graphic.
pixels.
That's the graphic. Hey, my career field is graphics design. That's all
So
I can
I-
do. See that?
Yeah. All right, we're good. Okay.
Void, when I was going through my classes for graphics design and everything, they like literally ruined billboards for me. Now when I drive down the road and I see a billboard and something's off center or it doesn't make sense, all I can do is pick it apart.
That's so real, honestly.
Can I join? Do you think being lesbian is wrong? Holy shit, Blossom
W
with the
Blossom,
Night Star. Thank you so much. No? Okay, well just, no, you can't join them.
Sorry, but no.
Blossom,
W Night Star.
Thank you so much. I
Night Star,
appreciate
hello.
you.
That's the fucking gift, my bad.
Isn't that what Lucifer? No, that's Morning Star. That's right.
It's Morning Star.
Morning
Yeah.
Star.
Which means like light bringer is what that means.
Yeah.
Thank you for the tiny dining.
Do we change the topic? I don't think anybody's joining for this topic anymore. All right, let's get to the next one. Yeah, let's do the bathroom one. That's always fun.
Yeah.
Blue skies, thank you for the tiny dining. I appreciate you. Do you support alligator Auschwitz? Yeah, that too. Holy
Blossom.
shit. What the fuck?
Bro, at this point, Blossom, just reach Carbon's gift goal. Like, what you've sent by this time.
Right.
Also, thank
so
you
much.
for the
Appreciate
gift. I
you.
didn't know exactly what gift it was, but thank you. Thank you, Sleep.
I saw a tiny dining come through. I'm happy. Hey y'all, I know I said 75K, but you already pushed past it. So if we could go ahead and keep double tapping that screen and hit that 100K, I'd absolutely appreciate it. We're only 14K away from 100K with 370 people in here. It should be super quick. Thank you.
All right, Armani, I sent you an invite. Come on. Get up here.
Oh, thank you for the tiny
Why'd you reject my request, Armani? Why'd you reject it?
Thank
Come
you for
on,
the
buddy.
tiny Danny. Yeah, so Carbon mutes people who have live access and want to bark from the benches, because if you're going to hold the opposite stance, you're going to get in here and defend it if you have live access.
Yeah, the only people allowed in the comment sections are people who disagree but don't have live access, or people who agree.
And friendlies.
If you disagree and you have live access, You're not allowed in the comment sections. You got to be up here, okay, buddy? That's the rules. I don't allow people to, you know, hide out.
Bark from the benches.
There we go.
This
Let's try
this isn't Call of Duty. You don't get to just type the whole time.
Oh, is this the one that forgot?
Yeah. What's your age?
I'm about to be 19 in October.
All right. What's your argument?
So, I don't think if you don't pass as what gender you identify with, you should not be allowed in. Oh, if you're a trans woman and you don't pass, you shouldn't be allowed in the women's restroom, and vice versa.
Why?
I think you could put someone else in not danger, but I don't want to say
uncomfortable. You're saying?
Yeah, kind of.
Wouldn't that be true for somebody who's not trans as well, like a woman who is cisgender, who people perceive her to be male?
Like a mass lesbian.
So you're saying like some women should not be allowed, cis women should not be allowed in the women's restroom based off of that?
I just think if you don't have the biology and you don't pass, that you shouldn't be allowed in the restroom.
So it's a conjunct of passing and biology.
Yes.
Okay, so if you don't have the biology, you're just saying that trans women should not be allowed in the restroom, even if they pass, because you're making a conjunctive statement.
If they pass and if I can't tell or someone else can't tell that they were born male, then they should be allowed in whatever restroom they choose to be in. But I wouldn't want a little girl to be in the bathroom with someone who looks like a man and think that that's normal if a predator. I'm not saying trans people are predators by any means, but
I understand. So what if you think this person looks like a man? What if you think this person looks like a man and somebody else thinks that they look like a woman?
Then that's their opinion. But if they generally don't look like a woman, they shouldn't be allowed in the women's
When you say
restroom.
generally, based off of their own standard or other people's standards?
Other people's standards.
But if other people disagree on whether that person looks like a man or a woman, then how are they supposed to adjudicate which bathroom they go into?
By the general public's opinion.
So 50% maybe?
I would say more than 50%. If more people are saying that they look like a man, then no.
Okay, so if
more
like...
people are saying they look like a woman.
Okay, because like, so if Michelle Obama went into a conservative bar where, like, you know how Trump supporters are just calling her a trans woman, you know, for no reason, but they all think that because for whatever reason, Michelle Obama would have to use the men's restroom in that Trump supporter bar.
That's not.
Why not?
That doesn't make
It's
any
like
sense.
50%. It's like 60-70% of Trump supporters would like say that. Or I can pick in like Brittany Griner, you know, Trump supporters are saying that she's a man even though she's a cis woman, right? Under like if you go into a Trumper bar, right, Brittany Griner would have to use the men's restroom, right?
Yeah.
You got you,
Also,
Carbon.
User,
Oh, there you go.
what a privileged fucking stance. You are 18 years old, so you didn't live through the 90s and early 2000s and the impossible fucking beauty standards, and how hard those of us that are over, you know, a certain age, that have worked our fucking asses off to try and erase the fucking beauty standards, the impossible beauty standards that were implemented on us, that harmed us, that we had to, like, crush. How dare you? How dare you sit here and try and push us back into that fucking box of unrealistic beauty standards? Beauty is such a fucking spectrum. Be so fucking for real. There is no subjective of a woman.
I wasn't agreeing with the host's take about biological women who.
You are saying if they aren't clockable or whatever, or are clockable, what the fuck? Like, that is such a privileged place to stand from. I'm sorry, but I did not go through the 90s and early 2000s bullshit fucking beauty standards and get an ED and struggle with so many issues and then actively do work to erase that and change it for your fucking generation, for you to come up here and have that privileged ass stance to push us back in that fucking box.
Not
Fuck
only
you.
Not only that, but that stance is literally harming cis women just as much as trans women.
That's what I was going to get into.
Go ahead, Void. Take it away.
Well, like, the thing is, right, you're sitting here talking about, like, if they're clockable or if they're passing or not, right? And the thing is that's subjective to literally everyone. there have been, because of this rhetoric, right? There have been multiple butch lesbians or masked lesbians who have been assaulted because people just believe that they're trans women because they don't present like in a feminine way. This harms everybody. This harms every woman, trans women, cis women, lesbian women. Like, it's
There have been cis women
arbitrary.
that have lost their jobs because somebody accused them of being trans and going in the wrong restroom. There have been cis women that have been unalive because somebody assumed they were a trans individual. Because this whole, we can tell, sure,
bullshit.
maybe is bullshit. Maybe you get it right, maybe you get it wrong. But this argumentation of, oh, well, they don't pass to me, that's because it's subjective what passing is.
So,
Because one day, maybe somebody's going to think you don't pass.
so what does a trans woman need to look like to be able to piss and wash her hands in a washroom?
I would never go out of my way to tell someone they can't use a bathroom. I just don't think
You
it's
just
right.
did.
But I'm not going to, if I see a trans woman who I personally don't think passes using the restroom, I'm not going to tell that person they can't use that bathroom. And I'm not going to go up to them and tell them to get out because I don't think they look like how I think they should. I just don't think it's right. But I would never go out of my way.
How is it
for a
wrong,
trans
though?
What makes it wrong?
How is it wrong?
I just don't think that someone with male genitalia should be in a women's restroom. But
Yeah,
I'm
what's
not
the
going to go out of
argument?
my way to tell a person that.
Like if they
It's
go
not
in
safe.
there,
It's not right.
okay, so you think that by virtue of the fact that you're saying that a trans woman is inherently unsafe around
you,
a
Zeus.
cisgender woman. If she
Not-
has not had bottom surgery, you're just saying that she's
I'm not
inherently
saying all
unsafe.
of them, but I could create.
You said it's unsafe.
Which
I'm
again
not-
is a very privileged stance.
I could make that same comment about a cis woman or a cis man.
Okay, so
Everybody's
like-
dangerous in some way.
Okay, so if everybody's dangerous in some way, then cis women should not be able to use the bathroom with cis women, no matter what they look like.
I literally just didn't say that, but okay.
Yo, that just follows from the argument. You're saying everybody's unsafe in some way. So it follows from that if the safety standard is the argument, then cis women, we should only, like, nobody should use the bathroom with anyone. Yeah.
Well, if someone told me that I looked like a man and told me they were uncomfortable, that for me in their bathroom, I would leave for their comfort and come back.
I mean,
another
you
time.
can leave for their comfort. You don't. I want the argument that you're obligated to leave for their comfort.
Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, poor. Okay, I that actually breaks my heart because that is such a people-pleasing trait. I'm going to do things to make others comfortable. That's fucking.
This fucker was here last night.
Yeah, I think Grandmaster paid to kick him last night.
Yep.
You did, yeah.
What's your argument, Wave?
Over 2?
Wave, you are live. Yeah, I can hear you. What's your argument today?
Okay, I think trans people should only use the third gender washroom. And if there isn't one available, then they shouldn't be able to use it at all.
Yeah,
not the male one or
obviously
not the
that's your
woman.
view. What's the argument for
Oh
that
my
view?
god, Grandmaster W.
Sorry, am I kicked?
You will be in a few seconds, but what's the argument?
Oh, the argument is that since they're making the public adhere to their gender, like it's their responsibility to relieve themselves if they know that they are in a safe and comfortable space to do so.
Well, what? Wait, so I'm sorry. Okay, a trans woman goes into the woman's restroom. What is she doing wrong again?
No, before she leaves her safe space, which is her home, she should know. Let's just say she goes to the mall or something.
No,
know.
I'm sorry. The condition is she needs to use the bathroom. Whatever reason why she has to, she needs to use the bathroom. She's faced with the men and women's restroom. She goes in the women's restroom. She takes a piss, washes her hands, and then she leaves. She doesn't look at anyone. She doesn't talk to anyone. What did she do that was wrong? Is the question.
There has to be multiple conditions of the factors about if she's wrong or right, because in some scenarios, if she just uses the washroom, sure, she's okay to do so if there's not other girls or women around. Let's just say there are little girls using the washroom beside her and she's choosing to use the washroom. Yes, she's wrong.
Okay,
should
what
be
did?
jailed.
Okay, so she went into the restroom. She took a piss. She washed her hands, and then she left. There were other women in the restroom. What did she do that was wrong?
She relieved herself in the presence of other women with male
Yeah,
genitalia.
like very clearly, that's stipulated in the hypothetical. Why is that wrong?
Because I guess they're exposing something that isn't.
She's not exposing
They're
herself.
exposing
She went into
something
the
that.
stall. She went to the stall. She's not exposing herself. What are you talking about?
I mean, little girls will know that's not a woman, right?
Alex, she's in a stall.
She's in
You
a
know what a
stall.
stall is.
Do you realize that when men use washroom versus women, they make a different sound tinkling?
I don't. Wait. Okay. So like, just to be clear, so wait. Do you think that if the trans woman goes in there, uses the bathroom, you're saying the wrong maker is the fact that other people know she's using the restroom and that she's not female? I don't understand what the argument here is.
Saying the piss stream gives
Like-
it away.
Well, not all trans women have to, but like, I just want to know, like, what is the wrong maker here?
Well, it can make other women uncomfortable and other little kids
Oh.
uncomfortable.
Okay, so if the principle is that if you're making somebody uncomfortable, you can't use that restroom. Well, that's not just going to be for trans
No,
women,
but-
would it be?
But when you have the right to use that washroom, though,
When you say right, what do you mean? Like a legal right?
trans women do not have the right to
When you
use that
say
washroom. They were
right,
never
do you
given
mean
that right.
legal right?
Yes, legal right.
Okay, so trans women have a legal right to use the women's restroom in like almost
Okay,
every
so-
single state and almost every single county in the country. So your argument just fails there.
Sorry, then we can just say for purposes that the washroom was intended for female genitalia versus men's genitalia. That was what it was intended for.
How can a toilet be intended for female genitalia?
Well, there's urinals which women cannot
In
use.
the toilet in the
Yes, they
stall,
can.
how is it intended for female
Wait, yes, they
genitalia?
can.
And they
Women
can, by the
should
way.
never ever use urinals.
Wave.
I
Wait,
can-
hold
I
on.
can.
No distraction. Wave. How is a toilet in a stall in a woman's restroom made for female genitalia?
It's a social concept of
Okay.
the washroom. I'm not talking about the toilet. I'm talking about the idea
Okay,
of
so the
separating
fact that
the woman.
somebody wanted to separate this, that's the wrong maker. Okay, so if somebody wanted to segregate a bathroom based off race, then that would be fine.
Sure, I don't mind.
That would be fine, and so it would be, you would criticize morally the black person for going in the whites only restroom.
No, if there's 5 of the equal washrooms in a row, and one's designed for
Yeah, one for black people, one for white people, and a black person says, "No, fuck this. I'm going in the whites only restroom." You're saying that would be wrong for him to do that, right?
No, if all these washrooms have the same accessibility, as at the same space, is all equal, then I
separate
don't
but
mind.
equal.
Yeah. That's just
So
gonna be the
separate
that's
but
just
equal.
that's just the reduction on your view. Thank you, Grandmaster, for that kick. I appreciate you.
Fucking motherfucker was up here advocating for segregation. Also, I have to say, Demi, you're so beautiful. I can't.
I highly disagree, but thank you. No, don't put me on
Yes,
big
no,
screen. What is
listen.
wrong with you?
Listen, I don't see your face very often. I can't remember people's faces, but every time I do, I'm just like mesmerized.
Literally.
Oh, also, Void, I saw your comment. There you go.
Is this slim guy loading for y'all?
Yeah, he's loaded in.
Loaded for me.
It's not loading for me. Yeah, I'll wait until he loads.
Thank you for the gifts, everyone.
Shit, no, you're on the ones. That's crazy. All right. Well, this guy's not loading. I don't know what's going on, so I'm gonna just drop him. Button, can I get your age, please?
Unfortunately, I'm 48.
That's funny. Are you opposition or no? Oh, you're off the app.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you think trans people should be able to use the bathroom that they choose?
Yeah, I do. And
Okay.
here's my contention.
Well,
I'm a cis
but no,
woman.
I'm so sorry. I'm looking for opposition right now. We do have enough friendlies up, but if I'll let you say
Appreciate
something
you.
and then I gotta drop you. But I'll let you say your
I
piece
do-
though.
I used to be opposition.
Oh.
What changed
Yeah.
you? What?
I'm assuming if you don't interrupt her, she's about to tell us.
Yeah.
So I used to be opposition, and then my now nephew transitioned, and I took a lot of time, probably 2 years of study, and understanding transgender. I did a lot of studies of Yale, USC, and Cambridge, and it was really interesting to study. And it's really not the transgender community that is the problem in, let's just say, the women's restroom. It's the people that are pretending to be transgender that are the problem. It's not transgender.
Yeah, trans people don't have to answer for hypothetical non-trans people pretending to be trans and, you know, exploiting that. Yeah, they definitely don't have to answer for them. But if that's the
that's the contention now.
yeah, so that they just wouldn't have to answer to those people. So yeah, it just wouldn't be wrong for a trans person to use the bathroom on that basis.
No, but that's, I mean, as a cis person, very conservative person, that's where my mind was at.
Yeah.
Until
Well, it's
I
just like
started
a
educating
it would be like an appeal to probability, because like you said, like something possibly could happen because of this, therefore it probably would happen. But that obviously, like that would be a ridiculous probability. So like like
Absolutely.
cis men don't like put on wigs and go into like women's restrooms to like pray. Like that's not what happens.
Right.
There's much more.
Right.
Yeah, and then like
I was
even
gonna
if, why
say,
would they
if
have
were
to? Why would
really
they have to
going to do
pretend?
that, they would just say they're a trans man.
Yeah, like why would they have to put on that stuff? They would just pretend to be a trans man and not a trans woman. That way they don't have to, like, they could just wear what they usually wear and then just go in there and say, hey, I was born female. You know, so.
Also, they'll have a better chance in a church to assault someone than they ever would in the bathroom.
There you go. You might actually have the current Trump administration trying to defend them with the
Real
Department
quick
of
before you go
Justice.
to the next guest, I do want to say that is the most unfortunate thing, and I'm glad you came to some realization. But the amount of individuals that I hear say the only thing that changed their mind is someone close and important to them was trans, or they found out they were trans,
Yeah.
and then they started to do the research,
Because only until it affected them.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what's disheartening.
That's what's going on. Like that's
It's
why
a sad situation.
it explains like so much. Like when you have like rural counties, like a bunch of like conservatives, whatever, they don't grow up around like trans people or black people or immigrants or anything like that. So of course they're gonna be like hateful to them, because the only exposure that they have to those individuals is just their TV screen where people tell them to
You
hate those
blossom.
people.
Yo.
And they don't know how to like think for themselves. So Slim Jesus, can I get your age, please?
Damn, Blossom.
30.
Thank you so
How
much,
old are you?
Blossom. I appreciate you. Yeah, so do you have a argument for why trans people
How-
shouldn't be able to use the bathroom that they choose?
How old are you?
Old enough. Do you have an argument?
No, not old enough. How old
Yeah,
are
old
you?
enough. Old enough. Do you have an
No,
argument?
all right, bye now. I'm not gonna
All right.
waste
Are
my
you gonna
time
run
with
away?
the fucking
Are you running away?
21-year-old.
You're running
You
away?
fucking
He's
stupid
a
Running
rebel. He's
away?
a text dog.
You're running away,
No,
little
I
boy.
was-
You're
I
running
was-
away. I asked you your age just
You
to
have
make.
the
I don't know why
fucking-
you're over talking me. I asked you your age. I still don't know
have-
why you're over talking me. I asked you your age just to make sure that you were over 18, because you have to be over 18 to be on TikTok. That's the only reason I asked your age. Of course I'm of age because I'm hosting the live. So of course I'm over 18. Now, the question to you that was posited, don't run away from it, is what is your argument for why a trans woman should not use the women's restroom or a trans man should not use the men's restroom? Answer that question. Don't crash out.
You're
Waiting on
muted,
you,
bro.
Slim.
Wake up.
Waiting on you, Slim.
Hello?
Yeah, waiting on you,
We
Slim.
can hear you.
What's the answer to my question?
Videos in Disneyland recording freaking videos of
Why
people
the
in
fuck are y'all
bathrooms.
so obsessed with Lily Tino?
I just like
Dude,
I'm not taking the bait,
it's
Slim.
just-
I just
it's-
want you to give me an
It's
argument.
not just Tio. There's more than
Slim,
one
Slim,
Tio,
Slim.
you know?
What is the argument for why trans women should not use the women's restroom and why trans men should not use the men's restroom? Give me the argument.
There's weirdos and there's not weirdos.
Okay. So because there are weirdos, therefore it follows
The
from the
weirdos
fact
like Tio
that
that
they're
talk to
okay.
11-year-olds.
So because
But
there
then
are
there's people
okay,
that are actual
I understand.
trans and
I
they're
think I
not
understand
hurting
your
anyone.
argument here. So weirdos who are trans should not use the
Yeah.
women's restroom, but trans
But
women
they-
who are not weirdos can use the women's restroom.
No, it could be trans men or women. They're just weirdos out there, you know?
Wait, I'm sorry. So Slim, if a trans woman uses the women's restroom and is not a weirdo, then she's doing nothing wrong, correct?
Nothing wrong.
Okay, so your position is that trans people should be able to use the women's restroom. It's just weirdos shouldn't be able to use those restrooms, correct?
Yeah, but then
Okay, so I don't know why you
talk about
joined if you
trans
agree
in
with the
sports.
background.
But what about trans in sports?
Okay,
Yeah,
I mean, we can
that's fine.
change it if you want to concede. Yeah, so like when it
I'm
comes
not-
to trans
I'm-
people
I'm
in
just thinking
sports, yeah,
males-
we can go over to sports now. When it comes to trans
This
people in
is not the
sports,
topic you want to do with me
I know,
on the
right?
panel.
So if you
Why?
want to talk about like trans people in
You'll see.
sports,
Males
Slim, I'm trying to respond.
All right, I'm listening. Let me listen.
We're talking about trans people in sports. Now, first of all, I don't take this to be a moral issue, just more of a practical one. You want to make money, you want to maximize your viewership and stuff like that, right?
I
It seems to be, I don't know why you're over talking me. I don't know why you're over
I-
talking me. I don't know why you're over talking me. Okay. So
I
I don't
don't
take
want
this,
you to
I don't know
do
why
that.
you're over talking me. Why is he over talking me?
Don't talk shit.
Like, why are you over talking me? Okay, so I don't take this to be a moral issue, like if a trans woman is like competing in women's sports, but it's a practical one. It seems to be, as long as it's not an unfair advantage, then it's fine.
It's not fine.
It is
Men
fine.
are obvious. Will always like have a little upper
No.
hand.
Yeah, as long as
Yes,
it's
we
not
are.
an, as
No.
long as it's not an
We
unfair.
are a little stronger.
Yeah. So wait. So do you think that every single cis woman in women's sports is underadvantaged? Cis woman. Do you think that they are underadvantaged compared to every single trans woman in that sport?
I don't even know what the fuck you just said.
Okay, let me try it. Let me try it a different way. Do you think that every trans
Yeah,
woman, when she
cis.
goes into a sport, is would get first place in against every single woman that she competes against?
No, that's even odds. That's balanced.
So what explains why a trans woman might get like 10th place if she has some sort of advantage over the other people that
Because she would be like in male, like participating in male sports.
Yeah.
No.
How did if she has an advantage over the people
No,
that
you just
beat?
said it. Why would she
I'm
have
sorry,
a
Slim.
disadvantage?
If she has an advantage over the people that beat her, what did that advantage do for her? I don't understand.
That means she actually put in the time and effort and skill to get there.
What?
But if there's men versus women, it's
But yeah, okay. So trans women just don't practice or train at all. Okay, I got you.
no, but men will have the upper hand.
On average, but we're talking
Okay,
about
so-
specific cases.
That's trans.
Yeah, we're talking about
Yeah.
specific cases. In specific
I'm not
cases where the
against
trans.
anything, but
Okay,
it's-
so in specific cases where the trans woman has roughly a 50-50 chance of beating the cis woman, what justifies not being able to allow them to compete?
Why do you keep saying cis woman? What the fuck?
A cis- okay, do you know what a
That
trans
just
woman is?
means not trans. Okay.
Trans.
So
Oh,
now
not
when it
trans.
comes to that, yeah, that's all that means. Cis, trans, those are opposites of each other. Okay. Now, if let's say we have a trans woman and a cis woman, right? And they both have a 50-50 chance of beating each other at a particular sport. How is that unfair?
What sport and
Let's say racing. Let's say
It
track
doesn't
and
matter.
field. Let's say track and field.
One's woman, one's male, or one's cis,
One's
trans?
assigned female at birth, and one is assigned male at birth, but both of them have an equal chance of beating each other. Why is it wrong for them to compete?
I don't think they have an equal chance.
Okay.
Have you read any science?
Wait,
I don't
so
think they do. I don't think they do.
wait, really quick. I have a source per the CCES.ca. It is a study done. It's called Transgender Women, Athletes, and Elite Sports: A Scientific Review. This explicitly states that after 2 years of HRT and hormones, trans women are on par with cis women, meaning that there is no biological advantage.
How
I
many?
can actually
okay,
bring
what-
up
what do
three.
you-
I can bring up 3 sources from 2024 that
All right,
state
what do you
that
guys do
trans
for
women.
work? You guys
Hi,
push buttons?
still talking.
You guys push
Hello.
buttons. Yeah, I know.
You can even see my mouth moving. I can bring up 3 sources right now that show that trans women in a multitude of areas are actually at a disadvantage to their cisgender counterparts.
Got muted. Sweet.
Because you were interrupting. Don't interrupt.
Okay, that's fair.
Please.
I'm blue collar, but I do not see a lot of women doing my trade.
Why are you switching up? And why aren't you
Talking
engaging?
about sport.
Physical. We're talking about physical.
Slim, I need you to track.
Lock
Please
in.
engage with what Demi
Please.
just said.
I'm locked in. Lock the fuck in.
Okay, then engage with what Demi just said to you.
No, I'm not going to talk about Google's and your
What article?
website.
It's not Google. It's fucking scientific studies. It's not fucking Google.
This is not going to be a muting game. The fuck?
It will be if you're not going to engage with the conversation.
No, but I'm talking, and then I get interrupted by a freaking mute.
Yeah, because you're not engaging with the conversation, and it's not.
But where's my turn to talk? It's like
you have
you
to
don't
engage with the conversation. and have
Engage with what Demi said.
No,
So there is a multitude of sources, 3 of them from 2024, that show that trans women in a multitude of areas are at a disadvantage to their cisgender counterparts. There's actually only one area that trans women consistently have an advantage in, and that happens to be grip strength.
Oh, I don't
Not
know
one
if that's in
study that I
Discord.
have read show that trans women lose enough grip strength to be at a disadvantage to their cisgender counterparts, but they lose lung mass, oxygen, O2, muscle mass, counterbalance movement, etc., etc., etc. I can pull up study after study that show this. So
And let's
now
see how many
I'm
are
still
on-
talking. You can have your turn as soon as I'm done. So I will absolutely agree that a trans woman.
Please let Demi finish her sentence.
I will absolutely agree that a trans woman should not be competing with a cis woman without being on HRT for a minimum of 2 years, because that's what the science shows and that's what I follow. Talking about collegiate level, I really don't give a shit about high school level. That's going to be done in a whole different category. But when you're talking collegiate level sports, something like the Olympics, even college level, 2 years HRT, absolute minimum to compete against your cisgender counterparts, because that's what the science shows, that where it is no longer a overwhelming advantage, in some areas it's a disadvantage. But what it has to be is within an acceptable margin of error, because that's how sports are done, period, is individuals are within a range. And as long as trans women are in the same range as cis women, then it is capable for them to compete against each other to the fairest point of a sport.
W. Demi.
You can respond now, Slim.
I'm not a friggin' dog. I'm just like, wow, wow.
Why?
He doesn't have a response. All right, Grandmaster, thank you for the kick. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Grandmaster. Grandmaster for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Grandmaster.
I just don't understand if like a trans woman and a cis woman like have the same, like if they have the equal probability, if you have these two people who have an equal probability of beating each other. Like I don't understand what's wrong. Like what's the moral issue here?
I wouldn't use equal. That's why I say acceptable margin of error, because
yeah, that's just what I mean.
Because you could use an example like Michael Phelps. People did not have a equal chance of beating Michael Phelps, but of course he's still allowed to compete.
Yeah, like even if it's not equal.
Yeah, we have acceptable margins of error, so as long as you're within the range, you should be able to compete. Now, I will absolutely say a lot of sports should be redone to be more than this segregation of male and female. They should be done on weight class, reach, height, wingspan, etc., and expand sports on how we limit who competes in that area. That is what I would like to see, but that's a whole nother topic.
That would be a lot more beneficial as well.
Also, not some Jesus telling us to be more woke. I thought being woke was frowned upon within your thought process.
I thought it was like I don't understand why like a lot of these people are Christian, and I think there's like systematic oppression happening against Christians. That's just what it means to be woke. It's to think that there's systematic oppression against you, right? Like in this case, against Christians. So it looks like you're woke. You're a woke Christian.
Marvin, as much as I would like to stay, I just noticed it's pushing 3 a.m., so I am going to call it a night. Thank you for having me up here. Void, Nanners, thank you for sharing the panel with me. To everyone else, make sure you double tap that screen. Let's get Carbon to at least 150K tonight. Have a great night. I will talk to you all later. Bye now.
Bye, Jimmy. I hope you have a good night. I love when she blesses the panel.
You guys sit and push buttons and look up stuff. Oh my god, how dare we research things? What?
Instead of just, using my fifis like a normal person, I guess, I research.
How dare we not just believe what Barbara said on Facebook?
Ultra, can I get your age, please? You're muted. You're still muted. You're still muted. There you go. Now you ran.
Oh.
Chirping in the comments, but don't want to get up here and debate. That's crazy. All right, we'll stay in the comments, okay? Actually, I don't even want you in the comments. I want you to come up here and debate.
Yeah, you clearly have live access, so.
There you go. You're here. Hello. Now you're teacupping. Now
Hello.
you're here. There you go. How old are you?
25.
All right. What's your argument?
I was just saying, how do people think men and women should versus each other in sports?
Yeah. So like when you say when you say should, you just mean like in a moral sense, right?
Yeah, it's also unfair. So
it's unfair.
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, I don't understand how this is a moral issue. It's two consenting adults deciding that they want to like compete against each other. How is that a moral issue?
Oh yeah, no. If it's consensual, then yeah, I don't care.
Oh, then that's just like college sports.
All sports works.
No, if
That's
they,
that's how sports works, bro.
That's
You
literally how
sometimes
sports
can't-
works. They sign up to do. They're not being forced to do this. This is literally their like passion.
They can
and-
opt out anytime they want.
these two don't know what they're talking about. That's fine.
No, I absolutely know what I'm talking about.
But you think that
Okay,
people are
buddy.
forced to like compete against someone, like forced against their will?
No, you can opt out, but you don't choose your opponent, buddy.
Yeah,
You can
but,
opt
okay.
out. You can
So
opt
if you find out that your opponent is somebody who is of the different sex and you don't
Yeah.
consent, then you can absolutely put. You're not a slave. You know that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But like,
So
why
it's
are they
consent.
even there in the
Yeah,
first
it's
So it's almost like we
consensual.
do know what we're talking about there, Ultra.
place?
Wild
What was that?
Yes, it's consensual.
And I do know what I'm talking about. It's wild work.
You
huh?
can't control who you verse. That's what I'm saying.
No, but you can control
You
whether
can
or
control
not
if you participate.
Yeah, but you
Fucking
can
easy.
lose a tournament because someone's there that's not supposed to be there.
That's a,
So-
that's a
No, that's
consequence of your action. That's just natural consequences, friend.
Yeah, but you just go in
Grow up
your-
and realize that that's just reality.
Yeah,
Actions have
conservatives don't understand consent. Yeah, like that's surprising to me.
wild work, bro.
Yeah,
But
so
I
it looks
don't
like
know.
this is not a moral argument here. So, did you want to debate anything else, Ultra Maga?
I was muted. My bad. I was doing something. What'd you say?
Did you want to debate anything else since that argument pretty much fell apart?
How?
Did you want to debate anything else?
Why are people in the tournament that's not supposed to be there? You're not answering me.
Oh,
They
why-
are supposed to be there.
Well, you're gonna have to give an argument that they're not supposed to be there. That's a loaded question.
So let me ask a question. You think someone can be a male and be a woman at the same time?
Yeah.
Oh, so
What do you mean by woman? What do you mean by woman?
Why is it always angry?
A woman's an adult female.
Oh, under that definition, no. I mean, I guess if you're a Christian, maybe that's possible. But like,
That is the only definition.
wait, what's the argument that that's the only definition? What's the argument for that?
The other definition is just to appease being stupid. It's
Okay,
fine.
so I don't. Okay, so you said that's the only definition, and then you said there are
Yeah.
other definitions. You just contradicted
Yeah,
yourself.
that's a fake one though.
What are you? What is a fake definition?
Definitions are fake.
Yeah, it's fake.
What is a fake definition?
Just to help your feelings. It's not real.
I don't understand what that means. Like, what do you mean? It helps it feel like? Does it describe something that that occurs?
Yeah, but it's not real though.
It does. Okay, so it looks like it's real. It describes something. It's how people use the term. So you just failed in presenting your argument. Like you
No,
just
but
said
it's-
that is the only
It's
definition.
real to make you feel better though. It's not actually like an actual thing.
No, it's not really to make people feel better. It's just describing what people think a woman is, right? To try to, psychological, cultural, psychosocial schema, right? That's just what it describes, right?
Can you
Like,
say
listen, I
then
can,
you think
listen, I can
someone-
just say you're a homosexual, and by homosexual, what I mean is that you're attracted to women, right? But then you're gonna be like, no, I'm a heterosexual. Yeah, you're just saying the word heterosexual to make yourself feel better, Ultra Maga. right?
No, so let me say,
Ultramaga,
think
you
someone
are
can-
gay, and the reason why I know you're gay is because you're attracted to women.
No, that's great. So you think
Okay.
someone can be a male and be a woman at the same time?
Yes.
Yeah,
You
very
haven't
clearly.
substantiated
If
why they
now
can't.
under your definition that you used, no, because they would be a male and a female. If those are logically contradictory positions.
Yeah, if that makes you feel better, you can believe that.
Okay,
Also-
yeah, I don't see how what you're saying is any different than
Carbon.
I don't see how what you're saying is any different
Carbon.
than I don't know why you're over talking me. I don't see how what you're I still don't know why you're over talking me. So I don't see how what
The
you're saying
amazing
is
thing
any
about-
different than an adoptive parent saying, like, let's say you have adoptive parents saying I'm a parent, even though they've never given birth and they've never like donated their sperm or anything like that, and they say I'm this child's parent, and then Ultramaga comes in and says, well, no, what it means to be a parent is that you've either given birth to this child or you're genetically linked via the sperm. And they say, well, I didn't give birth, nor am I genetically linked to the sperm, but I'm providing the social role for parenting. And you're just saying, well, you're calling yourself a parent to make yourself feel better. Would you say that to the adoptive parent? Yes or no?
Massive pivot.
Would you? Yes or
I'll
no?
pivot.
That wasn't a pivot.
I'm gonna ask the question and I'm gonna keep asking until you answer.
No, they're still a parent, I guess.
So they're still a parent under what?
You
But
happy now about
they're
the pivot?
not a parent in the biological sense, correct?
Are you happy with your pivot? I was asking you.
But they're not a parent in the biological sense, correct?
Yeah, they're not.
Okay, so why is this disanalogous?
You're pivoting.
Why is this
It's-
disanalogous?
right.
If you're saying it's
The good-
pivoting,
the good-
then
yeah.
you're gonna have to say that it's disanalogous. How is it disanalogous?
The good thing about biology is if you disagree with it, it's still true.
I'm gonna
so-
keep asking the question until you answer. If you say it's a pivot, then you're gonna have to prove how it's disanalogous. How is it disanalogous?
Because I'm talking about sports and shit. You bring up parents.
No,
and
you're
that
talking
just-
about definitions of words. So I'm bringing up definitions of words. Now you're pivoting. It's crazy how that works out, huh?
No, if you're biologically a male, you can't be a woman. Doesn't it?
Okay, if you're not biologically a parent, then you can't be a parent. How's that not analogous?
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, okay. So you would say that an adoptive parent saying that they're a parent, that's just false, right? They're not a parent.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so it looks like that's just the reductio in your view. Because outside of this debate, you absolutely would
I
say...
disagree with you.
No, I'm saying outside of this debate, you would absolutely say that an adoptive parent is a parent. You're only saying that for the purposes of the debate to try to make your view... I'm sorry. Try to make yourself like the view, like commit yourself to the view that trans women are women in any other sense.
How do you know that? You don't
Yeah,
know
that's...
me.
Yeah, I do. You're a MAGA supporter. I know
You are
everything. I know a lot about you. I can predict a lot of things about you. Sorry.
Angry Aussie man who's got a weird fetish for another country's leader.
He's gonna say he has dual citizenship. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I'm sorry that the emus pissed you guys off so badly, but I need y'all to calm down. Just chill the fuck out. I understand the kangaroos are trying to get you, but just calm down.
I can assume a lot of things about you since you're on the left.
Go ahead.
Go for it. I'm not gonna get bothered by them though.
Not you. I wasn't talking to you. Sorry.
Oh, sucks to suck. You're on the panel. You're gonna
Well,
be.
so you failed on that. So you failed in the sports argument. You failed in the definitions argument. What else do you want to debate?
Yeah. So who arbitrates that? You.
Who arbitrates what?
So who says that you won the debate yourself?
Oh yeah, the laws of logic.
You?
That's
Oh,
what
okay.
arbitrates it. Yeah, you failed in your laws of logic. You were inconsistent.
So
yes,
what you're telling me is you have I can't say that without getting banned. Sorry. You're not very smart.
Oh, were you gonna say something?
Yeah, just because you don't have an opposition argument or a counter argument, that's what usually happens. Listen, you're not really that intelligent enough to come up with a counter rebuttal, so that's why you're doing ad hominem.
Biology. It's biology though.
What's biology?
Biology, man.
You can't be a male and be a woman at the same time.
Yeah, if by woman you just mean adult human female, that's just trivially true. That's not the argument. You said that there are no other definitions of woman that would describe somebody who is a trans woman, and call them a woman.
Oh, there's no other real definition. Just
Yeah, when you say real
feelings.
definition, I don't know what you mean. You're just saying you're saying there's no definition, and then you're saying that
Just
there is
feelings.
another definition. So that's just a contradiction.
Just
So that's another violation
Just
of the law of
feelings.
logic, the law of non-contradiction. You know that one? That's how you're losing, buddy.
Just feelings. It's not
Yeah,
real,
listen,
though.
like you're just calling somebody like I don't understand. Like you're saying it's just feelings, right?
So
But
if
I
I
don't
got
know. Like it's
Oxford,
just.
if
I'm
I got
sorry.
the
I
people
don't know why
running
you're
Oxford
over talking
dictionary
me.
together
Yeah,
and
if you
made
pull
them
up
change
Cambridge, yeah,
the
pull up
definition,
Cambridge,
now
yeah,
it's
pull
not
up
true.
Cambridge definition right now.
No. So if I got them all together and we voted to change the definition of a word, would that make it true?
No, that's why they're descriptive and not
Yeah.
prescriptive, Ultramaga. Right? Yeah.
Fucking goober.
I'm so
I
smart.
think what you probably
Totally.
should do, and you would probably fail this class, but you should probably take a philosophy of language class, and you would never come back up on this live talking about this debate ever again. I promise you.
Yeah,
I'd
bro,
also
you can
probably
be
go
male
deal with
and
the fucking
female.
dogs in the background.
Yeah.
Well,
It seems like they're trapped.
thankfully, they can't use the opposite sex bathrooms in federal government buildings
No, because you
anymore.
probably allow them to piss in your yard.
Thankfully, they can't. Thankfully. And
Yeah, but
hopefully
trans women,
nationwide-
yeah, they are allowed to use the bathroom that they choose. But anyway, so
Not in
you don't have an
federal
argument for
government
that.
buildings, I don't know.
Yeah, they are.
States. Only in 2 states.
Hopefully nationwide soon and everything.
Yeah, you won't be able to produce an argument for it.
He doesn't.
No, I don't live in America. But I'm a birthright citizen, though.
Oh yeah, we'll make sure to get deported. Yeah.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Can't have terrorist supporters, in our country, right? Donald Trump's a terrorist supporter, isn't he?
I mean, your side.
Just to be clear, that was a question. Donald Trump is a terrorist supporter, correct? Didn't he pardon January 6th terrorists? Or am I wrong on that? Yeah. You agree that somebody who stunned guns a police officer in the neck twice in order to try to overturn election results because they're mad that they lost, that's probably somebody who's conducting violence for a political purpose, right?
Why weren't they convicted of terrorism then?
They were convicted.
Of terror? They had a terrorism charge, did they?
I don't know if they had a terrorist charge, but they had a lot of charges.
Awkward.
And they were going to spend, 12 years in prison. But instead, Donald Trump pardoned them. So question to you. Wait, do you think that that's terrorism? Yes or no?
They weren't charged with this, clearly.
Wait, do you define terrorism based off of the legal ramifications, or do you have understanding? Because it seems to be that when you were talking about like what a woman is, you're going based off of like a definition that you prescribed, and it didn't come based off of what the law was. But now, okay, so just to be clear, do you agree that what it means to be a terrorist is to conduct actions of violence for a political aim or purpose? Is that
the courts?
What do you think a terrorist is?
I trust the courts.
What do you think a terrorist is? Don't run from the question.
Again, I'll trust the courts.
So you are, just to be clear, you are running from the question right now.
They could have been. Why didn't they get charged for it?
You are running from the question right now. Yes.
You're not answering me.
Yeah, you're running from the question. Answer it.
You're not answering me.
So you don't know what terrorism is.
No, I do, but
okay. So what is terrorism?
They weren't charged with it.
So what? I didn't. What is terrorism? Saying they weren't charged with it does not tell me what terrorism is.
They weren't charged with it.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me what terrorism is. And yes, they were, by the way. The Proud Boys, they were. I'm
you
sorry,
can
I
say
don't know
that
why
they-
you're over talking me. I don't know why you're over talking me. The Proud Boys, they were, and
they're not terrorists.
yeah, they were terrorists. Does
But
it
they
follow?
weren't
Wait,
charged
I'm
with
sorry,
that.
Ultra. If somebody is not charged with terrorism, that means they're not a terrorist. Is that the argument?
Oh, unless they like pass.
It's a
away
yes
before
or
they get
no.
charged.
If somebody is not charged with a terrorist attack,
That's not
then
black-
it
that's not
follows that
black
they're
or
not.
white,
I didn't ask if it was black or white. I asked if somebody is not charged with terrorism, then it follows that they're
That's
not
not
a
a yes or no
terrorist.
question.
I'm gonna keep asking the question until you answer it. If somebody is not charged with terrorism, then they are not a terrorist.
That's not a yes or no question, though.
It
I
actually
answered
is.
it.
Okay, let me make it more simple to you. All right, I'm going to use the law of excluded middle. By the way, another law of logic. Okay, so it either is the case that if somebody is charged with terrorism, then they are a terrorist, or it's not the case. Which one do you choose?
Yeah, if they're charged with terrorism, then they're a terrorist.
No, I said if they're not charged with terrorism. Sorry, if they're not charged with terrorism, then they are not a terrorist. Does that follow?
I mean, by definition, they're not.
So by definition, so you can only conduct a terrorist attack if
No,
the government
obviously
tells
not.
you that you have. So
Obviously
so
not.
okay. Oh, so wait, so you can conduct a terrorist attack and still never have been charged with it?
If you pass away before getting charged, then yeah.
Yeah. So
If
under
you're
your
in court
definition,
system-
you weren't a terrorist. I could like the 9/11 could happen and then they pass away, but because they weren't charged, they weren't terrorists under Ultramaga's view. Because they were never
I never
charged
said
with it.
that.
Okay, so if it's okay, so
I just said
you
if they pass away
okay, so
beforehand.
it doesn't. So it's not the case that if somebody was charged with terrorism, then they are a terrorist. Then they're not a terrorist.
So
Right?
a
So
guided
okay,
tour
cool.
is-
So I mean,
is
that's you're done on that point. Okay, so now what is terrorism?
It's an act of violence for a political gain.
Okay, now
Okay.
okay, so we got that. It looks like we have the same definition, right? So am I unjustified in calling this an act of terrorism?
But why weren't they charged with it?
I
It
didn't.
was like a guided
We,
Oh my
tour.
fucking
this guy's a
God.
fucking idiot. Of course
It was
you're a
a
Trump
guided
supporter. Of
tour.
course you are a Trump supporter.
It was a guided tour.
Yeah, it was a guided tour. So stun gunning a police officer in the neck, that's just part. That's just the average part of a tour, right? Yeah.
That was one of the activities on the pamphlet.
Like, I understand that you're angry that we didn't come help you in the Emu War, but like, I need you to stop
about the Tim
projecting
Walz
that
guy?
onto
That
us
guy's- that
Americans.
guy's-
I get it. You're mad. The Emus got you. They won. You lost.
Emus.
But I need you to stop projecting
What about the Tim
anger
Walz guy,
onto
though?
the Americans.
What
that
about
have nothing
him?
to do with it? Okay.
Now that was real terrorism.
Okay, so just to be clear, so it looks like, for example, DJ Rodriguez, right? He was very obviously intending to overthrow government and illegally keep Donald Trump in power. All right. He stun gunned a police officer in the neck twice, which caused that police officer to have a heart attack. Right.
Yeah, that
And
guy
he
should be
was
deported.
charged and he was convicted, and Donald Trump pardoned him. Right. And now it looks like we agree that that was a terrorist attack, and it looks like we agree that Donald Trump pardoned him.
That guy, yeah.
Yeah. So Donald Trump pardoned a terrorist.
I guess that's right.
Damn. W concession though.
But no, but he isn't he wasn't convicted of it though, so I could say.
No
He was
shit.
he was in prison, and he was supposed to serve 12 years, but Donald Trump pardoned him, so now he's out, and now he only served 4 years.
For like the overall group wasn't just that guy is though.
No, it was multiple different people who conducted violence attacks, and Donald Trump pardoned all those people too.
But a lot of them went on to commit more crimes after being
Yeah.
pardoned.
Such as assault on a police
Yeah,
officer.
I don't. All the
Um,
J6 can be in jail. I don't really care about them. But listen, how do you feel about the people that like firebombed Tesla dealerships? Was that terrorism?
I think, yeah, it probably is, and guess what? Those people are in jail right now. Well, how would you feel if Kamala Harris were president and then pardoned those people?
I feel like firebombing is worse than going to the Capitol, though.
You think firebombing
Stunning a
you
police
think
officer?
firebombing
Oh, no,
an empty
not the
Tesla
stun
building that harmed no person is worse than stun gunning a police officer twice and giving him a heart attack?
I didn't mean that guy. That guy is different.
I mean, like, I can give you so many different people. People
But like,
bashing.
Ultra, they went in with the intent of harming and unaliving people. They were throwing up ropes. They were going to harm and unalive people. People throwing things at the Tesla dealership aren't intending to hurt people. They're only intending to hurt the pockets of Elon Musk.
Also, I don't know the exact name, Carbon, but I've heard you speak about it before.
Hmm.
They had like people on like the outskirts of the town.
Yeah,
where
those
there
are
was,
the
like,
Proud Boys. So,
explosives.
they were intended. They had AR-15s. They had explosives. They had what in the military we call them QRFs, which is quick reaction forces. Those are people who are placed close by, but still far enough away from the scene of action or the AO. And their goal is whenever you need them, they come in and swoop in quickly with their the AR-15s and their weapons. So these people, these Proud Boys,
LA rioters
hold on, just
as
real
well.
quick. So these people, these Proud Boys, they set up these people. They planned it for at least about a month and a half to try to overthrow the government. They were also planning to take Nancy Pelosi out, and I forgot who else. Multiple different politicians. I think AOC as well. Drag them out. And I don't know what they were going to do with them, but yeah, but that's obviously like they were intending to commit a terrorist attack. So they also got slapped with charges of like sedition and stuff like that. Donald Trump pardoned them.
How about the LA rioters?
From 1990s or the recent ones?
The recent one.
They weren't riots.
No, those were
They
protests.
weren't riots until the police showed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
we
then it
can
was
s-
defense.
yeah,
They
we
were
can
defending themselves.
we can
Oh my
see,
god.
like, if we look at, like, even in like the last couple years, right, these protests, anytime like the police or the military show up, right, these situations escalate very quickly, and it's because the police antagonize people.
The police made those guys like loot family-owned
Yes.
restaurants. Oh.
Yeah,
Well, not
listen, like a
necessarily
lot of
that.
conservatives will start saying this. Hey, if you have government tyranny coming down and trying to like subvert our rights, then we as conservatives, we're justified in attacking you. Conservatives believe this to be true. But when liberals do that, like even like a very small part of protests splinter off and those individuals do that exact thing, conservatives all of a sudden want to like be mad at them for it. It's weird.
Can you guys condemn the LA rioters?
They weren't riots.
They weren't
They were,
riots, those
though.
were protests.
Okay, what happened? What happened in these riots? What was like?
The
what
riot,
made them riot?
the protests are mostly peaceful, but there were riots going on and off.
Okay, where?
What do you mean? Did you not see
What
like the
happened?
stores
I'm
getting
asking
looted?
you what happened. Can you tell me what happened?
The stores getting looted and cars on fire and buildings.
That didn't happen, friend. You're believing fucking right wing
What?
propaganda.
Oh my
That didn't
God.
happen. That didn't
Oh my
happen.
God.
People were reporting straight from LA saying there's not rioting going on. Stop listening to this bullshit.
Wait, so
propaganda.
you're saying there wasn't?
You need
business
to
being
grow up
regulated?
and
No.
use the
Hey.
two brain cells
Hey.
that God gave you and actually
Hey.
do some fucking research for yourself
Hey.
and grow the hell up and actually look into things.
Hey.
Catch
Be
up.
so
I
for real.
appreciate you.
Stop believing everything you're being spoon fed by Barbara on Facebook.
Hey.
Mr. Oakby, thank you for the $25 to kick. I appreciate you. W. Mr. Oakby.
What the fuck is it with
Mr.
these
Oakby says,
people?
to hell with this digital.
What the hell with this didgeridoo is crazy.
You know, I've said it once and I'll say it again. It's always angry Aussie men.
That's right.
Why are they so fucking obsessed? Like, I get it. We didn't come help you in the Emu War, and you guys have been salty ever since. But get over it.
What's up, Kyle?
Howdy. Sorry, my bars are low. I think I've been up maybe once or twice before. I'm sorry you guys already let that guy down. I was just gonna let him know. I live within a few miles of downtown Los Angeles. Like we had the choppers and the birds, the National Guard driving by. It was all theater. It was all a show of force. Like I was gonna tell him like 50 people were live streaming like that entire weekend, and the No King's Day protest and 4th of July marches. Like everything was being live streamed like 24/7. And we even have video footage of cops like beating up their own cars with like baseball bats and batons. It's fucking wild. And these people think that like, yeah, we're destroying our own city. It's like, no, like LAPD is literally destroying their own cop cars. So I don't know what that guy was on, but he definitely didn't sound American. I don't know.
Oh, he was. He was an angry Aussie man who's still butthurt about the Emu Wars.
Emu.
Yikes.
I'm not gonna let this go. It's a fact.
Emu Wars are crazy. Oh my god, that's so funny.
I can hop back down. I just wanted to give that perspective as someone who like lives
you,
within
Kyle.
walk.
Wait, are you actually a
walking distance
magician?
of those quote unquote riots? I've dabbled in close-up magic before, and I have some friends in the Magic Castle here, but I'm not like a
okay.
performing stage
David Blaine.
I dabble in close-up magic.
No doubt. Well, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Magic Man.
Thank you guys for doing what you do. I love this.
Take it easy. Also, 1 Mile Smile, thank you so much for the 20. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate you. 1 Mile Smile. Thank you for the $5 cash app. I appreciate you.
Oh, this is my live now. Oh, just what? Nothing.
Just kidding.
Or am I?
Put me down. I don't want uppies. That's crazy. Anyway.
Oh, nothing, Carbon.
All right, any more debates? Actually, should I download the Christian nationalism one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Canva. Let's see. Download. JPEG. Download. Can't hear them.
Thank you, Grandmaster.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Hello?
So what's up?
What the fuck was that? I've never seen that. Have I seen that y'all before? That's crazy. King, can I get your age, please?
Hi. I am 28.
All right. Are you opposition or?
I am not.
Okay, I'm looking for opposition right
Is
now.
that okay?
King?
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
All right. You have a good
day. All right.
Grandmaster, at this rate, I'm just gonna. Never mind. Actually. Oh.
Hello. Your teacup.
Yeah,
Hello.
what's
how old
up?
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm dirty.
All right. What's your argument?
I just had a spaghetti, and I like it.
Good shit. I like SpaghettiOs.
Spaghetti is delicious. I make really good spaghetti.
Damn it! You fucking put him off before I could put my background up.
Thank you, Blossom.
Anyway.
Appreciate you. I'm seeing like just blatant mother phobia, and it's bullshit. Why am I under? Like this?
Nobody's seen Grandmaster's comment. That's crazy. Anyway, that last guy sounded like Muscle Man.
I can't change my background anymore. The button just went away. I don't know where it's at. The fuck? That's weird. Why do they keep changing shit?
Which comment?
That's weird.
Thank you.
Enhance effects. Oh, there we go. Okay.
I saw it. I saw it.
What happened?
Grandmaster's comment to avoid.
Oh shit. Oh, this is like
Wild.
perfectly.
Yeah, that's great.
All right. I saw lesbians. All right, let's get some debates in here. Any Christian nationalists or no? Is it
Hi,
low
guys, your
res?
comment
That's just you,
about
Hydra.
Making comments is a bit ignorant. We were just.
Well, actually,
it's a joke.
Go ahead.
First of all, it's a joke. Second of all, you clearly didn't hear the whole context of the comments. We were saying that when Brits and Aussies come and attack us, it makes us patriots real fucking fast.
Right, like there was context there that I think you missed.
Yeah, and it's irritating when we get people coming in and
Irritating?
Shut the fuck up. We're not going to talk about the Missourian coming out. Okay, you shut the fuck up. Got you, Parkers.
Okay, let's rephrase. We hate right-winged Brits and Aussies. Did that make you guys feel better? Did that help your feeties?
Yeah, we don't hate all of them. Okay, I literally said...
I thought the context was very plain.
I literally said, angry Aussie men. Are you an angry Aussie man?
I mean, sometimes.
But, like, in the context of you're coming in and, like, shitting all over America.
No.
Like, come on. Yeah, exactly. But I feel like that's really fucking awful.
RB, can I get your age?
I would like to speak.
Can I get your age?
I'm 18.
Okay. Are you a Christian nationalist?
Give me your definition, and I'll give you mine.
You think the country should be forcefully instituted Christian ideals?
Actually, start right there. So, no, I do not believe we should force Christianity to come in.
Okay, I'm looking for a Christian nationalist. I thank you for coming up, okay, buddy? Holy shit.
Master.
What the fuck?
Love it. Love it. Are we both? Wait.
Y'all
Do
both
me
at
and Void?
10K.
Do both me and Void have more?
I have 16K.
Damn it.
Okay, but
But
you said
together-
you heard him. He said he has 16, so that means you have to get me to 20K. I'm sorry, that's just the rules.
Yeah, these are the rules, guys. Also, one more to the person who's butthurt by my comment and mine and Void's comments. You need to listen to the context. We were saying Aussies and Brits that come in and attack things about America that are being weird right-wing creeps makes us patriotic real fucking quick. Like, please use your listening ears for the 4th time.
It's the most.
It doesn't even make me patriotic. It just
I think
makes
like 100K.
Mine was 15K because of Grandmaster. Grandmaster at this point just funds me.
I know, Alyssa, but like, I just irritate when folks do that shit. Shut up, Void.
Anything that time. For a reason. No need to tell me to shut up. I know my place. I do what I'm told.
Yes, exactly, Caroline. Thank you for saying it so clearly. Hate it when
Caroline.
international people think they have a say in politics. Yep, 1000%.
That's the reason for the word, bitch. Did you see the edit of the no-lipped bitch?
Oh, I'm a no-lipped bitch.
No, I'm talking about the one in the White House.
Oh yeah. I have more
On
lips.
it- Bro, how you have 2 syringes of Juvederm and you still have no lips?
No one in the box.
Yes.
Nope.
Yes, Mommy Bog Witch's boy toy. You better shut the fuck up. Like a good boy you are.
People are gonna join.
Oh my
Listen, I think
God
it's not
damn.
sending out to the For You page. That's probably why people aren't joining right now. If I restarted, they probably
Restart?
would. Yeah. Let's see.
Alyssa, Mika, help!
All right. We'll do a quick restart. I'll be back in 10 seconds, y'all. We're gonna do a quick restart. Come back in, type the screen, and we'll get some more debates for you guys. We'll start off with this topic and see how it does. All right. See you guys in like 10 seconds.
Grandmaster, toe talk time.
Okay. All right, we're back. What's up, y'all? Welcome back. Welcome back. Alrighty. All right, let's get some debates in here. Yes. Oh my God, is it doing this fucking glitch again? Yeah, it's doing the glitch again. It's Void's not loading in. I think I gotta restart. Fuck. All right, I'll be back in like 15 seconds. Be right back. Why does it keep doing that shit, bro? Shit's annoying as fuck. Always a fucking glitch with this fucking app, bro. Alright. Steffers first. Let's go. Let's see if this works. Now it works.
You hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
Reckless, thank you for the heart, man. Yeah, I had to restart my app. Force close it. Trump's name illegally installed. Hell yeah. We so back. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. How we doing? How we doing? What up? What up? Welcome, welcome. Phoebe, thank you for the heart, me. Let's go. Let's go. Well, Christianity's false. So, Jen, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. Keep European countries white. No, you're not going to be able to give an argument for that. Nobody ever does. Sorry, buddy. Keep your low IQ arguments elsewhere. What up, mother?
Hello, hello.
Thank you, Zeus.
Thank you, thank you. Appreciate ya.
Appreciate ya. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Let me unplug. There we go. Welcome back. Welcome back. Do you live, Jesus? Yes, I do. I do live, Rhoda. I do live.
Rhoda.
I am the chosen one. Okay.
Rhoda Rhonda.
All right, if you're a Christian nationalist or generally a Christian, whatever, just go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We're live again. We just did a quick restart. We're going to get some more debates in here for you guys. Let's get it in this bitch.
For your entertainment purposes.
Trump had his name illegally installed on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 2007. Exactly.
He knows your search history is wild, Rhoda.
He knows when you are sleeping. He knows
If God knows my search history, I'm definitely not going to
He
heaven.
knows when you're in incognito mode and you're trying to... I can't rhyme right now.
No. If you were to use the M word...
I was going to, but...
Perfect. That would have been perfect.
I was like, oh, that's the only thing I can use to rhyme it. And I was like, nah, I can't say it on TikTok.
Yeah, it is giving Far Cry 5 for sure.
That the one with the cult leader?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Shit.
He loves you even though you sin. Hey, Carbon, you want to sin with me?
God.
Let's see.
One day Carmen's just going to stop coming on live because of us.
I never have.
You can come somewhere.
Sebastian, can I get your age, please?
Do the dance with the pants, bro. Do the dance with the pants.
Roger that. Can I get your age, please?
Do the dance with the pants, bro.
Are you asking for a
Bro,
sweatpants cam?
I am. I've been asking for a while.
For a sweatpants cam?
Alright. Yeah, if you're a Christian or Christian nationalist or whatever, go and hop on in the guest request. Come on, let's go.
Do you work at Rhoda? Girl, I think you're hitting on Carbon, and I need you to get in line, because I called dibs first.
Only atheist woman, okay.
Aww.
I need people with values and ethics.
Aw.
Okay.
Hello,
I need somebody with strong secular values. Okay.
Wow. So you're just
right
gonna
here.
you're just gonna completely discriminate against my pagan beliefs, even though
yep.
we have literally the same fucking values. Wild work. The discrimination is wild work, man.
Yeah. Only support the patriarchy and when the candles are lit, the knees are bent, and there's consent. Okay.
All bent. Never mind.
All right. That's the only time the patriarchy is okay.
I'll be on my knees.
Wait, why can't you get on your knees, Carbon?
It's either or.
You know
I said
what?
knees are bent.
Men who yearn, earn. Okay.
I could be an atheist in the bedroom. Oh.
Bruh.
For you, Carbon, I'd be anything.
This is insanity.
Yeah, new topic. Yeah. Well, I could do the slavery one. I mean, there we go. That's all. That always gets them out now. It's been popping off.
Has anybody said for an atheist you're oddly obsessed with God?
I'm obsessed with people who believe in God and want to use that to oppress other people. So yeah. Hey, how you doing? Can I get your age?
I'm 38.
Are you a Christian?
I would say so, yeah. I would say that I love Jesus as my Lord and Savior, and I believe in what he did for me.
Okay, what do you want to talk about? Did you come in on this topic or the last one?
I believe the last one.
Okay.
I wanted to talk about the fact that, you know, MAGA is continuing to push an agenda for the Trump administration that is cutting benefits from veterans. And as a former military spouse who lost her spouse to drugs after a complete breakdown from deployment, I just want to say thanks a lot for abandoning our veterans. They really need you, and you're just being completely ungrateful and selfish. You have no idea how the families in the military suffer when you don't back our vets. And I just want to say that my ex-husband deserved a lot fucking better from all of you. And it's just not okay. I've had several MAGAs, specifically from the Band Fam Reloaded, fuck all of you, tell me that I was never married to a veteran, and you guys are complete pieces of shit. Yes, I was, and I have proof of that on my page. And you know what? He deserves so much better than for you guys to claim that this is stolen valor and to totally discredit his sacrifice to our country.
What the fuck is going on, bro?
Because the army destroyed my ex-husband. And it's destroying people every single day.
Mm-hmm.
So
Gotcha.
have a little bit more sensitivity.
Well, thank you, Kimber. Thank you so much for coming up. Okay, appreciate you for sharing.
Thank you for creating a space where I could talk about this, because honestly, folks, I'm not against somebody voting for what they believe in. What I'm against is you turning your beliefs into hate. You turning your beliefs into destroying other people's lives. That's where the line's drawn for me. Sorry.
Well, thank you. I don't want to keep you, but thank you so much for coming up and joining. We appreciate you. Okay, Kimber?
Thank you. I appreciate you too. I just hope that this story reminds all of you to be more conscious about your actions.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
You have a good one, okay?
You too.
All right, if you do want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Everybody else, just keep tapping that screen, share, and all that good stuff, okay? Get all the good things. Thank you so much. Got 200 people in here. No debates. It's crazy. Notice how my viewership has been going up for the past week. Y'all notice that shit? I noticed.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing, Nanners?
Oh my god.
I just.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Well, I'm so. Are you, Carmen? What are you thinking about, huh? What
Are you wanting? Are you wanting that to be what it is?
Yeah, Carmen. Wait. Where's?
Y'all.
Oh, he's.
Kayla,
so
thank you for the
embarrassed.
heart. Me,
All the way
appreciate you.
off the Twitch screen too. That's how much I just embarrassed him.
She said,
Crazy word.
Go ahead. Just what'd you say?
Look how red his little cheekies are.
That's the light.
Bitch.
See, it's red.
And why is it so
Oh, in your
rainbow on
hand.
Twitch? Grandmaster Raid is wild.
Oh my god, Grandmaster should host a live. That'd be funny.
I would love that live.
I watched Ironheart. I saw all 6 episodes.
Wait, actually, Nanners, have you heard how Grandmaster sounds?
Mm-mm.
He does not sound how you think he would.
No?
No.
Interesting. I'd get canceled.
That's very. I can vouch for that very much so.
Let's see. Was it any good? Yeah, it's pretty good. I like the last episode. The best, obviously, but yeah, it's all right. I'd put it in the top, maybe 4 MCU shows, not MCU projects, MCU shows.
Mm-hmm. What is your
definitely
top
exceeded
5?
My top one would probably be, I think, WandaVision. It's between WandaVision or Falcon
Loki?
Winter Soldier. Yeah, I think it's between those two. WandaVision or Falcon Winter Soldier are one of my top. I just can't decide which one. And then you got Loki. You got the first season of What If. Oh my god, it's so good. And then you got Ironheart, I think.
I never got into the Marvel side of things. I was a DC kid growing up.
Agatha, I didn't really care for Agatha. I think like she should have just stuck in WandaVision. She didn't need her own show. I ain't fuck with it like that. It was alright.
I think a lot of the things, right, that they do, like Agatha all along, at this point, I think they're almost oversaturating the MCU.
Yeah.
And like because they're oversaturating, they can't like really focus on making like a good, like they'll have a good one here and there. Like Loki was pretty good.
Right.
I'm sure Ironheart is pretty good. I haven't watched it yet, but
yeah, I think WandaVision, I think I put that towards the top because it had like the first few episodes have like this mysterious, like I haven't seen it before in like a Marvel project like that. Moon Knight I think sucked, but like I haven't really seen the mysterious the slow unraveling.
right.
So like I really like that part of it. I like that part of like movies or shows
Where
and stuff
like
like that.
where the main thing isn't like
Yeah.
revealed right away.
Yeah. All right, if you are a Christian, go and hop on the guest request. We would absolutely, positively, in a non-pejorative sense, love to talk to you, and we would absolutely love to hear you defend slavery today. Okay, so go ahead and hop on that guest request. Only if you're a Christian. Thank you so much. Or if you disagree with the background. Sorry. No slander to Deadpool Wolverine. Yeah. Yeah, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Everybody else, thank you so much for the taps. Thank you for the gifts. Jen, thank you for the rose. I appreciate you. And yeah, let's get it in. So we got Jamie here. So Jamie, can I get your age first?
28.
All right, you are a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, why do you think that he doesn't in the Christian Bible? I mean, you've seen the verses, right?
Yeah, I've seen them.
So what's your objection?
I think like God just like put gives orders like how to treat them.
Yeah.
Based on like, how the culture was back then. So, but I don't think it's like saying that it's okay, but it's more like giving them how do I call this? Sorry, it's just
he's regulating how to treat them. But like, listen, like if in the United States, people also had in our colonial South, our slaveholding states, they also had regulations of how to treat slaves, right? But nonetheless, we would just call those laws wrong because they should have abolished the slavery, right? So why would a Christian not just say, well, God endorses like certain aspects of slavery, but he doesn't, why doesn't he abolish it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you have a good question. I mean, I've been trying to like learn more about that. Yeah, sorry, I guess I need to study more on that.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you. Take your time. All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna get the next person in here. Oh, what is Void doing now? John, what's your age?
72.
Okay, that's a light 72 for that voice. I hope I sound like that when I'm 72. How are you a Christian?
I think the last guest and him switched voices.
Are you a Christian?
Am I a Christian?
Yeah. All right. What's your objection to the background?
God doesn't really promote slavery
Mm-hmm.
because man causes slavery, not God.
Well, I didn't say he caused it. There's like philosophical reasons why you might say that, but I would just say he supports it, right? Like he says in the Bible that you're allowed to own people's property as long as they're not Israelites.
Well, they were allowed to own those particular people's property because they were against the Israelites. So they were basically at war with each other.
No, like
But
in
they were-
Leviticus
but
25.
God also told.
Well, listen. I mean,
God
listen.
also told.
There are types of slavery, like there's captives of war, stuff like that. But like in Leviticus 25:44, it doesn't say anything about war. It says you can buy them from other nations.
You're breaking up.
It says in Leviticus 25:44, it says you can buy them from other nations.
You're breaking up.
Can you not hear me? Am I good?
You sound fine. You sound
You
fine
broke-
for me, Carbon.
Oh, it's his bars. His internet is out.
Yeah. They just popped
All right,
up.
can you hear me now?
I didn't hear what you said. Yeah.
Okay, so in Leviticus 25:44, they're not at war. It says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. So you don't buy from a country you're at war with. You take from a country you're at war with. So you're allowed to buy from, like they allowed a slave trade. God allowed a slave trade.
Well, I mean, I never read that part, so I really don't know how you're like interpreting the Bible because you're technically you're not a Christian, right?
I used to be.
Okay, so you're not anymore.
Yeah, this is an internal critique on Christianity.
So you're not a Christian. You're
Not
a
anymore.
Christian.
No, I used to be. That's why I said I used to be.
Okay, so you're not a Christian. All
Yeah,
right, so
that's
then
what
now you look-
I used to be means. Yeah.
All right, so now in you're looking at the Bible in your perspective that you're not a Christian. You don't.
No,
believe
actually,
Jesus-
I'm not a Christian anymore because I looked at this as a Christian, and I'm not a Christian
Okay,
anymore
well, there you
because of
go.
that.
All right, so you looked at that and you took a bias to it.
Yeah, what
And,
bias am I getting wrong when God says you're allowed to buy people from other countries, you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life. How am I biased on that?
Well, you're taking that. You're leaving. You're making a decision based on that.
Yeah,
Your
how
whole life
like is that
based
not a
on-
rational is that not a rational reading of the text?
Well, I mean, I look at that like.
How do you
okay,
know
it's
it's
part of
biased
the
if you haven't
Bible.
read the text yet? If you haven't even read this part yet, how do you know I'm biased?
No, because you left the faith, because
Yeah.
of that one verse.
But you are still in the faith and you haven't read the verse.
Well, there's more to the Bible than that just one verse.
Yeah, but like in multiple different parts in the Bible, Exodus 21, Leviticus 25, Deuteronomy 21, like all these Numbers 31, like these are all like endorsements of slavery. Like it's very, very obvious to like most biblical scholars. And if you just read the Bible, it's just very obvious that God supports slavery. It's like there's no rational reading against that.
Well, I mean, you could say he supports slavery, but then yet when Adam and Eve wanted to leave the Garden of Eden, he let them leave.
Yeah, well, like he didn't support them. He didn't support them.
He did support them. If he supported
If he said if God said you may
Oh, let me finish.
wait, no, if God said that you may eat the apple, right? Are they wrong for eating the apple then?
Well, they're living in his house, right?
No, I'm saying if God came down
eating
and
his
told
house?
Adam and Eve, you may eat that apple, would it be wrong for
says
them to
don't
eat
eat
the
the
apple?
He says
Yeah,
don't
I'm
eat.
saying if he said you may eat the apple, would it be wrong for them to eat the apple?
No.
Right. So if he says you may own slaves, then it's not wrong to own slaves.
No, but God gave Adam and Eve their liberty.
Yeah, so he's talking
Right,
about
he could
people,
keep them as
Israelites. He's saying, Israelites, with your liberty and your free will, here are some things you're not allowed to do. Here's some things you are allowed to do. of the things that you are allowed to do with your liberty is buy slaves.
Right. And then also when God makes a command, those are his I mean, if you believe in, do you believe in creationism now, or you believe in evolution?
What?
Are you a creationist?
Why would I
Do
be
you
a
believe in
creationist? That's stupid. Like we're talking about like slavery. What are you talking about?
All right, so I mean, you know, the people that God was saying that you could take as slaves was probably. I mean, to be honest with you, I never read that part.
Okay,
I mean,
maybe you
I'm a
should read it
Christian,
before
so
you're talking
I
about it. I'm
basically
sorry, you
read
haven't
mostly
even.
of the New
I'm sorry,
Testament.
John. You haven't even read it, and you're trying to defend it. Can you just read it first, and then come back to my live and try to defend it?
I'm
You don't even know what the verse
because
is.
you're probably misinterpreting the whole thing.
No,
Yeah,
he
how would
hasn't
you?
even read it.
I'm
Just
not
against
misinterpreting
Christians.
it.
This is the
And
common
you're
consensus.
misinterpreting it.
Hold
That's
on.
basically
You
what
don't
it
even know it.
John, this is the consensus amongst scholars, Christian, Jewish, and secular. This is an agreed upon, not just like scholars, but this is also historically accurate. Like, this is known, okay?
All right, so I mean, if you guys are so smart, then why is there so many Christians?
Okay, listen.
Because people are easily fooled.
Yeah, like.
But we're just stupid. Every
And
Christian is
colonization.
stupid except you.
Who said you were stupid?
We're all so Christians are
Anybody can.
colonizers. What about
Yes.
Muslims? How come? What about Muslims? Are they
Because they
worse
did
off?
not
Are they worse than
do
Christians? They still own
colonization.
slaves.
Hold on.
Do Muslims still own slaves?
Hello.
Are
I'm
Muslims
trying to deflect.
Hello.
I'm not deflecting. I'm just
You
saying.
are. You're
We're talking
running
about
away from the
Christianity.
argument.
Yeah, it's because Christianity was spread through colonization and the sword.
Listen, if you're gonna mute me,
I don't know why. Why are you over talking? Like she's literally
You're
trying to
being
speak. Why are you over
incredibly
talking?
rude, Johnny, shush. Mother is
Jake.
speaking. When mother's speaking, you do not speak, okay?
you
Let's be a good boy and listen. Shh. Let's catch a bubble. Okay. So, Christianity is where... Oh, okay, run away like a little bitch, baby.
They get so mad as soon as you start muting their mic. It's so funny. Like if Carpet does it, it's not that big of a deal, but as soon as you do it, it's a problem.
Yep, every fucking time. But to finish what I was saying, Christianity is worldwide because of colonization. They went in and they forced people to be Christian, and it stuck, and it just became like a cultural
norm almost.
Yeah, and it was passed down. So.
All right, so he ran. So we're gonna get the next person up here. Weaver, can I get your age, please?
40 years old. Hopefully,
and what's your
I'll
argument
actually
today?
be allowed to talk.
Yeah, well, let me just give you the rules for muting, just to be clear, so that way you don't have to deal with what he had to deal with. Rule number 1: don't overtalk. Just don't do it. You'll get muted. And rule number 2: people tend to run away from questions sometimes, and go off on diatribes. So as long as you answer a question, then you won't get muted. Okay, so don't overtalk.
Well, I want to
answer a
address
question.
Yes, sir. I want to address the prompt.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So, throughout all history, up till about 200 or 300 years ago, the entire world was a dog-eat-dog world. Your neighbor, the tribe next to you, the country next to you, everybody wanted to unalive you and enslave you. That was just the law of the land. Everybody was unaliving and enslaving everybody. The Muslims did it. Everybody did it, right? So you either had a choice. You either unalived or enslaved your neighbor, or you can be sure he was going to try to unalive or enslave you. In a world like that, when you have two options, to unalive your neighbor or enslave them, that's the rare, extremely rare circumstance where the prompt can be the morally better option.
Okay, I'll respond to
because
that.
if you don't do something, they're going to unalive you.
Understand. So I'll respond to that. So first of all, that doesn't explain the multitudes of cases in the Bible where God does support slavery. So for example, in Leviticus 25:44, it's talking about buying them from other nations, not enslaving those individuals. So you can actually buy them from a nation that you're not at war with, and conduct the slave trade. It's also the case that you can enslave people who are not a threat to you. So in Deuteronomy 21:10, God does support sex slavery, which is that if you do go to war against a country, and you take among them captives, some of the virgin girls, those would be captives, and you want one of them, then you can force them into marriage and grape them, right? That has nothing
I
to do.
don't think the text says that. The
It
text doesn't
does.
say you can force them or grape them.
That's what it is. That's what sex slavery is. But like, we'll get into all these things. But all I'm saying is, you're saying that that would be a justified support of slavery. Then you're gonna have to explain all the cases in which they're not at war with somebody, and the people are not a threat to them, and yet they still own slaves. You're gonna have to explain
Right,
those
so
cases in the Bible.
So here's the thing. Like I said, I disagree with you that it says that, you know, the sex slavery part. I'm gonna disavow all of that, but we can rehash that in a second. Anyway, the point is everyone was a threat to you. Everyone, there was the rule of the land was everyone wants to unalive everyone and take what they got. They want to take your women, they want to enslave you, or they want to unalive you and take your grapevines. Like, that was just the law of the land. If they weren't you, or they weren't part of your tribe, they were your enemy. That was the way the world ended. And that's why when the world finally developed to the point it is now, Christianity as a whole ended slavery across the entire world, except for in Muslim countries.
Okay, so all you did was movement. Wait, hold on. So all you did was repeat the claim. You didn't respond at all to what I said.
I did.
No, I specifically said there are cases like Leviticus 25:44 where they're not at war with the country. They're trading with that country.
Yeah, still a threat. If they ended up, like, the point is, there's two options. You either unalive them or you enslave them. Because
They didn't have to do either. They didn't do either in Leviticus 25:44. It says your male and female slaves.
Where would they go?
It says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them, you may buy slaves.
Yeah. So here's the point. The point is, there was only so much land, and everybody had claimed every bit of livable land. The only way you got land was to unalive somebody and take it from them.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're not responding at all to what I just said. You're just like saying things. That does not respond to the content of the argument that I just presented. Your argument, and I'm gonna still man it, is that it was slavery, but it was justified given that they had to these were people we were at war with, right? And it was probably better to like enslave them than to unalive all of them, right? Okay, so let's just say that there are examples in the Bible where that's true, right? But there are also examples in the Bible where God supports slavery where those conditions are not true. For example, in a country that you're not at war with, that is not trying to unalive you. If a country is trying to unalive you, why would you go to that country and conduct business to buy some of their slaves from you? No, you would unalive them. You wouldn't buy from them. You would just take from them, right? So how do you explain Leviticus 25:44?
Okay, so my answer is in a world where everybody's trying to unalive everybody,
Holy shit,
some
bro.
people end up falling into a category of they're basically slaves because there's nowhere for them to go. They're not strong enough to go and unalive someone else and take their land. There's literally nowhere for them to go. Like, you're looking at this from a 2025 mindset, the way the world is now, and you're not looking at it through the eyes
there's
of how
nowhere
the
for
world was
who to
then.
go. Who's them?
Anyone who the slaves that were already enslaved by another nation. There's nowhere for them to go.
Yeah, so okay, is it more, does God believe that it's morally, there is somewhere to go, right? They're in that other nation. Why does God allow these Israelites and as they're during the Levitical laws, why does he allow these Israelites to go to other nations and buy slaves from those nations? Why does he allow that?
Because those people were already slaves, and that's the way the world is. Now, look, there's also plenty of. Hang on, let me finish.
Yeah, I know that they're slaves. I'm asking you, if God is against slavery, why wouldn't he lay down a law saying go to those other nations, buy the slaves, and then release the slaves? No, he doesn't say that.
Go?
He says buy the slaves, and he says you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life.
So where would they go if you bought them and released them? Where are they going to go? They're going to go down the street and then come back when there's enough of them and try to unalive
They're
you.
slaves. You can own them. You can make them slaves for life.
Okay, I think we're at an impasse here, but the point I'm trying to make is this: Christianity ended slavery. The abolitionist movement was run by Christians. Christians ended slavery.
I don't know why you're avoiding the argument. Like, we'll talk about like slavery. We're talking about slavery. We're not talking about whether some Christians were against slavery. That's just trivially true. The argument, this whole point of this argument is he ran.
He's a runner. He's a track star. Santana didn't get to say what he wanted.
Okay.
I just wanted to say.
I had a technical issue. issue. I didn't run. I had a technical issue.
Okay, so
The-
you're
the
saying like
point is,
we're
I
not
just feel
talking
like
about
I've
we're not.
adequately-
Hold on, wait, bro. You haven't responded at all to anything that I've ever said in this conversation. I'll tell you why. Right? The argument is that God supports systems of slavery, which is owning another person's property, transferable, all that stuff. Right? So
in certain situations when the world was different than it is now.
in
Yes.
this situation, they were not a threat from this country. They were allowed to buy them, and they were allowed to own them and transfer them to their children. Thank you for the hat, mustache, Bailey. They were allowed to inherit them to their children. They were allowed to make them slaves for life, and they were allowed to rule over them ruthlessly as long as that person was not an Israelite. Right?
There was
Now,
plenty of rules about treating them humanely. Plenty of rules.
do you think owning somebody as a slave is treating them humanely? Yes or no?
If the only other option is to unalive them, then yes.
So what's the argument that's the only other option?
That's the whole point I've been making the whole time.
Yeah.
Is a dog eat dog world. Everybody wanted to unalive everybody and take their stuff.
So if let's say we go to Louisiana in the 1800s, right? And there's Africans there who are working there on the plantation, and if you release them, they will unalive you, right? Are you justified in owning them?
America in 1800 is a lot different situation than
That doesn't sound like an answer to the question.
That's a lot different situation.
Answer the question Carbon asked you.
If the question is like, listen,
Y'all
the
have a good one.
question was
Oh,
very simple. Is he gonna run again? That's crazy.
From this point on, I know your MO. I know your pattern. Christianity ended slavery.
No,
Deal
they
with
didn't.
it. Cry.
That
Hold
also
on, hold on.
justified it anyway.
I just have one thing real quick
End
before
it.
you leave. Can I say one thing real quick before you leave? Is that okay?
Might as well just boot me because I'm going to keep saying.
No. Hold on.
We
Don't
ended
mute.
slavery.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, can I just say one thing before you go? I just wanted to come up here and say something about the name Jeebus. It is the sweetest name.
I just want to read.
know.
I want to
That's
read
all I
this.
got.
I want to read this message. So when Texas seceded from the Union, in February 2nd of 1861, they gave like all these states. They gave their declaration of clauses, which impelled the state of Texas to secede from the Union. Let me give you their reasons for why they seceded. This is the official document. We hold as undeniable truths that the governments of the various states and of the Confederacy itself were established exclusively by the white race for themselves and their posterity, that the African race had no agency in their establishment, and that they were rightfully held and regarded as an inferior and dependent race, and in that condition only could their existence in this country be rendered beneficial or tolerable. That in this free government all white men are and of right ought to be entitled to equal civil and political rights, that the servitude of the African race as existing in these states is mutually beneficial to both bond and free, and is abundantly authorized and justified by the experience of mankind and revealed by the Almighty Creator, as recognized by all Christian nations. While the destruction of the existing relations between the two races, as advocated by our sectional enemies, would bring inevitable calamities upon both in desolation of the 15 slave-holding states. That's interesting that they were accurately citing the Bible as their justification for owning my ancestors.
There's false Christians everywhere, bud.
Yeah, I would say
Just like
yours
there's
are the false Christians. The ones that you said were advocating for abolition. Yeah, that's a non-Christian idea that they were just happened to be Christians that supported it.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
That's a
all that
bold
happens.
face
All that
lie.
happens is listen.
Christianity
You
is
have
slavery.
if you have good people who happen to be Christian and they say, "Hey, I look at the Bible and I see that this is bad, and I see people are going around doing the bad thing that God tells them to do, and I want to abolish that." Those are the good Christians. Right? But unfortunately, they're misaligned with their Bible.
No, that's not true because the Bible says love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah,
And the
slaves
only
aren't
option is that they're
slaves
not
aren't
alive.
neighbors. Slaves aren't neighbors.
Because we understand that at this point in Israel and this part of the world, it was a very classist society. And slaves were not deemed as humans. They were less than a chair, bro.
That's a lie.
They
That's
would
a lie.
not have been
The
deemed
Bible
as
makes
a
it very
neighbor.
clear that's a
You are
lie.
an uneducated, ignorant fuck who has never read their Bible and does not understand this history, theology, or anything to do with the Christian faith.
So William,
And it's such a fucking irritating thing
Charles-
when folks come in here and preach this religion but don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. Please, actually look. continuation.
You're trying to silence the truth because
You have not spoken an ounce of truth tonight. Try again.
Charles Finney, the Quakers, William Wilber.
Just because a couple Christians helped with the abolition does not mean that it is a Christian value to be against slavery, because the Christian faith used the scriptures to justify chattel slavery in the state.
You're the one crashing out. You can't
crash
the fuck up and wait your fucking turn to speak. You're the one who has to constantly be fucking muted because you won't quit running your cocksucker.
Yeah, and I told you the rules. He's purposely getting himself muted because I told him the rules at the beginning. He hasn't forgot the rules, so he's purposely trying to violate the rules to mute himself, so that way he can complain about being muted. That's the reason why he's interrupting. Now, here's another one actually. This was being enacted by the governor, council, and burgesses that all servants brought into this country without indentured, if those said servants be Christians and of Christian parentage and above 19 years of age, shall serve only 5 years. But if they're not Christians, all servants, they were not Christians in their native country, they shall be accounted and be slaves, and such be brought here and sold, notwithstanding a conversion to Christianity afterward. This was another law that was introduced in the 1700s in Virginia. So yeah, like it looks like overwhelmingly they're just accurately citing Leviticus 25:44, and they're getting their slaves from the nations around them. They're owning them as property, and they're inheriting them to their children. They're doing exactly what God is telling them to do.
And you trying to cite the Bible saying that there's rules on how they can treat their slaves and blah, 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 blah. These were not held for non-Israelite slaves, okay? Those rules were for Israelite men only who were in indentured servitude that were serving for the years of Jubilee. And had you read the Bible, you would understand this. Had you had studied the culture, studied the theology, studied the history, you would understand. But you haven't done these things, friend. And I find it wildly hilarious that you stay shut the fuck up when Carbon's talking, but the moment I open my mouth and start talking, you start doing this. Like, grow the fuck up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a Christian religion, He thinks you're like a second-class citizen. That's exactly what it is.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't understand why you have authority over him.
He's like, oh, women shouldn't have authority over men. What the fuck?
Well, in this space, I absolutely have the highest authority there, friend.
You will respect my authority.
My authority.
You can't deny.
Mother's speaking, you do not speak. When mother says to be quiet and get in the corner, you get in the corner like a good little boy.
I could sit here and push today. I'll just
crash out.
I'm not crashing. You're crashing.
I'm crashing down.
I'm not crashing down. I love it.
At least I can own my crash out.
You couldn't respond to the argument. You failed in your defense of biblical slavery. You were not able to establish that this was not anything to akin. Listen, I can just cite a verse in the Bible, or I can cite a passage from a South Carolina 1700s law and not tell you which is which, and you'll still defend it.
Wait,
you know that, right?
Do it.
I should do that.
Wait, I want to test a theory. I'm talking now. I wonder if he's going to jump in and show his misogyny again. These emotions are why I would never vote for a woman. How dare a woman?
What the fuck about you still here?
It's interesting because this is the one being emotional. This guy up top.
Cool as a cucumber, bud.
Sure, buddy.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night, little bro.
Listen, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cite you some laws.
No,
I don't know why you're over talking me. Is there a reason? Stop over talking. I still don't know why you're over talking me. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cite you a law, and I want you to tell me if it's a good or if it's a bad law. And I'm not gonna tell you whether it's an antebellum South law or if it's a God's law. Okay? So do you want to play that game, or are you gonna run away? Oh, that's the game that made him run. Okay.
He's a runner. He's a track star.
Also, I love how he said before I got him muted, "I'm gonna mute," as if it was your idea that you were gonna mute.
Yeah.
Bitch. Not in my house.
We make them flee. Okay.
Stop doing a disservice to Christianity, folks.
Read the goddamn shit you worship.
Please. It's so irritating. I mean, please do it because I love.
You know what's a lot easier than like defending this shit? not being a Christian.
Yeah, you could also just like not defend slavery. You could be like, yeah, that God, it's kind of fucked up from doing that, bro. I agree with you.
Right.
This is
You could
why
just say
I
that.
hold far more respect for Jewish people, because they can admit that. They can say that's yucky, but I still hold my faith. I respect the hell out of that a lot more than I will Christians trying to justify slavery to keep the stance that their God is good. No, you can say your God made shitty decisions and still worship him. I would not hold that against you. I mean, I'm going to question it, but I'm not going to hold it against you.
I can hold something against carbon anyway.
Oh.
What's up, Santana?
Promise to stomp the whole stump and nothing but the stump. He ain't done. Yeah. That's how the song go, right?
I have no clue what you're saying, honestly.
You singing again? I love it when you sing. You're singing.
Thank you.
Hecky's always snacking. I love it.
Thank you. I think I got one more. Hold on. I smile, even though it hurts, girl, I smile. Or something like that. I don't know.
I like that music video. That music video go hard. It's just a bunch of people smiling, like up close.
Yeah. That's all I got.
Because
All
I'm
right. Well, hold on now. You're conflating songs. That's not my.
Bro
That's
said
not my
you're
diva
conflating
song.
songs.
Clap along if you feel happy.
I hate that fucking song.
Yeah, so I liked it the first couple times, but the old job that I used to work at, they came down from the top that we needed to be more bubbly, happy.
Ugh.
So they would play. The fucking manager, he played the song on repeat, like the entire 8 hours that were there for like a month straight, and it was actually torture, like actual torture. I'm like, bro.
Yeah. Where'd Santana go? Anyway. No, my daughter is really obsessed with Despicable Me, and that is in the second movie. And I had to actually download it on my phone. It was my number one most played song in 2023.
Now she's still saying this while you up in the box, and
I realized I got one more. I'm gonna hide behind the mountain, hide behind. No, hold on. I'm mixing up songs.
Trying to get the live band.
Never mind. Okay. I'll be back when I remember another one.
W Santana. All right, if you're a Christian, go and hop on the guest request. We love to hear your absolutely amazing defense of slavery. Come on. Very white. Oh yeah.
I was the Kool-Aid man.
There he is.
I remember. There's a lily in the valley, bright as the morning star. There's a lily in the valley, bright as the morning star. Oh, there's a lily in the valley, bright as the morning star. Amen, amen, amen. All right, pass the collection plate around.
Wait, really? What was in the valley?
It was a lily that was as bright as the morning star.
This is karaoke song. I think it's called Meatball. Like My Poor Meatball rolled off the table, and like, has anybody heard that song before?
Girl, what?
It's like the song tracks like a meatball that you're trying to eat with spaghetti, and then it takes a fucking journey. Like it goes off the table, it goes out the house, it starts rolling down the street, it goes fucking, I don't know, I don't remember most of it. It was like when I was a kid, so like. Yeah.
So
I don't know if
there's this.
I
anybody.
remember that commercial. Yeah, the ravioli. Yeah.
No, it's a song. I know what you're talking about, but no, it's different. It's a song or something like
Oh.
about. It's like my here. Let me hold on. My poor meatball song. Yeah, on top of the spaghetti. Yeah, that's right. So the lyrics.
Okay. What are we doing?
It rolled off the table and onto the floor, and then my poor meatball rolled out right out the door. It rolled in the garden and under a bush, and then my poor meatball was nothing but mush. The mush was as tasty could be. Then the next summer it grew into a tree or some shit like that.
Love it.
What are we doing?
I remember that now. Also, if someone wants to send me $100 to my Cash App or Venmo, so clear out my Amazon cart, that would be cool.
Jesus. Yeah, if you want to
It's
send me
not a
like
big ask at all.
$1,000, just chilling.
I mean, I'd be getting stuff for my child. What would you be getting?
I got 1 million of them.
Where?
Hey, in my mouth soon? What? Sorry.
Wow. That
one was
that was fucking insanity. Did he go off the Twitch chat or Twitch cam too?
I can't see.
I can't see. He can't see without his glasses. Sorry, that's a real fucked up reference.
No.
Bro, he still hasn't came back. That's insane.
I've broken my thing. Oh no.
Anyway, if you want to debate, go and hop on in the guest request. We would love to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Hold up. Comments. Pause. Whoa, what?
I don't think Witchy stuttered.
I didn't.
She said that with her full chest and she means it.
I do. Pasta, it's not harassment. It's fully welcomed. It's time for toe talk. If you had a good upbringing, then don't do any more than mom and dad did for you. Huh?
Girl, what?
And he thinks I'm mad because I
Morality.
know.
What does fucking guy say? If morality is subjective, anything is justified. What the fuck? Where did you get that from?
No, who the fuck?
If God just changes his mind and just says, hey, do X instead of Y, and yeah, you just think it's morally permissible.
Yeah, it's Nico. He doesn't ever make sense.
He can't give good arguments. He's not a good Christian.
He also asked how do atheists ground their morality. I would personally say empathy.
Mm-hmm. So, Nico, really quick, objectivity versus subjectivity for dummies. We have subjective morals because not all things are objectively right or wrong. There are some things that are objectively right or wrong. There are some things that are subjectively right or wrong. That is why we say we're subjective with our morals, because sometimes lying is good and beneficial and morally good, but sometimes it's not. But there are some things that are objectively just not okay, and there are some things that are just objectively good. Okay? Really easy to understand.
Yeah, they can never justify that their morals are objective, by the way. They just say it. It's like every time when a Christian says when a Christian says X is objectively wrong, they just mean X is subjectively wrong. Like the way they use the word objective just means subjective, right? They'll be like, oh, it's dependent on God's mind or whatever. Well, that's subjective.
That's subjective.
You fucking idiot.
Yeah, and AB is not objectively bad because there are times when it's absolutely necessary, okay?
I would say it would never be bad, actually.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense for something to be objectively bad. That's just incoherent. I don't even understand what that means. How do you judge something independent of your value? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Yeah.
Like, whatever. Santana.
Sing us a song.
This one was requested by my wife.
Oh, God.
Are you going to take us to church again, Santana?
Yes.
Oh.
Our God is an awesome God. Did I get muted?
You did. You are
That's-
triggering the evangelical in me. Okay.
But see, that's the only part that I know. So like, I
All right,
was done.
you gotta get a better one. You gotta Kirk Franklin. Do a Kirk Franklin.
Oh, this is stop. You're gonna.
Do you want a revolution?
Well,
I said, do you want a revolution?
I know one more that's like kind of close. Oh, I know that.
Do you
wanna? Yeah, I know that. I got one more though. That's kind of close. I feel like it fits. Take me to church. I worship like a dog.
That's not what you think it means.
At the shrine of life.
The stride of your light. It's a queer song, Santana.
That was this really
Same
good song.
thing, right?
I never remember this song, but my dad took me to. I think it was in Germany because he was stationed in Germany, and he like took me to this little church. This guy with the baritone voice. They were like, Jesus. He was like, Jesus, 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 Jesus. I was like, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go eat my calzone now.
Have fun.
There you go.
All right, see you guys. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye. Brilliant. Thank you for the $2 to kick Santana. I appreciate you.
Oh, wow.
Okay. These like fake accounts keep trying to join. All right.
I still haven't gotten that $100, folks. What the fuck?
I still haven't gotten my 2,000.
Girl, it was 1,000 a second ago.
I still haven't got my
Bro said
2,000.
Inflation.
Like, where's my 4,000? Like, the fuck? Are you gonna not send me my 5,000? Like,
No. I guess talk to your sponsor. I don't know what to tell you.
yeah, best I can do is 350 on Santana. I got you. Hold on, you lying.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, I got you. Here's 4 G's. Let's go. Trying to put me back in school.
What would you do if
I
you
would
really did
I would literally pay my fucking school so I can go back to fucking school.
I mean,
A mother
like, how
and-
would you react? Like, in this moment?
I'd end the life. Like,
You would
how
end
can
the
you?
life?
Well, not immediately, but I would like how can you debate after that? I just fucking freak out.
You could just, like, yeah, just freak out and let us all see it. And
Let y'all debate.
continue. Yeah. Like,
It's happened before. Like I've gotten $1,000 cash up on live before, and I was like running around and shit.
the
Would I
way.
debate better?
If I got $100 cash app, I think I would freak out. Over $100. Let alone if somebody dropped
1,000, yeah, for real.
They would buy me at that point. Like,
Jesus. Dean
Thank
got
you,
Dean and
Sharon.
Parker, they be getting like $1,000 cash ups like every live stream. Like, bro, what?
bro.
I mean, but Dean has
listen.
like 10,000 viewers, so it's like nothing. I ended my live after that happened. Yeah.
Wait, Santana, I got a 1K before. Y'all are some bitches, anyway.
I mean, one time in one of my deconstruction lives, I told a guy for $50 I'd consider Jesus again, so he cash apped me $50 and then proceeded for the next 6 months to send me several $100s, all the way up to, I think he's given me up to $2,500.
Jesus. I think he wanted more than you converting. Not gonna lie.
I mean, shit, for the right price.
He was never ungentlemanly, ever. It like genuinely was like a straight up like sugar daddy from heaven situation.
From literal heaven, that's crazy.
All right, if you
Anybody?
want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. God doesn't support slavery. Okay, well, let's read God's words then. Let's see what God has to say about slavery. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. Uh-oh. A little
Damn.
awkward.
Quick, fast, and in a hurry.
God doesn't have words. Oh, so he's like a rock. Just a fucking primordial sludge. And he doesn't know how to think. Okay.
Okay, buddy.
Dean 100% overreacts to getting donations, and it comes off very disingenuous. It could.
I mean, for $1,000, I get
Well,
it. But like,
I think they're talking about like the 10, 20. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't put that on him because, like, imagine like you're on a stage debating, and then like people just come up to you and give you a $10 bill. Like, you don't just be like, you don't just take that shit. I'll be like, yo, what the fuck? Every time, because it's like people are like going out of their way to like support the stream just because we're hosting it. And, like that.
Well,
I don't know. I don't even know if I can overreact to it.
Like, and in this economy, like any amount of money is so fucking like amazing,
appreciated.
Yeah, I honestly get it. Like, yeah, is it kind of annoying how like boisterous he is? Sure, but at the same time, like, yeah, get it, King. Like, I don't like you, but get it.
Right.
I'm not gonna act like I won the lottery though. But then there's also like, you know, you also want people to feel good about the fact that they're supporting the stream too. So maybe he does that
Yeah,
too.
like you want to make people feel appreciated. If somebody dropped like $100 from me, he's like, oh yeah, thanks for $100. That's nobody's going to do that again. So I get it in that sense.
I just like, it's so funny how they interrupt their debates. The person that they'll be like, yeah, the reason why Trump didn't grape E. Jean Carroll is because, yo, Julie, thank you for the $500. That shit is so funny every time.
That was some W Julie's in the
Like,
chat right now, guys.
I wouldn't do it if it's like a legitimate debate and the other guy's like generally an okay person, but if they're like dog shit, yeah, I'm interrupting you. I don't give a fuck.
Which
Yeah,
makes
speaking of
them
donations,
mad.
my cash app is right there. If anybody wants to donate, mwah, mwah, mwah.
Mine's in my bio. Again, $100 would get my cart clear. Just saying.
I legitimately wasn't coming back up to troll. I was just gonna say, just to add on to that, I don't know, like for anyone that thinks, and I'll just speak for myself personally, because like I get donations, you know, large donations, small donations, or whatever, and I genuinely mean it. And I don't know if Mother said it or I think it was Mother, but like in this economy, like really in this economy, if anyone in Carbon, I don't know if you feel like this, but every time I click like go live, I never expect anyone to show up. Like every time I go live, I don't think anyone is gonna come and watch. And then when people actually watch, I'm like shocked. Swear, I promise you. I tell my wife this every time. I'm like, do you think anybody's gonna watch the live? Like every single time. And I'm shocked that anyone actually sits around and listens to anything that I say. And for like people to send a donation, because one, you don't have to, right? I mean, like it's your hard-earned money. And I know for me, like if I don't like something, I'm not going to spend my money on it. And if I actually spend my money on something, then it means that like I'm invested enough to do it. And so like I have people send like change or whatever, and I appreciate it every single time because you don't have to do it. So I don't know. I can't speak for other people, but I know like I tend to be over the top as well, but that's because I am shocked. I'm shocked with everything because I don't expect any of this.
Yeah. Any amount.
So.
Speaking of which, thank you to Mile High Smile for the $5. Appreciate you very much.
W Grandmaster.
W Grandmaster.
Go. W's Grandmaster. Thank you. I'm sorry. I had
all right, if you are a Christian and you want to debate the Bible, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Everybody else, just keep tapping that screen and keep hitting it up. Thank you so much. Again, if you do want to debate, you can click the request to join button right here, and that'll get you on up here. I'll get you up here. Witchblade, thank you so much for the star map. I appreciate you. Thank you.
You know what you need to do to get some debates, right?
Carbon has abandoned the Twitch stream. What's
still
that?
mute. Rage bait.
Rage bait, huh? How?
Yeah. Now listen, I tend to call people a bunch of bitches.
Thank you, Bayou.
That tends to get them. Like I have never seen a bigger bunch of bitches than all of you, and that gets them mad.
Bigger bunch of bitches. I love that.
Bunch of bitches.
I had this guy because I was getting ready to end the live, and I was just kind of shooting shit with Athena, and then the guy came up, and I was like, "Hey, are you a Trump supporter?" He was like, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, I got a question for you," which I've been playing like the question game, and then he was like, "All right, go ahead with your question." I said, "Why are you a bitch?" He said, "What?"
I asked him. I'll say something like, they'll be like, "Are you a Trump supporter?" They'll be like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Why are you like that? Why are you like this?
Why are you the way that you are?
Why are you the way that you are?"
Listen, the Erica was up there with me, so that was my question. He was like, "Oh," I was like, I was just messing around, and Erica was like, "Wait, I got a question." I was like, "Hey, just be." I was like, "Just be cool. Go ahead and answer." I said, "Erica, go ahead with your question." Erica said, "Why'd your mama give birth to a bitch?"
Oh my god.
That's a BBB, yeah.
I got flagged. I had to end the live. I got
I
bullying
wonder why.
harassment.
I love Erica so much. Like,
She's mid.
I think she has way too much. I think she's too generous with her patience.
She's
with these
absolutely
people.
mid.
Mid?
She's a horrible person.
Whoa.
And
I'm gonna tell her you said that.
And I heard she like smoked Newports or Virginia Slims or something. I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you said that.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. I also heard that like she like kicked school bus with open toe shoes on.
Yo,
Yeah.
Clipped. Where clipped that?
I don't have my other phone on.
Listen. This is not stuff that I would not say to her face. So there's that. I choose violence every time.
I'm gonna get them up here and have y'all debate each other.
Yeah, I choose violence every opportunity I get.
Put your money where your mouth is, or your mouth where your money is. I just sent the live to.
I think she said something about hanging out with, you guys know Jamal?
For Jesus?
Jamal for
Yeah,
Jesus?
Jamal for Jesus. No.
Be so serious.
Or James
who?
Yeah.
I think they were hanging out or whatever, so she's not gonna see this, so that's why usually like
Unless people just keep sending it to her.
maybe. But then like first and foremost, I don't even know if she could read, so she probably won't be able to see the message.
That's crazy.
Wild fucking word.
Don't clip that one.
Oh, clip that's been
I
here.
will.
Clipped.
Yeah,
Don't screen record.
I am writing all of this down to give the report to her.
Also, don't quote me.
Keep digging his hole.
Don't quote me, but I heard her earlobes are fake.
Earlobes?
What the fuck?
Yep. I heard she got prosthetic earlobes.
Why you just roasting
Prosthetic earlobes is insane word.
What the hell is this bullshit prompt? The Christians ended slavery.
Yeah, well, it doesn't follow that if... Wait, hold on. Just to be clear. Is the inference being made that if God supported slavery, then Christians would not end slavery? Is that the argument or something like that?
No, the
Can
argument
Christians
is,
go against their God sometimes?
Sure.
Yeah, so how is that an argument that the God doesn't support slavery? Precept.
How is that an argument? Because like the reason, like, if it wasn't for Jesus and Christianity, we would have never ended slavery, right? Because slavery, the reason slavery ended is because Jesus changed how people treat each other. Like in Christianity, the master-slave relationship is like totally different because in Christ, like in Galatians, right?
But that
So in
doesn't answer
Christ-
the question about whether God supports slavery. You're just saying like you're
he
just saying
clearly
like
doesn't.
Christians, like that's explained under the hypothesis that God supports slavery and Christians have a value against slavery, so therefore Christians just interpreted the Bible in such a way that made it such that they would try to abolish slavery. And by the way, this wasn't just like a uniform, right? There were Christians who owned slaves just because like I could pull up the Texas secession documents. Those are like a big one. They explicitly cited Christianity as their justification for why they own my ancestors, right? So like just saying, like, if the argument is that Christians abolished slavery, well, Christians also instituted slavery. So that these aren't just going to be good
arguments. Are you
arguments.
talking about what Christians are you talking about that own slaves? Are you talking about like in America pre-Civil War?
In America, yeah.
Oh, have you ever looked at their arguments though?
Yeah, they just cite the Bible.
Okay, so you don't know, low information.
So Leviticus 25:44 does not allow for slavery.
Do you know that they never cited Leviticus?
Yeah, it's in the Bible. They're talking. Of course, they're not going to cite specific.
Yeah, but
hold on, wait. I don't know why you're overtalking. Is there a reason why you just don't overtalk me? So, of course they're not going to. I don't know why you're overtalking me. Like, can I not respond to your argument? I'm trying to rebut you, and now you're going to run away. That's crazy.
Yeah. Precept Mars is a bitch. He can't debate this shit.
Yeah,
also, really quick shout out to
real quick. Yeah, I got to respond to what he said first. So first of all. They cited Christianity. They cited the Bible as their justification. And some of these, they don't actually cite the specific verses, but they don't need to. Why would they have to cite the specific verses? They just say, based off of our Almighty God allows us to do these things. And then you look at the Bible and you confirm that that's true. Leviticus 25:44, the Almighty God does support that. Leviticus 25:44, Exodus 21, Deuteronomy 21:10.
Real quick shout out to MC. Thank you for the $25. I appreciate you. It's for all you do. I appreciate you.
W.
Thank you.
God doesn't support slavery. He documents and puts limits on it. Yeah, he does support it. He says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. I don't know why this is so difficult for people.
Because they
also saying that he puts limits on it doesn't mean that he doesn't support it.
Like, bro,
or
like
that's
what?
Just supporting it with limitations. What?
Like, yeah, like the law puts limits on what you can do. Like that means they support the things that you're allowed to do. Like it's literally if I listen, if I came down and I wrote a law, right? And I'm like,
yeah, right.
If I came down and I wrote a law like, hey, grape is bad, right? But you're only allowed to grape on Sundays, right? That just means I support grape on Sundays, right? And I just don't support grape on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right? So if I actually did not support grape, I would just write a law that says don't grape, not don't grape on Sundays, not regulate what times or how you grape someone. No, I would just say don't grape.
Or if you're going to do it like this.
Yeah, exactly. So God doesn't put regulations on it by virtue of the fact that he thinks it's wrong. No, he thinks the loopholes that he explicitly grants means that he's okay with those kinds of slavery. So
I'm not Santana calling Clip the Fed.
Too easy. All right, Chameleon, can I get your age, please?
Hi, I'm 28.
Are you a Christian?
No, I'm not. I just wanted to say I love this entire debate. It was just really nice hearing the lengths that people go to justify, slavery and the inability to have cognitive dissonance in their head. But yeah, no, I just wanted to say amazing. Thank you so much for this. There's nothing against it.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. All right, if you want to give an argument, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. I'll take one or two more debates. Come on.
Are you ending after?
Yeah, I'm fucking starving.
Yeah, you Santana, you're the biggest op out there. Don't even.
Thank you, MC, for the 25 on Cash App. I appreciate you so much.
There you go. Leave that for y'all. You can eat on the live. Nah, I gotta I gotta be comfortable. I gotta be watching like a show or a movie or something.
I'm the same way. I have to be watching.
Oh, so you're an iPad kid.
Yeah, leave us ADHDers alone. Why are you so ableist, Void?
Girl, I'm so tired of you excluding me. I'm so tired of you erasing the fact that I have ADHD as well.
Oh, man.
I didn't take Concerta for 16 years for my ADHD to be
Girl,
erased.
no, get on my level. I was on Ritalin. Don't even come for me. Don't even.
My parents wouldn't let me on Ritalin because my brothers had taken it and it turned them into a zombie.
For a good reason.
Yeah.
I went through Ritalin, Adderall, and then finally got on that one.
I was on Focalin and Adderall and Concerta.
Yeah, Concerta was the only one that actually began to touch anything for me.
Speaking of touching something, Carbon.
Oh. I got something you can touch. Vestin, that's the same god. Oh, not the Hindus though, but the Jewish and the Christian god, that's the same god.
All right, if you want to debate, go and hop on the guest request.
Hold on, holy shit. Santana, thank you so fucking much for the $50.
50?
You said 50 or 15? She's off app now.
Just sending Santana toes. I'm playing.
Yes, 50? Thank you for the 50 for the ops are opping.
Holy
W
shit.
Santana.
W San motherfucking
W
Tana.
Santana.
Well, that amount I needed for my car is now cleared, so thanks guys.
Damn.
Thanks guys. No, wait, my math's off. I'm 20 short still. But thank you guys. Oh my god, I appreciate you.
W Santana in the motherfucking chat, y'all. Let's go. Thank you for supporting the stream, y'all.
Oh my god,
Let's go.
Santana.
Let's get it. Uh-oh.
Thank you for the 50, Santana.
Big W's in the motherfucking chat for Santana.
W's in the chat for Santana.
Wait, did he outdo Grandmaster today?
No.
No. Yes? No?
Wait, yes.
There you go.
What are you talking about, Bayou? I got all excited and reverted to full Pacific Northwest. What are you talking about?
But the thing is, though, right? If you count how much the coins are worth before you pay them out, Grandmaster technically paid more, but we just received different because,
Tat, can I get your age, please?
I'm 40.
Are you a Christian?
No, I'm not religious.
Okay, I'm looking for somebody like. Okay, all right, man. You believe in God or?
Yeah. I believe in God. The God and it's all the same.
I understand.
God is God.
By the way, Santana, thank you for the $1 on Cash App for the gender wage gap. Thank you so much, Santana, for the $1. I appreciate you, Santana. Okay, so you think it's all the same God? So does your God have your God like have all the omni properties? Like he's all powerful and all that?
Yeah, he's everything.
He is everything. So why does he allow like these kind of things to happen?
Because he is everything. Like I said, he's everything. Meaning, good and bad duality. There's good and bad. There's negative, positive to everything.
Oh, so he's also evil? Grandmaster, thank you for the galaxy globe. Fuck yeah, let's go. So your God is good and he's also evil.
Yeah, if you look around you, it's basically polar to each other. Good and bad. Good versus evil, light and dark. Negative and positive, that's just the universe that we live in. I'm sorry to say, but it is what it is.
Are you a pantheist?
You can look at it that way.
It sounds like you might be a pantheist.
Yeah, but there is like a non-physical existence to it, not just physical.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, if your God's partly evil, that explains, why he will allow slavery and stuff.
Yeah, so it's kind of like saying
why does God allow hate or like negative emotions like hate, like jealousy, like, you know, depression, all that, you know, and then you also have positive emotions like love, joy, peace, you know, it's the same thing.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for providing your input. I appreciate you for coming up. Okay.
Yeah, that answers your question, the whole
Yeah, I
question.
mean, it definitely explains it. Yeah. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
I just want to say
MC,
really quick.
thank you for the $5. $5 on Cash App for the girlies are better, bro. Sorry, that's crazy.
MC.
Period.
Period.
I just want to say thank you to Santana for keeping or leveling the wage gap. I really appreciate it. These men need to be put in their place.
Also, I'm gonna crash out. To the idiot in the chat who is trying to say that the Jewish God is not the same God as the Christian God.
Are you stupid?
Jesus was a Jewish man. He followed the Jewish God. He preached about the Jewish God. The first 5 books of the Christian Bible is from the Torah, which is the Jewish religious book. How do you not know this? This is like the most common knowledge. I understand. I could say like, oh yeah, like people get confused with the Islamic God, but the God of Abraham, the Abrahamic God, is all the same God.
Santana
you trying to erase the Jewish people.
with the $49 Santana. He's saying I'm pretty sure I can halfway colonize the rest. That's crazy, Santana. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the $49 Santana. Wage gap has been closed. Okay.
Imagine sends me and Witchy more.
All right. It has been closed. All right. Thank you so much. The doors of evil have been closed.
Wow.
All right, happily, can I get your age, please? Hello, happily. Happily ever after. Okay, all right. Well, I guess you're not here with us, but thank you for coming up anyway. Okay, thank you again, Santana. Thank you for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. My full freaking brother. Okay.
Pardon?
Fulkin?
Full freaking. He's called me half freaking, so I call him full freaking.
Full freaking.
Y'all are Jesus H Christ.
Wild work, man. WMC for the $20. Gotta fix that wage gap again.
Damn.
And
oh my god.
All right. I need the next person to send me another 20 just to, surpass this bullshit.
No,
it's Miss Andrea at some point.
Void. No,
I'm a proud misandrist. I wear that as a badge of fucking honor, Carbon.
Yeah, misandry is required. Society demands misandry at this point.
Had to finish the card off too. Hell yeah. All right, if you are Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. What's up, Juno? Yeah, hit on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. By the way, possible to have slavery and keep the 10 Commandments. That is true. That is true. All right. Where y'all at? Oh yeah, guys. No debates. It's just slow as fuck tonight.
I mean, I'd rather have it slow than like what the fuck was going on last night.
Oh my god, that shit was crazy. Johnny D, thank you for the heart. Me. Johnny D with the heart. Me.
Oh. Yeah, Festin shut up real quick when I called him out.
To be fair, it's Tuesday. Well,
Tuesday. Do the mommy milkers one.
Yo. I heard my name.
That's my name.
You know what's so crazy about this, right? A lot of people think that like the size of your breast correlates to how much milk you make, and it fucking doesn't.
You mean every cubic volume of it is not just filled with milk. That's crazy. Thesis proven, Carbon ignores Twitch. Imagine.
I've been told once before that breastfeeding wasn't good because you couldn't determine how much milk your baby was getting.
Well, the thing is with that, right? It doesn't matter how much your baby is getting, right? As long as they're maintaining or gaining weight, that's what really matters. So they could drink maybe 4 ounces throughout the entire day, but as long as they are maintaining or gaining weight, they are getting enough to help them survive. Now, if they aren't, if they're losing weight, that's just called failure to thrive. And that can happen sometimes, right? That's why formula was invented, one of the reasons, because sometimes women just can't do it.
Yeah, pretty standard. But yeah, that's why babies in the first 6 months are going
Oh
so
my God, somebody said, Carbon, let me suckle.
That's too far.
That's insane.
That's insane. When they throw up on your chest, I guess, Lynn. Oh no. It's so true though. Oh.
My oldest liked to do tummy time on my tummy, right? And so I would also do it like topless because she was also latching.
Yeah.
And that's happened so many fucking times I can't tell you.
Yup. Dude, that first year, let's be real, you just walk around smelling like baby vomit. It's just
I don't know if you I don't know if I'm going to ask you a question. Actually, I'm going to text it because I'm not asking you that out loud. That's crazy.
text me. But yeah, no. Carbon let some of us get that tummy time. W.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Alyssa. But that happens sometimes, and it doesn't make you any less of anything, and it's, fed is best. I'm just poor. Oh, I want tummy time. Ah! Wild.
Okay. I think we're running out of debates now. I think it's not pushing us out anymore to the For You page. We'll see. I'll give it a second. Anybody else? Come on. How long is the flight from Texas, Hawaii? 6 hours, 7 hours, something like that.
Poor Veston, he's getting a Theology 101 course in chat right now.
Are they able to come up? Did you invite them already?
Oh, I didn't even think to invite them now. No, I don't think they can. I can't invite them at least.
Also, another thing about breastfeeding, you smell so weird the entire time you breastfeed. Like, you just constantly smell like spoiled milk, no matter how much you fucking shower.
Yeah, it's definitely an aroma that comes off you.
Does anybody speak Lebanese?
Okay. Isn't it Lebanese?
No, Lebanese.
Lebanese? I mean, I speak in between them, so.
BTW Trump had his name illegally installed on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 2007.
There it is.
Lesbian.
From the great country of Lebanon.
Yes.
I seen a video calling lesbians La Dollar Beans, and that's all I know. Yeah.
La Dollar Beans.
Because instead of like the S, they put the money sign. So it's La Dollar Beans.
Grandmaster says, Lesbanese. How about let's get on these, please? Hey, yo! Did any other moms here exclusively pump milk? I did not. I pumped while nursing. but I did not exclusively pump. But I know some moms that do exclusively pump and feed.
The first month or the first like month or two, she was latched, but for some reason my kids won't latch to me. So I mostly pumped the entire time, but I eventually didn't produce enough like at all to even put the effort in. Yeah. So I just went to formula. Yeah. But all together, they both got about 6 months of breast milk.
Yeah. I never responded well to pumps. I did better this time around than I did the first time because I wasn't under as much stress. But it's a lot of work, especially in the first year. Like, just trying to keep that tiny human alive is so much when you're battling all of the arrangement of your brain and everything. Pumping is
Pumping never made me feel empty. Like, no matter what I did, I always felt like halfway full.
Yeah. I never felt like you got enough out ever. Like, there was like, oh my God, that's all I got from that long of pumping. Oh, Alyssa, I commend you, friend, because pumping made me want to scream every single time I did.
Plus, nobody, like, lactation consultants in the hospital don't tell you that, like, the phalanges that come with, like, breast pumps aren't the typical size. Most people are anywhere from 15 to 19.
That was something I was grateful for the second time around. The consultant I had, like, specifically sized me when they set me up. Because in Oregon, our state insurance gives you a free pump, and it's usually, like, a top-of-the-line pump. And when I went in to get it, the day after we were dismissed or, like, let go from the hospital, when we did that, like, day after visit for the vaccine and then the check on her bilirubin levels, she sat there and sized me. So I had the correct flanges. So I think that was the issue the first time around, was I didn't have the correct flanges, which is why I think I didn't pump right.
See, like, I had to learn everything through TikTok. My people were horrible. Like, for my first kid, they gave me a oh my God, what is it called? A shield. And then I left it in the room, and one of the nurses threw it away. And then they refused to give me a fucking another one.
That's bullshit. Yeah, folks, here in Oregon, OHP, which is Oregon Health Plan, which is our version of Medicare, you're covered for either a like regular pump or a wireless. Now, this is a new one, a hands-free. You can get a hands-free through the insurance company. So, if y'all didn't know.
I have about 9 breast pumps that are not being used, that haven't been used in over a year, that are just sitting in my closet collecting dust because I had an obsession with buying them to get more milk production. So I have like $1,000 worth of breast pumps just in my closet.
Yeah, I have my one that I got from the hospital, and then I got one from a friend who is no longer using it. It's a hands-free one. And I've held on to them for, like, what if I start up again, if she decides to quit, I want to continue giving her milk after. So once I know she's done fully with breast milk, I will probably gift mine to a mama. Fiston, they're not two different gods. Shut the fuck up. It's Yahweh, the same fucking God. Grow up. Sorry.
Y'all got 2 motherfucking minutes to get on in this guest request. It looks like the guest request is drying on out for the night. So 2 minutes. Last call. And then I'll call it a night. So if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. You got 2 minutes starting now.
Yes, Corky Prime, Oregon is going to be the first state with universal health care and hopefully won't be impacted by the BBB.
How? Are they doing like a Medicare for all type shit?
Yeah.
What's the name of it?
We're very close. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's in the talks and in the works. But I don't know too much about it. I just have heard it several times. Oh God, my tummy! I'm so
Senate Bill 1089.
I hope it's a thing. Because that would be phenomenal. I'm so scared that we're gonna lose insurance with this bill. I don't know how I'll survive, and it's bullshit because I was promised as a kid, because I was a ward of the state in the 90s. We were promised. Those of us that were wards of the state in the 90s, we saw some fucked up shit. Experienced some fucked up shit. We were told we would never lose our health insurance. and here it is. It's going to be lost.
I see they're putting together a board that will like determine how to make universal health care, but not a bill for universal health care.
I don't know all the ins and outs.
Oh, okay. So they're putting together a board that will look into doing research that will eventually look into how to implement a universal health care. So maybe, who knows how soon it'll be. I hope it's soon. New guest, can I get your age, please?
I'm 19.
Are you a Christian or?
Yeah.
All right, what's your argument?
I think it's wrong because it's a perversion of natural order.
All right, when you say perversion of natural order, it's just what do you mean natural order here?
Well, humans are meant to create, or let me define what you're supposed to do with sex. Sex is just to procreate and to have a mutual bond with a male and a female. That's it.
What's the argument that that's what sex is for?
Because we believe.
I'm sorry. Wait, is it, just to be clear, like, are you saying it's a conjunction of those two things, or it can be one or the other?
No, both.
So it has to be both for procreation, and it has to be for bonding.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the argument for that?
Because I believe in natural theology. I believe humans were born, and we look at creation and we see just natural order from God, and you can see that. I mean, it's necessary. The only way humans could flourish is if you have kids and you love one another.
Okay. So, how is this not an appeal to nature fallacy?
What's that fallacy? I don't understand.
Appeal to nature fallacy. Something is good because it's natural, or something's not good if it's unnatural, or something like that. Or if something's unnatural, it's not good. How's that not the argument that you're making?
Well, because all you can do is you can look at the bad that comes from the opposite way. If everyone, because I could say if everyone was lesbian, right? All the women just turned lesbian, then what would happen, right?
Well,
we would die off.
If everybody's like, do you think for that same reason it's wrong to be with somebody who's infertile?
No, that's not.
But if everybody were to only date and have sex with people who were infertile, we would also die off too, right?
Yeah, true, but
so why wouldn't I make that same argument for infertile people?
Well, that's like 0.0000001%.
There's more infertile couples than there are gay couples. You know that, right? It's like 13% compared to like 9% for gay couples.
Well, my only argument wasn't that you have to have babies. Like, you can just bond.
No, you did say no. You said it was a conjunct of the two. You said it has to be to procreate and to bond, not either or.
Yeah.
Didn't you say that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so which one are we doing? Does it either or, or is it both?
Both.
Okay, well then, under that view, it's just wrong for somebody to, like, I guess if you had a girlfriend and you found out she was infertile, you would just break up with her?
No, I don't think I don't know. I can't see myself in the future, but I don't think it's wrong to.
You don't think it's wrong to break up with her? Or you don't think it's wrong to date her if she's infertile?
Either way, it doesn't matter.
Well, it would matter under your view because, like, your intention, like, presumably what you think, like, the lesbian is doing wrong is she's with somebody, she's choosing to be with somebody, she knows she can't procreate with that person. So anytime they have sex, they're only doing the one thing. They're only doing it for bonding, but they're not doing it for procreation, right? So they're not meeting the other condition that you said.
The intention.
The intention,
yeah,
their intention.
But if you can't.
Yeah, but if you know somebody's infertile, then there's no intention to procreate. You're just doing it for bonding.
No, you could still have hope. You can always just pray about
well,
it.
If a woman has let's say she has a hysterectomy, there's no uterus. What hope would you?
Well, you could still. I think it's taught, like in the church that you could always just pray and
Miracles.
hope.
Yeah, so why
Miracles
wouldn't a
aren't gonna
gay
bring back
couple, why couldn't a gay
tourists.
lesbian couple just be like, well, maybe a miracle will come about to this and we'll have like
Well,
spontaneous.
because we have divine revelation that says it's not possible.
Wait, okay, so if it's not possible to like do, I don't understand like what if it's not possible for the lesbian, then how is it all of a sudden possible for a woman without a uterus to get pregnant?
Yeah, you're just special pleading for your
Yeah.
situation.
Oh,
If it's
we've
possible
never
for your
seen
situation, it's
in
possible.
divine revelation that woman had sex with another woman.
We've
and
also
they had
never
babies.
seen divine happenings with a woman regrowing a uterus after a hysterectomy, so
Never happened.
it's never happened, and it's never going to happen. Also, most, if not all, miracles can be debunked and explained away.
Yeah, that's not true.
It's absolutely true.
Can you debunk Mary appearing over the Coptic church and
So
over?
first of all, how do you know somebody is Mary? Do you even know what Mary looks like?
No, there was millions of witnesses. And
Yeah, when was this?
Muslims. What was that?
When was this?
I think this is in the 1960s, 50s.
Okay, so how did anybody in the 1960s know what Mary looked like? We only see like references of Mary in the Bible. So how do you know what Mary looks like?
And in the Quran. She's in the Quran.
How do you are there pictures of her in the Quran?
No, they just.
So how does anybody know it's Mary?
Because they just knew. Maybe it was God gave them like.
Okay, you're calling this a miracle? Like you're saying they saw Mary.
not a miracle,
They don't
that's
know
a-
what Mary looks
I mean,
like.
it's a real
but you saw
miracle.
her.
I mean, this is millions of people.
No,
guys.
that didn't happen.
This is Mary. Yes, search it up.
It didn't happen.
Search up the Marian apparition.
Okay, so you just be clear. You don't have an explanation. Let's just grant everything. I'm just going one part at a time. Let's just grant all the other shit that these people saw some woman over the Coptic church. How did they know it was Mary?
Well, I don't have proof that it's Mary. I wasn't there.
Yeah, so why would you assume it? These are like
Because
basic
we have
questions
millions-
that you
we
ask
have
yourself
thousands of people
when
that it's
somebody.
Mary.
Yeah, let's assume it's
That is
thousands of
someone
people.
else.
Yeah, how do you know it's not just one person who says it's Mary and that's spread to 1,000 people? We know people are delusional, right? We know people are willing to like the UFO. Are you also on board with the whole UFO sightings and stuff like that? Aliens, Bigfoot. All that stuff spreads from like one guy, and now hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people believe Bigfoot is real because like 2 or 3 people just said it.
I mean, there's a photo of it. It looks like a woman with. You can search it up. It's a photo.
It's not millions. It's a handful of people who have had
No,
this
it's not.
hallucination. I just
Yeah,
looked
it's
at
not.
it.
You know, it's
And
thousands
it's
of
not
people.
recognized by the Orthodox Church
Which
Are you
Orthodox church?
of the Coptic Church.
Yes, it is.
No,
The
it's not.
Coptic Orthodox Church doesn't recognize it. You're lying.
I'm just looked it
It's
up.
accepted by the Catholic Church. The Coptic Church accepts it. I'm pretty sure. I don't know about the Eastern Orthodox. I don't know if they accept it, but for sure the Catholic. I don't know about some Protestants. I think they do.
Our Lady of that's what it's called? Our Lady whatever Zaytun?
Yeah, Zaytun.
Zaytun was
Tons of
reported
witnesses.
to have
It's
occurred
every-
in that district in Cairo, Egypt, during a period of about 3 years, beginning on 2nd of April, 1968. Okay, let's see.
Even
The phenomenon was seen by 2 Muslim bus mechanics who claimed to witness a woman dressed in white on the roof of St. Mary's Coptic Church. One thought she was a nun about to attempt unaliving by leaping from the roof and called for police. Intrigued by the mechanics yelling, "Don't jump," a crowd gathered at the site. The police attempted to disperse them, saying that the sighting was just a reflection of the light from the street lamps. However, a church custodian suggested that the figure was the Virgin Mary, which greatly excited the crowd. The event itself ended after a few minutes. 1 week later, on 9th of April, the phenomenon reoccurred, again lasting only a few minutes. After that time, apparitions became more frequent, sometimes 2 or 3 per week, for several years, ending in 1971. And that's near one of the locations in the Holy Family stayed during their flight in Egypt. Is that it?
This is the photo, by the way.
Oh, I
How
have
many
that right
people
here.
have seen it?
Yeah, wait, like, how do they know that's the Virgin Mary? Why would you think that that's the Virgin Mary? Like, you can't even see a face, much like, what?
Buddy, it's a spirit figure over a church.
How do you
A
know it's a
woman.
spirit
Who else
figure?
could it be?
Wait, how
It's
do you
been
know this is a spirit figure?
Look at it. This is a real photo, by the way.
I'm
It's not
looking
fake.
at it.
This is
Why,
a
why
woman.
would why would I expect this is a spiritual thing and not some natural phenomenon? What are you talking about?
Okay,
It looks
What
like something
natural-
like it looks like a camera
what natural
exposure.
being is that?
Camera exposure.
What?
This happens all the time in like those
Yeah.
those ghost
No,
hunt.
there's-
I'm sorry.
It's the
I'm sorry.
Real people seen it though.
You like the, yeah, real people seen it, right? And they believe, of course, the camera is capturing what they thought they saw. But you're supposed to be establishing that this is a supernatural event.
That is very much supernatural. I think people got healed too, I believe.
How do you know it's
I
not
don't know.
Vishnu? How do you know it's not Vishnu?
Buddy, it's a woman with
Uh-huh.
like a crown over her head.
Yeah, how does
over
that
a
follow?
church. Who
Yeah,
else is
first,
that?
how is that? What do you mean? Who else? You don't even know what Mary looks like.
You don't have no. She's described in Revelation.
She's described.
Revelation 12.
Yeah. So how do you know that it's not some other woman, or it's that person even existed? How do you even know if it's a woman?
All right, who's it? Who do you believe? Make
I don't have to know who it is. I know it's not some dead woman from
Need a-
2,000
need
years
a
ago.
guess?
If it's a real person,
you have to explain
wait,
it
hold on,
away.
wait, hold on. If it's a dead person, if it's a person, then it's definitely not somebody who died 2,000 years ago, because they died 2,000 years ago. So it has to be somebody who's alive now, right? We agree?
No.
You don't agree if the person that you're looking at is alive.
Also, the fact that there are no reputable sources to back up this apparition is very telling.
What do you mean? I think the own president of Egypt.
No.
The
That's
president
real.
of Egypt?
Search it up. The own.
Bro,
Serious.
religious.
I don't even think
real.
you've searched it up because it doesn't sound like you know what you're talking about. I've looked into this. I just did. You don't know what you're talking about, friend. There's no reputable sources of any kind to back this up.
Like, I don't understand, like, what's even the motivation
Yes.
here? Why, if you want to
The
appear,
president.
I'm sorry, if you want to appear before people, why would you appear in such an
You said I was
obscure?
lying.
Wait, hold on. If you want to appear before
Can I give
somebody
my
to,
proof?
yeah, but if you want to appear before somebody to prove that, you're like a deity, why would you like make it in the most obscure way where people can't see your face, people can't talk to you, people can't confirm, people can't take DNA tests, people can't take like direct pictures? Why would you do it in the 60s? Why don't you do it now? Let's get 4K cameras right now, stand right in front of the street and do it. Why be obscure? Why hide? What's the point? What's the purpose of that?
Why not make it completely obvious?
Where's the hiding?
She's on top of a
You can't
fucking
even see her
building.
face.
Whoever, like, if this is I don't even know if it's a person, but like, if it's a person, they're on top of a fucking building far away where they know people like are gonna take shitty pictures. So why would they do that? It seems
Okay,
like they're
but
trying to
can the
obscure.
girl-
This is exactly
Hold
the
on.
same thing that happened with the Bigfoot thing. It's far enough away. It's a guy in a suit. Like, he showed how he did it, right, to make it look real.
Sure. Can the lady admit I wasn't lying, that the president was a witness?
Girl, I never said you were lying. I just think it's laughable that that's your source.
The president, who's a Muslim, who doesn't even
Yeah,
want to
it sounds like
believe
he
this.
has a motivation. What the fuck do you mean,
Motivation. These are Muslims, bro. They hate
Don't
Christianity.
they believe? Wait, don't they
They
believe
believe
Mary
in-
existed?
They believe in the same shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, they would
Whoa,
never
whoa.
believe. They would never want Mary on top of a Coptic church, and I don't even think.
Also, it's
I don't
not
think.
for sure confirmed. He was there. It's reported. There's no confirmation he was present for any of the apparitions. Be so fucking for real, bro. How quick
Here's
that was
itchy.
for me to find. You are just making these things up as you go.
Like, listen, like, it's always going to be the case, given our priors, given our inductive reasoning, that whenever you see something that you can't explain, It's just a bad inference to just try to jump to the supernatural, right? Just because you can't explain it. There's
Yeah.
some magic tricks that I can't explain. And then, the magician later on might reveal his trick. Like in a TikTok video, I'll be like, oh, fuck, of course. And it's like a natural
Duh.
explanation, right? So if you can't imagine that could happen here, that you figure out how this happened, and then you'd be like, oh, shit, of course, that's a natural explanation. You can't imagine a situation like that?
No, I can't. I don't
Okay.
think so.
Bruh.
I don't. You guys just think everyone's liars. That's just what I don't.
No, I don't think
about-
people are liars. I think
Christianity is
people
It's just
I
weird.
think people are genuinely convinced by these kinds of natural events, and they just think it's a supernatural event.
Why have you never been convinced?
For Christianity is just false. Like, it's just contradictory. So I don't need, like, even if I saw miracles, I would still hold that Christianity is false.
Even if.
Yes.
I wouldn't give credit.
Yeah, because
The
like
only
if
way-
if you have a worldview that's contradictory, and then I see a miracle, I'll be like, oh shit, the supernatural exists. It's just not coming from that worldview, because that worldview is necessarily false. So it's coming from some other worldview.
Wait.
Unless a being stood in front of me and said, I am the Christian God, I'm not going to believe it.
Okay, let me try it. I am the Christian God, Boyd.
Listen, I worship you anyway, Carbon. Be so serious.
Wait, I'm confused. What is you guys' worldview? Do you guys agree, or you guys?
I'm an atheist.
Have different worldviews.
I'm an atheist as well.
I'm a pagan
So you guys-
unbeliever.
So you guys believe in no God?
I believe in all
Correct.
God.
No, I haven't been
Well,
convinced that
except
any
for
gods
Witchy.
exist.
Me and Carbon hold the same view, though.
No God. So you don't believe in the supernatural?
I don't even.
No.
First of all, I don't even know what the
So how-
supernatural. Hold on,
so you
wait. I
can't
don't even
even
know what the
explain it away.
supernatural is. Like, why would I use the supernatural as an explanation for a particular event? I don't even know what it is, and there's never really been any good definition or that seems to be coherent. It just like, what if I were to create a new thing called the ubernatural? All right, it's not natural, and it's not supernatural, but it's called the ubernatural. And then like you're like, what is it? Well, it's not natural and it's not supernatural. Like, it's just incoherent. I don't know what it is. Like, why would I use that as an explanation? And why would it predict like these like miracles popping up? Like, it doesn't predict anything. It's just bad epistemology.
Okay, sure. All right, let's get back to the question. First, can we define what's wrong?
What's
'Cause
what?
we all have our own definition of what's right and wrong in your rule.
No, like, we just mean you shouldn't do it. Whatever it comes from, you just shouldn't do it. And I just want to know your reason why a woman shouldn't be in a relationship with another woman, man with another man.
Okay, so you just shouldn't do it
Yeah.
according to just you.
No, under your
asking
worldview.
you.
I don't think it's wrong. You think it's wrong, so I'm asking you why.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna be going in circles, right? That I feel
Probably. I think all of these are bad arguments. So
Okay, well, I'm just gonna go in circles. I mean, I'm just gonna say the same thing, right? So I guess
I don't know. Are you?
yes.
Okay, then.
okay. Anything else?
Let me think if I could think of something else.
Don't hurt yourself.
Do you have another prompt that I could
I
tackle
do.
or something?
I got this one. Why does your God support slavery?
Ooh.
Slavery? That's not an issue. I don't have an issue.
You don't have an issue with
Yo.
slavery?
Well, it depends what you mean by it, right?
Yeah, owning another
Because
person
it's
as property, forcing them to do labor.
No, that's just one. That's just one definition, right?
What do you
Because
think slavery
you can work
is?
on slaves.
You mean that's one
I mean, this
slavery?
just being owned by someone,
Yeah,
right?
is it wrong to own somebody against their will?
Nope.
Okay.
What?
Wild.
Well, I guess I agree. I see why you're a Christian then. Like, your God supports doing
That
things against
follows.
people's consent. right? He supports debt slavery, chattel slavery, and sex slavery. So
Whoa, I don't know where you got
The
sex
Bible.
slavery.
why is
The
sex slavery
Bible.
any different from, like, listen, Deuteronomy 21:10. God literally has an issue, like right here, for when you capture when you have captives, and among those captives is a woman, you can take her to be your wife and grape her against her consent.
No, it does not say that.
It,
That
It
verse is
literally
actually
does.
act
yeah,
of mercy.
I'll
It's an
just,
act of
I don't know what you, hold on. Okay, let's read it out. Deuteronomy 21:10. When you go out to war, this is God speaking, by the way. When you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God gives them into your hand, and you take them captive, and you see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you desire to take her to be your wife, and you bring her home to your house, she shall shave her head, pare her nails. She should take off the clothes that she was wearing when she was captured, and shall remain in your house, and mourn her father and her mother for a full month. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife.
What's the issue?
That's sex slavery, my guy.
How is that sex slavery?
Do you think? Okay. Do you take sex slavery to be a non-consensual sexual relationship where she's not allowed to leave? Do you
Well,
think
I
a
think
captive oppressor relationship is a consensual one?
you see how it's a marriage. I don't think.
Yeah, forced marriage. You know what a forced marriage is?
I don't think it's a forced marriage. It doesn't
Okay.
say it's
Do you think a captive can consent to her oppressor? Let me try it this way. Okay, you are a soldier, right? And you just unalived Susie's mother and father, right? And Susie is now in prison in your country and is a captive of that war. And then you ask Susie, hey, want to come to my house and be married? You'll get out of here, right? And she says yes. Do you think she's truly consenting?
Yeah.
Bruh.
I think he is.
Ain't no
Christians
way.
understand consent challenge.
Under Christian versus
I really
consent.
don't see an issue. I think it's an act of mercy because the other
That's
tribe.
fucking
Where's the
crazy.
war again?
Do you think if you coerce somebody into sex that is consensual?
Coerce? I mean,
Do you know what
don't we do it
coercion
every
is?
day?
Do you know what coercion is?
You can give me the definition.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
like
pretty sure I know what it means, but
yeah.
close
So
enough.
you're okay. So yeah, you are appealing to some strictly negative outcome. Um, it is strictly negative outcome in order to get them to do what you want, right? So for example, I want you to hand over your $5 that you have in your pocket. So I coerce you by, holding up a knife, right? That's coercion, right? Because I'm appealing to your self-interest and like bodily harm and bodily integrity to try to get your $5. Because if I didn't pull the knife out, you would just say no and walk away, right? So I try to coerce you into doing that. Now, she has an option: remain a captive or go into this person's house and, be their wife and, have smacks, right? So we agree that that's coercion, right?
Can I read this verse again? So I know.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 21, and go down to verse 10.
Hey, Carbon, can I start with the first prompt after Q Cabot is done?
Sure. You think being lesbian is wrong?
Yes, I will wait for him so that he can finish his argument and then
Sounds
start
good.
mine.
MC, thank you so much for the $5 for suffering. Thank you for the $5 cash app. I appreciate you, MC.
Thank you for MC for the 5 as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you as well for the $5.
Oh, shit.
We appreciate it.
Also, really quick, I don't know if anybody can see Q's profile picture. It says, better to live in a desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife. Proverbs 21:19.
Wild.
Jesus.
By the way. Yeah.
Wild. The misogyny runs deep. And
I love women.
Obviously
Do you think
not.
do you think they should have authority over men?
No.
Hi, friend. So you're
Witchy?
an idiot, and you have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to the Bible.
Mm,
Friend, I
that's
have probably been studying this Bible longer than you have been alive. You fucked up big time. Oh, you poor little thing.
Wait,
So your misunderstanding of the Bible is sad and pathetic. You understand
Eat
that,
'em up.
right? You
Are you
understand
at?
that what you're doing is perpetuating grape culture, and that this is absolutely what these verses were talking about, was the grape of captured women.
Yeah, like,
Like,
listen, if there was a
fucking for
Satan,
real.
if there was a Satan, I would fully expect this Satan to like,
Like
you know,
pure God.
I would fully expect this Satan to like coerce a like biblical author into writing these kinds of verses like Deuteronomy 10. And then he's like, yeah, listen, I can get a whole bunch of people to defend grape and G-side if they think it came from God, right? And that's fully expected. Like, bro, the devil is inside you if he's real. But anyway, do you have Deuteronomy 21:10 pulled up?
Yeah, I have it, but first,
Okay.
can I support my first position on why I believe, as
Why
a
you believe?
Christian, that men have authority over?
Yeah, we can touch on that for a second, sure. Yeah, what
Because
justifies that?
I'm pretty sure in the book of Timothy, Paul's letter to
First
Timothy,
Timothy 2:12, yeah.
he's like, okay, you already know, the head of Christ is God, and the head of woman is man.
Yeah, why?
So you know that Jesus didn't
What's the
say
argument?
this.
Yeah, that was Paul, by the
Paul's
way. It wasn't
talking.
Jesus.
And Paul was known to be a very bigoted, misogynist man who hated everything and was very quite literally an antichrist. And I'm pretty sure it was Christ who said in Matthew, I think it's 28, he specifically said not to listen to any fellow or further prophets with revelations. This would include Paul. Paul goes against Christ's teachings actively. Christ kept women as his closest advisors and allowed them to teach. It was women who found Christ first in the grave. Be so fucking for real. Paul was a piece of shit who hated women. Grow up. And if you follow Paul, you're an antichrist.
Yeah, and also God, if I'm not mistaken, God, in the book of Judges, God did appoint a woman judge to like lead Israel, right? I'm pretty sure
Women
that was
were.
yeah.
We have no problem with women. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, well, you're saying
clearly
you
do.
have a problem with them having authority
No problem.
over you, right? Just to be clear, because like First Timothy 2:12. So first of all, that's a non sequitur, right? With what he says in First Timothy 2:12, he says that a woman should not have authority over a man, right? Because some woman, Eve, did something wrong, right? That doesn't follow. That's just a non sequitur, right? That's just like a judgment that's laid on to somebody else for what somebody else did. Like that's just a non sequitur. So not only is Paul like philosophically stupid, right? Yeah, I don't know why you would like accept like the morals and ethics of a 2,000-year-old goat herder.
Not the goat herder.
I mean, you could hate him, but
Yeah, what's the
he's
argument
inspired.
that a woman
He's
should not have
inspired by
authority over
Jesus.
men?
I mean, he doesn't speak on his own accord. I mean, he's inspired by Jesus.
Yeah,
He's-
what's
Yeah, and
the
Jesus
what,
said not to listen to them.
what do you think is the argument for why a woman should not have authority over men? What do you think is?
I don't appeal to my own reasoning, right? I just appeal to the church.
Okay,
And
well let's appeal to his
I wanna-
reasoning. Does he not say that the reason why a woman should not have authority over a man is because one woman failed in her moral reasoning? Eve?
Yeah, because of Eve.
Yeah, does that follow that all women should not have authority over man because one woman failed in her reasoning? Does that follow to you?
Yeah, I think it follows because women, they possess the nature of Eve. So, right?
Yeah, so what's the nature? Well, okay, so let's figure this out. When you say there's a nature of a woman, right? Do you hold to the concept of free will?
Yeah.
Okay, so Eve had free will. So it wasn't her nature that drove it, right? It was something about her will that drove it, her personal will, right?
Sure.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the nature of a woman. It has everything to do with the will of a woman, right?
Well, it
Versus the
doesn't
will of a
negate
man,
that.
because
It still get passed down a sinful proclivity, right?
so wait, God made Eve to have a more sinful proclivity? Why did he do that?
Why did I say that?
Wait, you said she had a sinful proclivity.
After the result of sin.
No, before. What explains why Eve made the first sin ever in human history? What explains that?
Oh, yeah, she was just tempted.
Okay, so when she was tempted, is there something about her nature that makes her more likely to act in accordance with that temptation than Adam?
No.
Okay, so there's no distinction between a man and a woman in that sense. So yeah, First Timothy 2:12 falls apart. You just disagreed with Paul there.
How does that follow?
You said the reason why it makes sense for women to not have authority over men is because women have a sinful proclivity that is derived from Eve. But Eve did not have this any more of a sinful proclivity over Adam.
Okay.
Right? They
So
had
you're
the
saying
same sinful
both-
proclivities.
Okay, both men and women have sinful proclivities. So
No, you're saying that women have more, right? And with
I'm trying
respect
to
to
steal man.
temptation. Go ahead.
So you're saying both men and women have a sinful proclivity. So what makes it follow that a man should rule over a woman if they both have the same sinful proclivity?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can just say that she sinned first in that sense.
So why did God pick the property?
The first decision, and it was wrong.
Okay, so why is God picking the property of the fact that she is biologically female as the reason for why somebody who is biologically female should not have authority over somebody who's biologically male? Why did he pick that property and not like her height? Because presumably she might have been shorter than Eve, like Adam. So, no more 5'4" people should not have authority over 6' people or something like that. Why did he choose the fact that she was female over any other property?
Well, I mean, I don't know. That's just probably the reason why.
Yeah, I was just saying, it's a non sequitur. Like,
right.
if people have free will, right, then it's not their nature, it's not their biological matter that causes them to behave in such a way, right? And if that's the case, then First Timothy 2:12 is just false. It's just it's just incorrect reasoning, which is in alignment with what Nanners was saying, that Paul was acting on his own accord when he wrote these kind of verses.
No, I don't think so. But I'm gonna let Amir. He could hop on, bro.
All right, Amir, why is being lesbian wrong?
So going back to the first page, there are two aspects for this thing: natural and supernatural. I can explain both. As for the natural, I think the previous guest has already explained that why it's naturally against our biological routine. And then the second, regarding to the procreation and the bonding and all of those things. As for the second one, which is, I think, the Achilles heel of your arguments, is related to the supernatural or the logos, logical aspect that makes a distinction between us versus animals and monkeys. Because you're an atheist, I'm talking about your perspective, that there is no difference between you and a monkey, okay? But from the perspective of a Christian or a Muslim, we say that we can talk and we have a logos or logic or balaghat, which means eloquence. Balaghat in Arabic or eloquence in English or Greek. And so that logos or the logic is the distinction. And that logic is the breeze that God has blown into the Adam. And that's the distinction between Adam versus Eve, or Musanna, or the second one. That's the Hebrew Arabic root word for the female gender, not the first male gender of Muzakkar or Zakar.
Okay, so I'll respond to that. So first of all, being an atheist, that doesn't mean that you're not supernatural. It just means that you don't believe that God exists. There are atheists who believe that the supernatural exists. It also doesn't follow that if somebody's an atheist, they think that humans are the same as like monkeys. No, I don't think any atheist believes that, right? Like, I don't know who taught you that. But no, like an atheist believes, like, so for example, I think the difference between us.
Your God, your guru.
What happened?
Darwin, natural selection.
I don't know what you're.
Don't believe in on any transcendentals, eh?
Wait.
Do you believe
literally, natural selection entails that there will be differences between a human and a monkey, right? So, like, for example, there are monkeys, right? And they don't have the capacity to reason. They may not have the same emotional responses that we have to certain criteria, but they do not have the capacity to, philosophize and things like that. That's the difference between us and them. But nonetheless, that has nothing to do with why being lesbian is wrong. I just want to know what is the
Okay,
woman doing
okay.
when she
So,
engages in
all right,
a
all right.
relationship with another person that makes it wrong? Go
So
ahead.
put the emotions and the pathos aside. I'm talking about the aesthetic aspects of being a human versus a monkey. The
Yeah, I told you.
cognition of a man for beauty, for morality, for right and wrong, for truth and false,
Yeah,
for the
I believe in all that.
transcendentals of good, truth, and beauty. Okay, so that's different from a monkey.
Yes,
Monkey
and an
cannot
atheist
cognize
believes
that, and
that.
so it doesn't matter how much. No, an atheist
Yes. How
believes
are you
that
going to
there
tell me
is
what I
a
don't believe?
certain.
So first of all, atheism.
Again,
Listen, I don't think you
again,
under. I'm sorry, I got to cut you off. Atheism is just the view that that there either are no gods or they don't believe that God exists. There are atheists who deny evolution. There are atheists who are supernatural. There are atheists who are idealists and dualists. There are atheists who have all these different beliefs. None of that stuff, supernatural, love, intelligence, none of that stuff is entailed or predicted by the hypothesis that God exists, right? So there are atheists who don't even believe that the Big Bang is real, like the universe is just an infinite, like they don't believe any of that stuff. So when you say atheist,
Okay,
you're
so
just referencing the lack
all
of a
right.
belief
Let's
in God.
backtrack. All right, so let's backtrack. The God is the word or name or language. Okay, John 1 verse 1, Holy Quran chapter 1 verse 1, or Genesis chapter 1 verse 1. Okay, Elohim, Allahum, Logos, Yahweh, or whatever you want to call it. That's a word. That's a linguistic name. Okay, or neum or nomus. Okay, that name is a linguistic aspect, a semantic aspect that is missing from the animal kingdom. It's only specific to the human kingdom, and that's what makes a difference. That name brings the idea of what is wrong by being a lesbian. That wrong that you are putting there, brother, that wrong is a moral distinction, and it has a dichotomous opposite that is
So why is
right.
being lesbian
Okay,
wrong?
so okay, so God in Genesis 1 verse 26 and 27, God says that everything that is made in the realm of the concrete objects or the corporeal realm of the flesh, okay, like gender, male versus female, they are all casted shadows of what we have in the spirit realm of the transcendentals and universals. In other words, according to Abyssinian metaphysics, we say that the particulars and the existence are a byproduct of the universals. Okay, the essence precedes the existence. And so God in Genesis 1 verse 26 and 27 says that the male and female gender in the flesh, in the corporeal flesh, is a casted shadow of the godhood or the likeness, the image or the resemblance of the spirit realm. What do we have in the spirit realm? In the spirit realm, we have the Jesus as the husband, and then the Holy Spirit as the bride or the follower or the slave or the servant of the husband. The husband is the king, and then the queen is the princess or the property that is the follower of the king. And so one way of explaining this relationship, bonding relationship, is a teacher-student relationship. The teacher is the master, and then the student is the slave. The teacher is the masculine, and then the slave is the receiver. One is giver, the other one is the receiver. That's in the spirit realm, okay? I'm talking about the linguistic realm of what? Protos to eschatos, because if you know about Revelation 1, Jesus self-introduces himself and says that I am not only particulars of Alpha to Omega.
Okay,
I'm not only acoustics.
I understand.
I'm
Okay,
Protos
so
to eschatos also.
okay, you're just yapping at this point. Okay, so first of all, just a side comment. When you use like concepts like concrete objects, universals, particulars, and they don't have anything to do with your argument, it's just like it sounds like you're just hiding the hard jargon because I promise
I'm
you.
talking about the
Well,
wrong.
no, I promise you, you did not know what you were saying I know what those
Again,
words
why
mean. A lot of people.
when
I don't know
okay,
why you're over
okay,
talking me. You didn't know what those words meant. You just were using them. Okay. So from what I understand, your argument.
okay, but
Yeah. So you didn't
that's
tell
your
me. You didn't
you,
tell me. Hold on. Just stop over talking, please. You didn't tell me why being lesbian is wrong. You just described certain states of affairs that happen in this quote
okay.
unquote supernatural world, right? So what I want to know is how you get from the is that they're, like these masculine casted shadows onto a man in this biological form, right? How it get from is to ought. How is it the case that because these are like casted supernatural shadows, therefore we ought to behave in that way? I want the argument through that. I don't want you to just describe how things are. I want you to tell me how things ought to be. Waiting on you, Amir.
Sorry, my mic was muted. Your question of why is being a lesbian is wrong. I'm saying that the Achilles heel of your argument, your atheist argument is wrong. The word wrong.
It's
Right
a
and
question, not
wrong.
an argument. Just answer the
Okay,
question.
right, yeah. And so I told you the right and wrong, semantically, its source, its origin is coming from the spirit realm, where the language is receiving its semantic universals or transcendental significance or essence, and then comes to the realm of the acoustics or the alphabets of alpha to omega, and you add WRONG together, and you receive to the word wrong. But the real meaning of the wrong is theological, is divine, is coming from the realm of the what? Of logos. And so the word wrong depends on God, not you.
Yeah,
Me
what's the
and
argument for
you,
that?
we are not in the position of defining it.
Yeah,
The
what's the
word
argument for
wrong
that?
is a casted shadow of the spirit realm.
Yeah, what's the argument for that?
Again, the argument is that the language is not man-made, it's not
Yeah, how do you
monkey-made. The
know that?
language is God-made.
How do you know
It's
that?
called glossolalia in Christianity, or
Yeah,
in Islam we call it
how do you
Sufi
know that
shat.
how do you know that the word wrong and the way that we use it is not human made? How do you know that?
But Genesis 11, you can see how God confused the languages in the Bible. Acts 2, how the fire tongues or the son
Did a
or babe
human
or
write
man
Genesis
takoter
11?
is sitting. Genesis 11 is written by a man, but the man has received it from the God,
How
from
do
the
you know
realm
that?
of the spirit. And again, as
Wait,
you
how do you
said,
know that?
we have
How do you know that?
okay.
Wait, just answer it.
I'm answering. I'm answering. As you said that as an atheist, you have atheists that are pagans. We have actually in the panel some pagan people. The pagans believe that there are some people called elders or shamans who are
I
in
didn't ask any
contact
of
with
that.
the
You're
spirit
avoiding the
realm.
question. The question was, how do you know that in Genesis 11 you believe that it was written by a man? How do you know that when he was actually talking to God, he wasn't just making it up?
Because another man 2000 years later after the Moses has said the same thing, Solomon has said the same thing, Muhammad has said the same thing,
How does
Rumi
that
in
follow
my home
that they were all
country,
talking? How
Iran,
does that follow
Persian.
that they were talking to God? Just
Bro,
because
they're all
multiple
accessing
different
to the
people.
same
I'm
source.
sorry, well, multiple people
Okay.
are like, I'm sorry, if multiple people are saying that they saw God, it doesn't follow that God exists, correct? That's not
When
deductive argument,
different,
is it?
okay, when different people from different geographical and
Yeah,
historical
they had understand. A lot of
places,
people have different understandings, and very similar understandings of God. Yeah, what's the argument?
yeah, and they all tapped to the same source or to the same reference and to the same framework, and they all come up with the same thing.
Yeah,
Then you see that the source of the language is not monkey made. The source of the language that what makes us different
well, that
from
doesn't
other
follow. That's just a
animals
non sequitur
is
argument.
theological.
That's just a non sequitur.
No, no. For
It is.
instance, again, if you know about First Corinthians chapter 14, Apostle Paul, peace be upon him, is talking about the glossolalia. Okay, the glossolalia is a very deep subject in Islamic mysticism that we call it Sufi shat. Comes into the English language, becomes shout. ecstatic, euphoric burst of acoustic mouse noises that come out when you are in contact with the realm of the meaning or the spirit
Has nothing to do with what I
significance.
asked. You're yapping again.
Again, brother, I'm saying that the wrong that you are putting there, that wrong has a backup, what do you call posterior
Yeah, listen, I agree that
significance
people
and
imagine.
meaning.
Listen, I agree that people imagine shit. They imagine that gods exist, and they imagine that these gods have issued a moral law, right? I agree that people believe that. They're just mistaken in their beliefs. Christianity is false because it's logically contradictory, right? So I don't know why
Okay,
a lesbian who is looking to engage in a romantic relationship with another woman would be convinced by these yap sessions.
Okay, carbon, glossolalia and sufishat or mantiq or tayr or lisan or ghaib is not belief, brother. It's an experience and direct contact with the realm of the
Yeah, listen,
spirit when you are
listen, there are
filled with the
people who went
Holy
around.
Spirit.
Yeah, there are people who go around say that they were abducted by aliens. It's not a belief, it's an experience. They were actually abducted by aliens, Amir. Like you're not saying anything that's different from like people who believe the Loch Ness monster or all their different religions. They have their own religious experiences. You're not saying anything
Okay.
different.
Yeah. One way of for me getting it to make sense for you is, for instance, the idea that in Hinduism we say that everything goes back into the Om Mani Padme Hum, or Buddhism. Okay, those are all meaningless mouse noises.
Yeah,
they are
they're meaningless
they are
to you
void
because
of
you don't hold
any
their religion.
significance.
But they say that your religion is meaningless to them. Thank you, Grandmaster.
All right. So, as an atheist, could you tell me what or hum or ma means?
Yeah, it sounds like you're humming.
There are consonants. There are exactly.
What the
There are consonants. There are
Listen,
meaningless.
Amir,
There are
as a Christian,
worthless.
listen, Amir, can you tell me, as a Christian, what fla means? What is fla?
Flow?
Yeah, fla. F-L-U-H. Do you know what that means?
F-L-U-H.
See, listen, if you're a Christian, these words are meaningless to you.
F-L-U-H.
You don't know the real source of
mean?
like words and linguistic language. Yeah, humans come up with words to communicate with each other. It's not like your imaginary like character. Like
Yeah, so
God.
again, that's what I'm saying. You go back to your same Darwinistic bedrock that you are saying everything is coming from the natural selection. Language is monkey made, but I'm saying that no, there is
we're
an
not
external agency to the monkey mind or to the biological mind,
Well, you're
and
gonna have
that
to give an argument for
external
that.
agency.
But you haven't given an argument. Those are just you're just stacking claims on each other, but none of them are producing arguments, right? None of them have any arguments to produce them. You're just describing your worldview. I don't care about your worldview. I want the argument.
Again, when I'm talking about an experience, you even call that as a belief. I'm saying that the glossolalia or a spoken tongue is an experience. It's not an idea. It's not imaginary. It's not belief. It's like me touching you or talking with you. You are a real person, okay? And I'm having a real experience, communicative experience with you.
So
okay?
when those
so
people
I cannot
went
say that you
around
are
and said,
imaginary.
yeah, so listen, if somebody came up to you and says, "Hey, I was abducted by aliens," and that's my experience, what's your response?
Then I'm gonna in science we call it peer review. Then I'm gonna or we call it in multitude of counsels there is a safety. Or in Holy Quran chapter 10 verse 94, God again for instance says that if you doubt me, then go and look up on the gospel and the Torah, the Old Testament and the New Testament, to see the alignment and agreement between Holy Quran and the Holy Bible. Okay, in the same way I said that, all right, you've been abducted by the aliens, tell me about your experience, how you've been tripping, what kind of psychedelics or what kind of entheogens or whatever you've done. Okay, what kind of
say they
drugs you've
didn't
done.
take any of those.
Anyway, I'm saying okay. So I'm saying that like I can narrow down to see how many of these trip reports are matching with the explanations of other people experiencing the same thing.
A lot of people, millions of people are going on these forums and saying that they're being abducted. You think that all of them are lying, even though they're all saying that they have the exact same experience?
Carbon, have you heard about nominalism? I think you are suffering from nominalism.
Yeah, I've heard of
Nominalism
nominalism.
is the contrary. Okay, so nominalism is the contradiction to what we call it as the Platonic realism, as well as Aristotelian immanent realism, as well as idealism. Okay, you are in order to be able to refute my Christian arguments as well as Muslim arguments, you are going to the very end of nihilistic, nominalistic position, and so you are saying you are dismissing the authenticity of human experience. You are
No, you
rejecting
are.
every.
I just told you.
No.
First of all, that has nothing to do with nominalism. Second, when I just literally told you, like millions of people have had the same experience of being abducted by aliens and prodded with and returned back into their to their homes, and you're just denying their experience.
Yeah. So one way of explaining it is this: for you, the word "wrong." Why is being a lesbian wrong? Yeah. For you, the wrong is just a nomos or just a name. It doesn't mean anything special unless what we ascribe or assign to it.
I'll tell you what it means. Right? Telling me what I think something means, it's not going to help your argument. Okay. So what it means to be something, like whether something's wrong, right? If a woman, let's say she wants to go into a relationship with another woman, right? What it means for that to be wrong is that she should restrict herself from that action. That's just what that means. Yeah, so now that you have a meaning, why should she restrict herself from that action?
Again, but I'm telling you, you are ascribing your own definition to the word wrong. But I'm saying
do
that
you agree? I'm sorry, Amir. Do you think when a woman is about to engage in a relationship, a romantic relationship with another woman, she should restrict herself from that action? Yes or no?
Correct.
Okay,
because
that's what
she's
I mean.
a human.
Okay, so she's
she's a human and not a monkey.
Yeah, so she's a human. Therefore, it follows that she should restrict herself from there. That doesn't follow. That's a non sequitur.
Okay. Why? Because she is being gifted with the graceful blessing of the language that makes her different and superior to the animal kingdom. If it wasn't a monkey, yes, they can do whatever they want to do. Naturally,
Sorry,
they can go whatever
you're not giving her, like, you're just saying that she's not a monkey, therefore she shouldn't be in a relationship with the woman. That doesn't tell me anything. That doesn't tell me, like, listen. Okay, listen. She could be in a relationship with a man non-consensually, or she could be with a relationship with a woman consensually. What is your argument that she should be in a relationship non-consensually with the man? Go ahead.
Because when she was born non-consensually. You don't choose your family.
What the fuck?
This fucking guy is weird. All right, and Grandmaster, thank you for the kick. This guy's like really bad at this.
What the fuck? Bro, I don't know how the fuck I stay awake. Holy yap.
Where'd Nanners go?
Nanners went to bed.
Jesus Christ. All right, I'll take one more debate, and then we'll call it a night because I'm tired and I'm hungry. So if you think being lesbian is wrong, join the guest requests. If you don't think it's wrong, do not join the guest requests. Please get out the guest requests. Thank you. All right, let's get the next one in here. Let's see if this guy wants to debate. Hello, Hanson. How old are you?
Motherfucker was on AG's live. He just does this.
Yeah, he waits for it. Yeah. All right, Tommy, can I get your age,
How long were you
please?
standing by your toilet for, bro?
The toilet flush.
All right, what's your argument?
Yo, my argument is lesbians. It's being wrong, or it is wrong, because of the fact that what kind of opinions are you looking for? Like everything?
Just like why you think it's wrong.
Why you think it's wrong?
Because morally and the way that the body is
That's what I
created.
mean, morally. Like, yeah, why do you think it's morally wrong?
Yeah, because of the Bible and the way the body is created naturally.
How does that have to do with, like, what does that tell a lesbian? Like, you said because of the body. That's not a reason.
And the Bible.
Yeah. Okay. What does the Bible
do you
have to do
mean?
with anything?
It has to do with God's word and how God described male and females and how they're supposed to be and what kind of sex they're supposed to be attracted to.
Okay. So you agree that lesbians are not attracted to men, right?
They're attracted to each other, which is a sin in God's eyes.
Wait, is it a sin to be attracted, or is it a sin to be in a relationship?
Engage.
Both. It's lust.
Oh, okay. So why did God make people gay then? If it's a sin to be gay.
He didn't.
Yeah, he did. Do you believe that
No,
your
he didn't.
sexuality is determined?
I believe in what it said when God threw Satan down to earth and he caused chaos and wars,
I didn't answer my
destruction, created mind. So yeah, I did. I'm
Yeah,
answering.
so wait, so like when you look at
He threw Satan down and
when
he
does
caused
God
chaos.
design our genetics?
Genetics, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And our genetics determine our sexuality?
Yep.
Okay. Therefore
Okay.
follows that God designed gay people because
Yeah, but
like
the
the
brain
reason why
functions
somebody
other than the hormones.
no, so like the reason why people have the sexuality that they do, specifically when I mean sexuality, I mean their attraction to a particular morphology, right? I'm not talking about the social construct of sexuality. I'm talking about like the attraction itself, right? So when people have,
The attraction lays
hold on,
in
real quick.
the way
So the
mindset.
reason, so Tommy, the reason why presumably you're a straight man is because your genetics determined you to only be attracted to women. Same for bisexual people, same for gay people. So when a lesbian, she's born with genes that are expressed in, hormone washing while she was in utero, that determined her to be attracted to a female typical morphology, right? And if God designed her genes, then it just seems to be that God intended for her to be gay.
Follows.
Like I said, what? Okay, for example, he threw Satan down. He caused chaos with people. He created war, created confusion. He's doing everything God said is wrong. Also, meaning being homosexual is wrong. He also caused that, causing chaos. And also, a good point is, after a lot of influencers came out as being gay, a lot of kids, younger kids who hasn't even hit puberty yet, turned gay because they looked at their
You
favorite.
don't turn gay.
Yeah, you
You
don't turn
can't be
gay. Like,
conditioned to be
If
gay.
you
but
if you
regardless,
teach a 2-year-old from their 2 and up to be gay, they will be gay.
no, they won't.
No, they
But
won't.
regardless,
Wait.
like it's just like regardless, none of that is actually matters. Like, let's just say, like, first of all, being lesbian is a natural thing. Like, being gay is natural. It's determined by your genetics. And yeah, so that means that just follows that because God designed our genetics, that he intended for them to be gay. Now, if he doesn't want people to be born with that predisposition to being attracted to the same sex, then presumably, given that he's an omnipotent being, he would correct that kind of behavior. But he chooses not to. So he chooses not to for a very particular reason, presumably because he thinks the state of affairs in which somebody is, attracted to somebody of the same sex is better than the state of affairs in which they're not attracted to the same sex for that particular individual, right? So it's just your God's intentions that these people are attracted to somebody of the same sex.
God said he will wait until it gets to the point where the world will be destroyed. He said the king from left and the king from right, but he said north, south. I don't know because I don't speak English. It's my first language. Russia and America, basically, when the world is about to end, he will jump in. He is watching it it goes to the breaking point, and then he jumps in right before the whole
Yeah,
world
but what
will be
explains
destroyed.
why he doesn't want to jump in when something wrong is happening right now if he thinks it's wrong? What explains that?
I am not God and I'm not a Christian,
Well,
but
you can derive
my
it.
family is.
You can derive it via a
So,
priori knowledge and reasoning. You could just say, well,
what
God
did you say?
has, yeah, a priori reasoning. You via a deductive argument, right? If it's a good thing for God, for God to stop something, or if it's a good thing for you to stop something, right? Then it follows that it's a good thing for God to stop something, right? Because that's what good means. Good is not in a univocal sense, right? It only means one thing in the Christian worldview, right? And so, yeah, I mean, from there you just get to the logical problem of evil, and from there Christianity is just false. So if Christianity is false, a lesbian has no motivation under your worldview to follow your religion.
well, let's just say, if you had a show that you want people to come to, right? And you invited a couple of people, and some people come, would you start the show before knew more people would join the show? Or would you
Wait, say
start
it
the
again.
show
I'm
before
sorry,
a
say
lot
it
of
again. I was reading the comments. Sorry, say it again.
If you would have had a show, right, and invited people, and you knew some people come, but not all people have answered yet, would you start the show early or wait until everyone answered?
Qualifying question or clarification question. Am I all powerful?
No, or in my eyes, maybe. I don't know.
Am I an all-powerful showrunner?
Showrunner.
Okay. Yeah, I run the show. I
Like,
start the show. Am I all-powerful?
yeah,
Am I all-knowing?
in the sense of time of the show starting and everything. Yeah, you hosted the show.
Okay. So, no, I mean, it's no, I just, like, I wouldn't have to restrict myself to those conditions then if I'm all-powerful. I'll just expand the
Yeah,
conditions.
so you don't want a lot of people to come in
No, I can
to
have
the show.
I can have an infinite amount of people come in. It's logically possible because what it means to be all powerful is to do anything that's logically possible. It's logically possible to have an infinite amount of people watch my show for an infinite amount of time, right? So I wouldn't have to wait. Why would I have to wait if I can just have it for an infinite amount of time with an infinite amount of people? It's logically possible. I'm all powerful, right? That's
Okay,
why
so
it's not analogous to
God is
God, right? Because God is not restricted by these menial little human things.
God is all powerful. Yeah.
Yeah.
You now just think about the universe and think about everything that can be and everything of existence. Think about how it was created. Your mind will be overheated. Imagine if God came into you and gave you all the knowledge at once. Wouldn't your brain just be fried instantly?
No,
Of all
because
the
he's all
knowledge that
powerful.
you
He can make it to where my brain isn't fried.
Yeah, but wouldn't you just become God?
No, being God
You,
doesn't
you
mean you're
know
all knowing.
everything.
You can be all knowing, but not be God.
If you're all knowing,
Yeah,
would you
because I
be
won't be all
viewed
powerful.
upon as a God? Would you be viewed upon as a God?
Some people might. Like, for example, let's say we create an artificial intelligence and it becomes an artificial super intelligence, and then it just knows everything. Some people might worship it. I won't worship it because, like, yeah, there's no reason to. But like, yeah, it doesn't make it a God.
No, I'm sorry for asking slow, by the way, because I'm Norwegian, so I gotta think about what you're saying before, and your vocabulary is kind of bigger than mine. So your words they lay heavy
Listen,
on.
like, okay, so, if let's okay, so do you think that we should like restrict people from same-sex sexual relationships?
Absolutely not.
So they should be free to do it.
Yeah.
Okay, but they should be judged by your God.
What God teaches is to never judge anyone. I don't have personal I don't despise people from being attracted to what they're attracted to. I'm following what I know and what I've been learned. So I don't have anything against people that are attracted to the same gender, but I don't want to associate with those type of people in respect of my religion. Oh my God.
Yeah, listen, like, I mean, we could throw out the Old Testament. Do you follow the Old Testament or no?
No.
You follow the New Testament.
I follow what I learned in our religion. I was in Sexual, which I'm not in now, but I still live by them.
In the New Testament, Jesus never says anywhere that it's wrong to be gay.
I don't know the whole thing, but I know the things have been learned and the basic things. And the reason why I still believe, but I don't go to the meetings and the church and everything.
Yeah, I think
it's
it's very close to a cult if you're believing that somebody's doing something wrong and you haven't looked at and really studied the New Testament to look at Jesus's words to determine if that's true, if what the people who are in the church are telling you, if they're actually accurately representing the Bible to you, because very clearly you obviously know that there are many different beliefs within Christianity. There are Methodists, there are Orthodox, there's Protestants. They all have different beliefs. They don't all interpret the Bible the same way, right? So you should rely on your reasoning, right? Otherwise, you're just that's cult behavior, right? Because Jesus nowhere in any of his words in the New Testament, huh?
My family is Jehovah's Witnesses, and I don't believe in what the Christianity says either all the way.
Yeah, where does it say it doesn't say that being gay is wrong anywhere in theirs.
It doesn't say it's wrong, but it hints to it. It's immoral for going against what he said. He said he created man. It's the story about Adam and Eve. He created man and woman, basically.
Yeah, but a woman does not consent to being with a man if she doesn't consent to being with a man, then you're just saying she's obligated to be with somebody that she is not consenting to be with, right? You're a straight man, right, Tommy?
Yeah.
Okay. If if God made men for men and woman for woman, right, and you're still a straight man, you don't want to have sex with a man in that world, no matter what. And you definitely would not, because guess what? That's grape, right? So why would you why would God obligate you to be raped by someone?
I didn't kind of quite understand what you meant, but I understand you meaning the fact that I'm gonna put my shoes on in the reverse view I have now.
Yeah. So like basically, if God says that a woman is obligated to be with a man, right?
Yeah.
But she's not attracted to men in the same way you're not attracted to men, then the experience that you would have, you, Tommy, that you would have having sexual relations with a man as a straight man, that's the same experience that a lesbian would have. And obviously that's not a good experience. And that's a non-consensual sexual relationship, which means that that's rape. So it just follows that God is obligating lesbians to be raped by men, raped and impregnated by men.
In my personal view, I would follow either way what God said to do, but not to. I'm gonna sound disrespectful when I said that, but like I said, people can do what they want because I respect it either way. But I don't wanna associate with it, and I respect your view, but I don't respect what you stand for. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but if what they're standing for is hey, I don't want to be raped by a man, then I don't know why you would not respect that.
No, now I'm talking about in the basic, you can be lesbian if you want to, and
yeah, well, she can be lesbian if she wants to, but you're telling her if she doesn't want, if she chooses to, what she's doing wrong is she's foregoing being in a relationship with somebody that she does not consent to being with, and you're telling her that you don't have to respect her for that decision, right? But very clearly, relationships need to be consensual.
Yeah, but now you're going into a hyper fictional scenario.
It's not fictional. Lesbians don't consent to being with men. That's just a true statement.
Yeah, but you're talking to me like I'm God now. I'm supposed to answer why it's not good.
Does God give you your moral intuitions?
Immoral? No, he doesn't. Immoral is it gives you bad.
No. Does God give you intuitions about what's right and what's wrong?
From what the Bible says to a limit, yeah.
Okay.
And
are those reliable?
Sources?
Yeah, are those reliable sources of determining when you look at a situation, this is right and this is wrong? Or can they fail?
I would actually say it's gonna be a hard take. Someone might not agree, but since there's so many religions and quote unquote false religions, it's impossible to tell for us normal humans. That's not all.
So God could have given you faulty moral reasoning.
No, now I'm talking about people creating religions, like Christianity and Muslims, for example. They stand for most things similar, but not all of it.
Okay, so what the reason why I'm asking you
it's
this is because
in the history.
Is because I think because obviously, when a lesbian, just generally speaking, does not consent to being in a relationship, whether married or sexual, with a man, right? That's why she's a lesbian, right? And your moral reasoning, your moral intuitions is telling you, well, she's kind of justified in not pursuing that relationship with that man if, she's really not attracted to him. She's kind of justified. And then you're allowing the Bible or your religion to tell you otherwise, to basically tell you that your moral reasoning, your moral intuitions about that is wrong, right? The fact that a woman does not want to be raped by a man is a wrong moral intuition. Then I think you just have a very kind of twisted religion.
No, if they don't want to be with a man, I respect that and move on to someone who actually wants to be with a man with the same view.
But you said you don't respect it earlier. If she chose to be with a woman instead of men, you said you wouldn't respect that.
I said I respect. Earlier I said I respect what they do, but I don't stand for it. That's quote unquote.
What do you mean you don't stand for it?
I respect how they feel, but I'm not gonna follow it. I'm not gonna associate with it. I'm not gonna connect with it and say this is okay because I don't support it, but you can do what you want because you're your own human being. I can't control what you do, but I don't respect it. I
Like
respect
how?
your view,
Yeah, you
but I
respect the
don't
view,
respect what you
but like
stand for.
you're saying, okay, so she does not want to be raped by a man, and you're just saying, like, people are listening to you right now, hearing
Yeah, no,
you don't support that.
but you're twisting what I'm saying.
No, that's just what
I'm
it
saying
is.
something
Like,
completely different.
do you disagree with the reasoning here? If a lesbian
Yeah, but
is
your
not
reasoning is
attracted to,
twisting up.
okay, do you think a lesbian is attracted to men?
No.
Okay, so therefore, like, all things considered, a lesbian does not consent to being in that relationship, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, non-consensual sex is what?
The fruit.
Grape,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
But that's
and
not
then
what
so
I'm saying.
a lesbian woman decides not to be in that relationship with the man, and you're saying, I don't support that, which just means you're saying you don't support her choosing not to be raped. That's all that means.
That's also a hyper fictional scenario. Because you're talking like God talked to them and said you have to be in that relationship.
Yeah, he's saying that you're
He
doing
didn't.
something wrong. He's telling them that they're
Yeah,
doing
he's
something
doing
wrong
something.
for not being raped by a man.
You're talking about grape, like the man
Yes.
wants to be with the woman to grape her. That doesn't make
Yes.
sense.
No, it would be great because he would be having sex with her and she would not want to have sex with him.
Yeah, and
That's
I'm not
great.
God, but I'm following what God said. I'm not God. I'm not a prophet.
Okay, so is there any part of my reasoning that
no
fails?
no
Do you
part of
disagree with
my
any of the premises?
yeah, but like no part of the facts that I'm saying says my God said that, so I'm gonna
Do you disagree
respect
with
people
my
getting raped.
do you disagree with the premises that I gave?
I
It seems
disagree
like
with you
like
saying I'm following.
I was giving you each premise and you never got off the bus on any of the premises. You took
I'm
me all the way to the
still on the
destination
point where
and now
you
you're
say
saying, "Oh, I disagree with the conclusion."
I disagree with the fact that you say if that you basically say I support grape because I support my God.
Yeah,
I
that's the
I
intent.
don't support it.
Yeah, I know you have that belief, but that's the entailment of your view. Do you know what a logical entailment is?
I know what you're trying to bring up, but
Yeah, it's like
that's like
it's
a
like if I were to
twisted view.
say if I were to say, like, in an abortion debate, right? If I were to say, "Oh, I'm pro-life, and I think it's murder," or something like that. Well, the entailment of that view is that you should treat people who get abortions as murderers, right? And so you should arrest women and arrest men or doctors who partake in getting an abortion, right? If you're pro-life, you are committed to that view. That is an entailment of your view, whether you support that or not. That is the logical conclusion. It's a reductio ad absurdum of your view, even if you don't believe it because it's so absurd, right? But nonetheless, if you don't believe that entailment of your view, you're just being irrational. So I gave you an entailment of your view, right? And you're just rejecting the entailment. That just means you're being irrational.
Can someone translate that word because I'm not pro English?
What word?
Entailment or the
Entailment,
other word
it
you said.
follows from your view. It follows.
Oh yeah, okay. But like, where does that come in? Where I support that a woman has to be in a relationship. Like I said, they don't have to be in that relationship. They can do if they want. Like God said, people can do what they do, and when He takes power
You're
again.
not understanding. Tommy, you're not understanding.
I am.
Yeah, I agree with you when you say that a woman has the freedom to do wrong things. The problem is that you're telling her that the wrong thing to do, the right thing to do, would be to be in this relationship with this man non-consensually. That's the problem.
I'm not telling. God is telling.
God is telling her that the right thing to do is to be in a non-consensual relationship. Correct?
Yeah. So if God came to you, so if God came to that female and said, "This is wrong. If being lesbian is wrong," if God Himself came to you and said that, would you not follow that?
No.
What?
If God, the guy who created everything, He's Him.
If God sat and told me that I needed to be great, no, I wouldn't.
No one's talking about great.
That's what you're saying.
Being in a relationship. I said if God Himself came to
You
you
just
and
admitted
said
that
you,
if God wants her in a non-consensual relationship, you just said that.
It's God. Follow
Okay,
him.
so Tommy, if God comes down to you and tells you, I need you to bend over, bend your back, and let another man blow it out, okay, would you do it?
Hell yeah, it's God.
Okay, this guy. All right, I'm done.
Yeah,
So the closet is glass.
That's crazy, bro.
Unpack that in therapy. What the fuck are we doing?
Jesus Christ. I love that question though, low key. All right, I'm pretty much done. I'm starving, so I think I've asked that question 5 times today.
Like 5 or 6, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm always so like astounded by the answers to the question I get. It's always so funny. Anyway, I'm hungry, I'm tired. I'm gonna call it a night. Listen, guys, I will be on Twitch and YouTube for the next minute or so. Closing out after this is done. So if you guys want to hop on over there, but yeah, it was a great live. We've been streaming for 6 hours. I thank you guys. I appreciate you. Shout out to new followers. Thank you so much for all the support, especially on Cash App.
Thank you, EW, for the $5 on Cash App. I appreciate you.
WW.
Anybody else wants to send me money, I'm more than open.
I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much. Y'all have a good one. All right. What's up, everybody? Oh my God, I'm really tired tonight. I don't know why. Today has been testing. Yeah. I'm also starving. Hell yeah. See? Not the only one. I mean, it is morning for some of y'all too. It's like nighttime, and I literally have not eaten all day. So literally this entire 24-hour stretch, I don't think I've eaten. So it's time to eat. Finally acknowledging bandage. Bad Girl Enthusiast, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. All right, well, listen, thank you guys so much for the subs. I thank you for that. Thank you for the super chats. Shout out to new followers. Anyway, y'all have a good one. Thank you so much. See you guys on the next stream. Take it easy. Love you.
Bitch.